Chapter 40 Commitment. It was night, and Cherise was in her room preparing to sleep. Lighting a candle, she rummaged through her belongings before finding her nightgown. Up later than what she was regularly used to, Cherise pouted.
I can't believe Ira's still not given me an answer yet. So much for his promise.
Right before Cherise was about to change into her sleeping attire, she heard a thud outside her living quarters wall. The slight thumping sound was followed by another and another as she approached her window to investigate. Sticking her head out her windowsill, to her surprise, Cherise saw Ira just beside her. Just after Cherise popped her head out, Ira leaned closer to her to speak under a hushed breath.
I told you I would give you an answer before sunrise, didn't I?
Ira said, while extending a hand to help Cherise climb down her window and sneak out. On first impression, Cherise wasn't too thrilled with the idea.
Really? In the middle of the night?
She asked in a deflated tone, but Ira smiled wider, gesturing for her to accept his hand again. Cherise shrugged.
All right, I suppose sneaking out just this one time wouldn't hurt.
With a smile after making up her mind, Cherise accepted his hand. Ira held on to her the entire time while helping her down. Still holding her hand firmly, Ira started leading her off the temple grounds as he spoke in excited anticipation.
I have something I've been meaning to show you, and I figured now's as good a time as any.
Cherise could feel her heart beating. She knew it spoke more truth to her thoughts than she would allow herself to say aloud. Excited, curious and nervous at the prospect, she asked him back.
Outside the order, but it's already so dark I can hardly even see where we're going.
Likely considering the nervousness behind her question, he gleefully responded with an unusual softness for him.
Just trust me, and you'll see that you'd be glad you did.
I will.
She nodded back. His heartfelt smile in return erased any of Cherise's uncertainty as she held onto his hand firmly, deciding to oblige Ira in his request. After a few hours of walking later, Cherise seriously reconsidered if she had made the right choice in coming, but she didn't need to wait much longer before she realized where Ira had taken her. Following his lead, Ira led them to the same life-giver tree that resided beside the cliff's edge over the Forest of Giants. True to how magical the plant appeared, the life-giver tree's leaves were luminescent and the root pools around the trunk glowed blue. Cherise gazed at them in wonder. The sight immediately captivated her, as she would suspect it would to anyone else. It was a magnificent phenomenon to behold. Seeing the tree in all its glory instantly made Cherise satisfied with her decision to put her trust in Ira's request. She was elated.
Ira, this is amazing. Is this what you wanted to show me?
Unable to hold back his enthusiasm after seeing her reaction, he answered.
It gets even better,
Ira said mysteriously, as he gently pulled on her hand, guiding Cherise's steps to the tree.
Watch out. It's easy to slip in at night,
Ira remarked, but Cherise couldn't help but think he may have only done so to give himself an excuse to hold on to her to help her across. Not that she minded, though. Being overly cautious, Ira guided her every step of the way as they walked around the labyrinth of puddles surrounding the tree's trunk. Once on the other side of the tree, Ira sat down right in front of the cliff's edge. With a smile towards Cherise, Ira patted the grassy ground beside himself. Giving in to Ira's wishes again, she happily sat there. With a joyful smile, she anxiously questioned him.
So, what is it you wanted to show me?
She asked, completely forgetting that she had been upset with him moments ago. As if trying to determine the answer for himself, Ira looked over the cliff's edge. He examined the canopy of the forest below from a distance. All of it was now made visible by the clouds dispersing at night, thanks to the glow emanating from the 2 moons above. Apparently happy with what he saw, Ira smiled when he pulled himself back towards her.
We won't have to wait much longer now.
Cherise found that answer sorely lacking.
What on Aya is he talking about? The anticipation's killing me.
After noticing Cherise was trying to sneak a peek over the edge, Ira then teasingly spoke up.
You don't want to ruin the surprise now, do you?
Pouting, she sat back down beside him.
Oh, all right. Have it your way.
She tried to say while sounding upset but was unable to at this moment. In truth, Cherise was hardly able to contain her excitement. She loved the scenery, the atmosphere, and the company far too much for her to be able to hide it, and they both knew it. Ira looked at her solemnly before looking out to the stars, speaking earnestly.
So I've been thinking about what I promised you earlier today.
He paused slightly, making sure he had her full attention before continuing.
You've known more than anyone else. Over the past 10 years, I've wanted revenge for my family, my people, and for our home in Acorn Village. The truth is, I don't think I can ever find it in myself to forgive the E.C.E.Ns for what they've done. I never will.
He said with a distant look in his eyes and a hint of sadness before he spoke further.
But my anger and the vengeance I swore I'd have, I'm willing to let it all go.
He said before looking back at her with a loving smile, speaking from the heart.
Because I found something of far greater importance to me.
Cherie's expression lit up with joy. Egging him on to continue, she started to speak slowly.
Oh, Ira,
Her voice trailed off, hoping Ira would pick back up on his unfinished thought. But as she spoke, Ira seemed to have noticed something behind her, prompting him to excitedly smile and point over the cliff.
Look,
he urged.
Here it is. This is what I wanted to show you.
The moment was ruined. Cherise wasn't nearly as excited as he was when she obliged his request.
Are you really going to change the conversation right now?
Cherise looked over the precipice and saw flying creatures rising from the forest canopy. They all had magnificently bright and radiant glowing blue and yellow lights that seamlessly flowed outward from their wings. It looked like magic, but Cherise knew that was impossible. The otherworldly, dreamlike creatures spun, twirled and danced with one another in the air as they ascended higher and higher into the night sky.
All my life,
Cherise said in breathtaking astonishment.
I wanted to see what mysteries our world has to offer. What amazing wonders it still yet holds.
Gazing on at the mysteries of the world before her, Cherise was blissfully happy at this moment. She started edging closer to him. Her eyes turned to Ira for only a few seconds. Cherise leaned on him to speak softly.
This is exactly what I've been searching for.
She said with her eyes on him before turning again to the creatures.
It's wonderful.
Cherise whispered, wholly lost in the moment, almost too silent to hear. After enjoying the view for several minutes, Cherise looked up at Ira to ask him with an eager smile.
You said that you found something more important to you. What was it exactly?
She prodded with a poking finger and a playful smile. He grinned back before responding.
You're going to make me say it, aren't you?
She gleefully nodded.
I'm not letting you get out of this one.
Being put on the spot strangely made Ira lose the confident demeanor he so usually carried himself with. Clearly, a little uncomfortable and nervous, Ira, of all people, seemed almost vulnerable as he averted his eyes from Cherise, who in return stared at him longingly. Her persistent eyes trained on him had even made Ira blush before he finally gave in.
Okay, have it your way.
He said in defeat, momentarily leaving it like that. Still not having answered her question, Cherise inadvertently leaned in on him further, while looking at Ira in anticipation. Gazing into Cherise's eyes, Ira's nervousness seemed to slowly fade away. Having worked up the nerve, he passionately spoke.
Cherise, it's you. You're what's more important to me.
Ira's confession made Cherise squeal in excitement as she hugged him affectionately. Nestling herself closer to him, she cherished this moment together for a few seconds before finally replying.
Thank you, Ira. Tonight has been wonderful.
She trailed off before she asked further.
Can you promise you won't leave me?
Not even giving a second's pause in consideration to the question, Ira tenderly reached his arms around her. Embracing Cherise more closely than ever before, he gently answered.
You don't need to worry about a thing. I'm not going anywhere. I promise.
The two stayed there all night, enjoying the marvelous sight, but finding greater joy in each other's company. Chapter 41. A Greater Calling. The following day, Cherise frowned after waking to the sun's light peeking through her window. It was an all too familiar indication of the time of day to her, somewhere slightly past noon. Cherise thought by now she really ought to kick this bad habit of hers. Usually it'd bother her more, but today in particular, Cherise didn't mind that she slept in so late. Recollecting the previous night with Ira, she giddily started snuggling her pillow excitedly.
He finally confessed his feelings for me. I didn't think Ira could be so romantic. I wonder how long he'd been planning to take me out there.
She said with a wide smile on her face, enjoying the memory for as long as she could. When she finally went out to the courtyard after preparing herself to face the day, Cherise caught sight of something she wished she hadn't seen. Obi was currently in a frustrated conversation with her well-packed and fully armored brother.
I got so caught up in what happened last night that I had completely forgotten what Theo said.
Cherise thought, wanting to kick herself for losing sight of something so important. She didn't dwell long on her thoughts before deciding to run up to them. While approaching, Cherise had heard a few of Obi's complaints.
After all that's happened here, With Keller giving you both a slap on the wrist for what you did, you still intend to leave? What exactly brought this on, and why now of all times? Right when you and Ira are undergoing the trials? You both are already so close to completing them and solidifying your right to be here. So why in the light's name now?
It wasn't much of a question because before Theo could give an answer, Obi interrupted him with an extended hand to finish off his thoughts.
Look, for as long as I've known you, you've always been following Ira and Charisse. If you weren't off alone, you were in their company. And now what? Do you want to leave them to go fight a losing war? I've told you before, and I'm starting to get the impression that you don't believe me, but you must know. No one man alone can possibly make a difference. You cannot hope to stop them. If you leave to fight the E.C.E.Ns, you'll only become another casualty.
As unexpected as it was, Obi's frustration had turned to curiosity.
I'll be blunt. Over these past 10 years, I've tried to guide you and the others. I've seen in you a broken child, lingering in despair, clinging to the past, that is, until just these past few days. I don't even recognize you anymore. It's like something rekindled an extinguished flame that's been long dormant inside you. And now when I see you as the man you could be proud of, you seriously intend to leave?
With such unusual boldness, Charisse seemed more surprised by Obi's words than Theo.
I didn't think Uncle could be so straightforward.
Theo, what's changed?
Obi asked, sincerely curious. Pausing for a second to consider the weight of the question, Theo answered.
Nothing's changed. And yet, I suppose everything has for me.
It was a cryptic answer, one which explained everything and nothing at the same time. Charisse had her own opinion on the matter.
That is the most roundabout way of someone saying they've changed their perspective on things that I have ever heard.
Seeing the confusion on Obi's face from his lackluster response, Theo explained himself.
Our situation here at the Order isn't any different. We may belong here by right, but we aren't wanted, and will never be nobles. I've already accepted the fact that we'll never fully be acknowledged here. That is, except for you, of course.
He elaborated.
This place will never be anything like the home we once had. It's a fact I've dwelt on for years now, and I've finally made my peace with it.
Obi immediately replied.
Then why are you doing this?
He pressed. Taking only a moment to respond, Theo looked down in shame.
It's because I now have a new outlook on life. It only happened just recently. I know how selfish I was before. I don't want to be that man anymore. Only thinking about my own problems, I've been ignoring the plight of others. What happened to me as a child is still happening now.
Theo looked up with a determined expression.
But that time is over. The legends we've heard are true. I've seen the evidence for myself and now know my purpose. I finally understand what I am meant to do. I won't forsake the alliance of the free peoples of the West, leaving them to their fate. So even if it kills me, I will fight.
Stunned and dumbfounded, Obi needed a few seconds to take in what Theo said.
Theo, what are you talking about? The legends you're going on about. You can't be serious. I've told you before, those are just stories. Stories. They aren't real.
Theo sighed before replying.
For someone from the Order of the Light to say that,
Theo noted in disappointment, but he didn't sound harsh when he said it.
Whether you believe in their existence or not, it doesn't change the fact that they're real. And I truly wished that I were wrong. I really do. But after what I've seen, I believe before long that you too will see the evidence with your own eyes.
When Theo had finished saying this, Ira had almost finished walking towards them. Before Ira was close enough, Charisse had a brief moment to consider what her brother had said.
He's changed so much in such a little amount of time. That day when he was on the cliff's side, what did Theo really see? What could have provoked this kind of change so quickly?
After hearing Theo get so uncharacteristically passionate, still dumbfounded, Obi silently kept his peace when Ira approached. Walking towards Theo with a grin while extending his hand, Ira gave his friend a firm handshake. It wasn't usual for the two of them, Charisse thought. This was real. This may be her final farewell to her brother. She swelled up with emotion but contained it to the best of her abilities. As for Ira, he surprisingly tried to sound heartfelt when he spoke up.
Theo, I've always kind of seen you as my stupid younger brother.
Charisse cringed. Ira's words stung all the more than usual since they were genuine.
Ira,
She reprimanded, almost of a guttural reaction.
that may be one of the worst things I've ever heard in my life.
Ira shrugged.
He'll get over it.
He casually said with a dismissive wave, but at least it was in jest. Unsurprisingly, Charisse was appalled at the gesture, as she and the others suddenly found out at the same time that Ira was apparently terrible at saying goodbyes. It probably wasn't until Ira saw Theo's annoyed expression that he genuinely noticed his words were taken as more of an insult. Nervously clearing his throat, Ira continued where he'd left off.
What I meant to say is you are like family, so don't do anything that I wouldn't do.
Knowing how reckless Ira had been and still is, Charisse certainly didn't find any comfort in the advice given. Apparently, Theo was thinking something similar. Restraining himself from outright laughing after the ironic comment, Theo couldn't respond. Nevertheless, Ira hadn't had his final word in, as he roughly put his other hand on Theo's shoulder before speaking forcefully.
Come on, I'm trying to be serious here.
Ira stopped momentarily, waiting for Theo's full attention before continuing.
When you leave, you better intend on coming back to us in one piece, so you're not allowed to go die on us. You hear me?
Not that Charisse could blame him, but Theo was genuinely surprised by Ira saying something encouraging, but such was their relationship. Ira still had one last thing he wanted to say.
That's an order, by the way. It's just like what that guy from King's Height said. When you're a soldier, it means you're not allowed to die until your superior officer gives you permission.
Ira said in a failed attempt to mimic Calbrick's voice. Charisse felt obligated to intervene.
Well, that wasn't what Calbrick...
The two looked at Charisse curiously, clearly having forgotten what Calbrick had said.
Oh, whatever. It's close enough, I suppose.
She openly conceded, hiding her true thoughts.
Even if that comment implies Ira's higher in command than Theo, well, as long as they're happy, it's probably best not to rain on their parade and tell them that.
Apparently missing the inadvertent slight, Theo grinned as he lightly punched Ira's chest.
Who do you think you're talking to? I won't go down so easy.
Theo's reassurance was enough for Ira, who smiled back before making way for Obi to say his parting words. Obi awkwardly stared at Theo for a few seconds with a conflicted expression before sighing. Letting out a short burst of laughter, Obi chuckled awkwardly, forcing a smile when he spoke.
Kid, I still haven't the slightest idea why you have to do this. But that look on your face tells me that I'm not going to be able to convince you out of it, am I? After all, both you and Ira are as stubborn as mules.
Now taking the opportunity to complain, Obi spoke to the group in general.
Seriously, though. When I grabbed you three off the streets 10 years ago, you've been giving me nothing but trouble. Except you, Charisse, and I appreciate that.
Obi said with a quick snap of his finger and a point, giving a quick smile which she returned. Whether they'd admit it or not, everyone there knew well enough that Obi's complaints were completely justified. Charisse couldn't imagine it any other way. Thinking back on it with a hint of shame, she knew his gripes were far beyond vindicated. Quickly turning to Ira, Obi pointed a scolding finger.
But especially you, Ira.
Charisse wasn't exactly surprised to see that Ira actually had the audacity to act shocked at the accusation.
What? Me?
Ira said innocently in his defense. His remark immediately tested everyone's restraint within earshot, or at least that's what Charisse assumed the others were doing as well.
No, Charisse. Best not to say anything, even if he deserves it. Just calm down and keep it to yourself. If you can't say anything nice...
Ignoring Ira's half-hearted question entirely, Obi turned his attention back to Theo.
Theo, you...
Obi's voice started to crack when he spoke.
You be safe now.
He requested, trying desperately to get a handle on his emotions.
I've never seen Uncle get like this before. He's starting to get me even more worried about Theo.
Obi quickly turned and began walking off. Without looking back, Obi exclaimed to Theo some parting words.
Now don't you do anything stupid and get yourself killed. I've seen how much you can grow in a month, and I want to see how much further you've matured in the next few years.
Judging by the loss in his voice, it was easy to tell that Obi turned his face around to hide his present state. Charisse was starting to find Obi's boiling over emotion to be contagious, but she tried her best to bottle it up. As for Theo, he smiled after hearing Obi's heartfelt farewell. With a concerned expression, Charisse approached Theo. For a few seconds, there was an unsettling silence in which Charisse started losing her composure. As Theo was about to break the uneasy quiet, Charisse abruptly exclaimed,
Promise me one thing, Theo, that you'll come back.
She didn't say it in jest. She didn't request it with any bit of light-heartedness like the others. It was raw emotion boiling to the surface. An impossible demand, Charisse knew that, but she wouldn't accept anything else. Slightly caught off guard by her remark, Theo looked down.
I can't.
But seeing his reaction, Charisse insistently cut him off.
Promise you'll return.
She near demanded, tearing up.
After all, I still haven't kept my promise to you. I said I'd help you find a new home, no matter how long it takes, didn't I?
probably knowing it was nothing more than a distraction from what really weighed on her mind. Theo let out a solemn smile as he played along.
Home.
He said, momentarily stopping, appearing to have suddenly come to a realization before continuing his thoughts.
Home isn't just a place you can rest easy with the comforts of friends and family. It's where you're meant to be. It's where you belong.
He said while putting a hand on Cherise's head to comfort her.
I finally know where I belong.
He silently confessed with a smile to Cherise and then Ira. Picking up his bag of provisions, he left. Firmly set in his decision, Theo never turned back. Chapter 42, Courage. Having made his way down the slopes of the mountains, it had been over a week since Theo had first set out alone on his journey. Traveling on a dirt road, he found himself in unfamiliar lands with lush green rolling hills and grasslands. He eventually came to the top of a hill, giving him a good vantage point of the surrounding region. Looking outward, Theo stopped to focus on something in the distance that caught his eye. Far off to the east, he saw a small group of civilians running westward, pursuing E.C.E.N troops several hundred yards behind them. He suspected it was only a small splinter force from an E.C.E.N raiding party. However, the soldiers still numbered roughly 100 in total. But with a keen eye, Theo saw things were even worse. All of the E.C.E.Ns in sight wore the same armor as the men from that fateful day 10 years ago. An obviously more esteemed bunch than the soldiers he fought at King's Height. That was added to the fact that the sight of them rekindled some unpleasant memories of his past, bringing out an instinctual fear. Regardless of his personal feelings on the matter, Theo knew they were no ordinary soldiers, and that the idea of taking on 100 was beyond foolhardy. However, the anxiety he felt only lasted for a few seconds. Mustering his courage, Theo abandoned his pack and all the unnecessary possessions that had slowed him down. Clenching onto his greatsword, Theo resolved himself.
This is what I'm here for.
Shaking off any lingering uncertainty from fear or doubt, Theo ran towards the unfolding scene. After his dash forward, Theo stood before the fleeing civilians, and as the men, women and children were escaping closer toward him, Theo noticed that there were also a handful of soldiers of the Free Peoples of the West amongst them. While the civilians ran by Theo, he heard all their pleas and cries for help. They were all similar requests in nature, asking Theo to help them, save them, or offer assistance somehow. Little did they know it at the time, but he had no intention of turning back. For Theo right now, it simply wasn't an option. Near the back of the group of those fleeing was the handful of soldiers of the Free Peoples of the West. As they were heading past him, they quickly warned Theo to escape along with them. One of the soldiers of the West voiced his opinions quite louder than the others.
What are you doing? We have to fall back. The E.C.E.Ns are too many.
Theo waved the soldier to move on. His message was clear, and the man would not linger for another second longer before giving up on Theo as he ran for dear life. It was with each passing civilian running in terror from the E.C.E.Ns that Theo's will was only emboldened. He stood defiant, awaiting the Empire's soldiers ahead. The final civilians and soldiers from the West had finally passed by him. The E.C.E.Ns were only moments away. Seemingly pleased in having an excuse to stop their chase and catch their breath, the Empire's soldiers came to a stop in front of Theo. There was no exception among them. They all noticed the lone warrior. However, it wasn't surprising since there was nothing but knee-high grass to hide behind in these lands. The E.C.E.Ns laughed amongst each other at Theo's audacity. They all scoffed at the arrogance of a single man standing in their way. One of the E.C.E.Ns spoke to Theo.
You must be insane. It's a fool's errand to oppose the E.C.E.N Empire, but here you are standing alone against 100 of the Chosen's elite.
He proclaimed before laughing mockingly.
No one with any sense would ever find themselves in your shoes.
As the E.C.E.Ns started approaching Theo, he exclaimed back to them.
I don't suppose you'd all just reconsider leaving. You can tell your master that you lost sight of these people, or that you killed them if you feel it's necessary. It's not like it can be verified. No one else has to die today.
That request was received markedly worse than what Theo had hoped for. All the soldiers laughed hysterically at the gesture, almost bringing some of them to tears. Having their fun, another one of them mockingly replied.
He really is mad.
Theo sighed before glaring at them.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
He threatened, positioning himself to fight. The threats Theo posed completely changed their mood. The laughing among the men was replaced with silent glares of utter scorn. Having all he could stand of this farce, one of the Alaeans stood forward, dismissively rebuking Theo's threat.
We've listened to the ramblings of this madman long enough. Let's hurry up and kill the fool.
He proclaimed while lifting up his arm skyward. Theo looked on in amazement as the soldier's raised hand and eyes became enveloped by a bright blue flame. No matter how impossible it should have been, he knew the E.C.E.N was wielding magic. Seeing it firsthand, Theo now learned that the E.C.E.N leader's power back in his home village wasn't just an anomaly. The E.C.E.Ns had more magic wielders at their disposal, an unsettling thought to be sure. The realization also brought some clarity to Theo on another matter. Seeing that they also possessed the power to wield magic, it was now no wonder that the E.C.E.Ns of late had such brazen confidence to pick back up where they left off in the war over 10 years ago. However, it was neither the time nor the place to consider such things as the soldier prepared his attack. The man who raised his arm high now extended his magic-infused hand toward Theo as he proclaimed aloud,
For your arrogance, here's a small token of my appreciation.
As if launched from a war machine, a ball of blue flame shot from the soldier's hand, heading straight at Theo. Showing no fear without a moment's hesitation, Theo reached out with his armored right arm, blocking the magical fire in the palm of his hand. All in a second's amount of time, the fire was mostly contained in his grasp as Theo clenched his fist down tightly, extinguishing the flame outright. As unsavory the memory was, it was clear to Theo that the magic from his foe was not nearly as potent as what had once befallen his father. But even with that fact in his mind, the E.C.E.Ns were awestruck in amazement. Theo could only surmise that they'd never seen anyone so unwaveringly take a direct blow from their magic before as he'd done. After his display, Theo looked at the E.C.E.Ns, smiling as he joked.
That sure was something special. I bet you never have trouble finding a way to light up a lamp or campfire, do you?
His taunt seemed to rekindle his own memory as Theo's expression grew serious.
This must have been how you set fire to my village.
The first soldier bragged when he answered.
It wouldn't be the first, and it won't be the last. Once we're done here, I'll make sure that the next time we encounter a town that it's burnt to the ground in remembrance of you.
After the man said this, more than assured in their capabilities and numbers, the E.C.E.N started confidently walking closer to Theo. The same E.C.E.N continued his mocking.
It won't be long now. A new era is coming, and all the nations will either submit or burn. There is no other path for them.
As the soldier said this, another urged those with him to attack.
Let's kill this scum the old-fashioned way,
the soldier proclaimed while gliding his blade across his armor, making a sharp metallic sound. Theo's eyes darted from one enemy to another as he spoke aloud as they were about to attack.
Remember what I said, I warned you.
Theo warned again with a grin, which immediately provoked the response of the E.C.E.Ns to charge him. Remaining still until the final moment, Theo ducked and swung his greatsword widely, felling 3 men with one strike. Quickly standing up again, Theo started matching his other foes' relentless attacks, stride for stride. Continuing their assault, more E.C.E.Ns raced forward to slay their single adversary. In response, Theo pressed back at each one of them with twice the ferocity, laying waste to all who stood in his path. Refusing to back down, Theo used anything at his disposal to fight on, from using the E.C.E.N's fellow soldiers as living shields to clawing and ripping at them, using his armored hand, and even going so far as to throw dirt in their eyes. Only a minute had passed before Theo dispatched over 30 of his enemies. The E.C.E.N soldiers were getting increasingly desperate in their attack as one of the E.C.E.Ns frantically cried out,
"Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! No matter what it takes, we should use the powers given to us by the gods!"
It didn't take long for Theo to understand what the man was alluding to, as many of the soldiers began standing a little way away from him in formation, each preparing themselves for a magical offensive. In the heat of the moment, Theo pressed forward to one of the E.C.E.Ns wielding magic, who had been relatively isolated in their ranks. After striking him down, Theo still found himself surrounded on 2 fronts by the other magic wielders when they were preparing for their attack. Theo grabbed the soldier's now lifeless body with one hand, using it as a shield for his right side. And for the other side, Theo used his greatsword as a partial defense. Bracing himself, he knelt in preparation for the attack. In unison, the E.C.E.Ns unleashed an overwhelming amount of their blue flame. It was a constant stream of magic fire that Theo had no choice but to endure. He held firm against the onslaught of conjured attacks at first, but the hot pain was too great. The searing flame forced Theo to fall to his knees. As the firestorm continued, it became increasingly clear his sword couldn't fully protect his left side. Some flames made their way through, singeing and burning his flesh as it caught parts of his clothing on fire. Clenching his teeth to distract himself from the piercing pain, Theo had no choice but to bear it. To Theo's relief, it seemed the magic at the E.C.E.N's disposal was not without end. As wielding magic appeared taxing on them, the soldiers paused their assault, giving Theo the much-needed time he had required to snuff out the fire on his clothing. After seeing the still hissing smoke rising from the remnants of the magic flame coming off of Theo, the soldiers laughed. The left side of Theo's clothes was torn and seared, revealing the badly burned flesh underneath. Once again, to the shock of the E.C.E.Ns, Theo threw the lifeless corpse of the soldier off him before finding the strength to charge forward. He continued fighting in desperation, using every fleeting ounce of the energy left in his body to the best of his abilities. He continued fighting, struggling on and on, until his body grew weary and his hands were stuck firmly to his sword. Theo fought with all his will and every fiber of his being, with practically no foreseeable chance of prevailing. As the battle raged on, the weight of Theo's sword became stifling. His arms grew numb and his feet unsteady, with his sole comfort being the occasional breath he took. Exhaustion of the prolonged battle was setting in, but the pain was immense. Theo was even finding it difficult to stand, as he became exhausted while his adversaries closed in on him from all sides. Theo's vision was beginning to blur as he looked around, laughing and putting on a confident face to distract from his dire situation before speaking.
I don't suppose you all would like to reconsider my offer?
His answer was the soldiers' cold stares as they approached him threateningly. Seeing his bluff had failed, Theo let out a slight chuckle of disbelief before looking at the sky.
I definitely didn't see this coming. Didn't even last a week.
They lunged forward when one of the soldiers was now in striking distance. At that moment, as Theo looked up, he saw a familiar blinding light beaming down on his face. Once again, he heard the booming voice from beyond the clouds.
It is not yet your time.
Recoiling from the blinding light, Theo fell backward to the ground, barely dodging the soldier's fatal blow that he hadn't even noticed had occurred. A memory flashed through Theo's mind as he recalled the almost identical situation when he evaded a similar death strike earlier at King's Height. Looking up at the soldier's amazement, Theo noticed he avoided another death blow, but something else entirely. His vision was no longer blurred, his legs no longer heavy, his arms no longer numb, and the burning pain he felt had passed, but one thing remained, as if his body had a collective will that demanded Theo keeps up the fight or dies trying, his hand still stuck firmly to his sword. Something or some being gave Theo strength beyond what he ever possessed, as if his body was refusing the notion of him falling here and now. With his strength returned, Theo's determination was renewed. Rising to his feet, he let out a roaring war cry. Chapter 43. The Seeds of Doubt. On the same day that Theo had left his old life behind, among the temple grounds of the Order, word had quickly spread of his departure. While these rumors were still being discussed, Cherise had been attending to tasks in her living quarters. As Cherise was going on about her business, after seeing she was inside, Keller knocked on her room's already open door. Seeing Cherise's happily obliging smile, he welcomed himself inside. So as to let Cherise know he came to visit on important matters, the old man put on a stern expression for her sake when he entered. Paying no mind to Keller's serious attitude, Cherise was delighted to see him visit. As he was walking towards her, with a hospitable efficiency, Cherise leapt into action.
Keller, it's good to see you. Come, sit. Now wait right there and I'll go prepare something for you.
Without giving him much of a chance to respond, Cherise was already on her way to scrounge something up for Keller, which he protested.
That really won't be necessary.
But his objections were already too late, as Cherise was always prepared for such occasions. She quickly returned, holding a pair of dainty cups of tea for them. A particular blow to Keller's manhood, Cherise somewhat suspected. Still, Cherise found the ceramic adorable, and not to mention she was relatively short on space to have any variety. Whether they'd like it or not, Cherise was set on making sure that anyone who just so happened to enter her humble abode would immediately feel welcomed and accommodated, whether they wanted it or not. Regarding hospitality, Cherise had no intentions of being outdone by anyone else in the Order. Somewhat reluctant at first, Keller didn't want to seem ungracious towards her warm welcome. Giving his thanks, He accepted the tea and took a seat. Admittedly, though, Keller did seem somewhat annoyed that his rather serious demeanor had been undermined so drastically, as he probably now felt compelled to try and enjoy her offer. It was nothing personal. Cherise would hope that he'd know that. After all, she really only wanted to see smiles and pleasantly surprised guests come through her doorway. At least after taking a sip of tea, the grumpy old man's sour demeanor was lifted slightly after being pleasantly surprised by the taste. His reaction made Cherise perk up. After seeing her response, Keller seemed somewhat upset at himself for somehow failing to keep the grave nature he wanted before their conversation. Keller rolled his eyes in annoyance. However, the stubborn old man couldn't help but accept Cherise's cheerfulness and hospitality, even if it did ruin the intended mood he was aiming for. Keller let out an unusually large sigh, which seemed to be unintentional.
What's wrong? Don't you like it?
Cherise asked back.
I can prepare another blend if you prefer.
Getting a little flustered at the thought that he offended, Keller promptly responded.
No, it's not that,
he said while waving his hand, dismissing the misunderstanding before clearing his throat to speak further.
There's been talk going around the Order, and I wanted to come to ask you directly to see if they were true.
She wasn't surprised by the question.
This is about Theo, isn't it?
With his suspicions confirmed, Keller arose and spoke with all the more fervor.
Exactly so the rumors are true then. He once again left without saying anything to me. I meant what I said earlier. I can't allow him to return.
Seeing that Keller was getting agitated, Cherise stood up when he did and gestured for him to retake a seat, which he refused with a wave. But just because he'd rather not relax didn't mean she wouldn't. As Cherise sat down, she sounded almost apologetic when speaking to the old man in return.
After all the years we spent together, you know we care about you, Keller. It's just with all these things happening as of late, I'm sure Theo didn't want to put you in a tough position by making any unreasonable request.
The old man scoffed at the notion.
As if perhaps you have too much faith in him,
he said with a wagging finger.
If either that boy or Iranagi cared about me in the slightest, they wouldn't be breaking every rule we have. Truly, my patience is squandered on those two.
As if presenting the evidence before Cherise, Keller then continued displaying his hand towards invisible objects as he laid out his case.
Nearly cutting off a member of the Order's hand, beating several of the others to a pulp after disgracing them, or how about my personal favorite, potentially igniting the wrath of the entire E.C.E.N Empire upon us, because those two fools fought against them using the Order's robes on the battlefield.
Keller was passionately categorical by now, flailing his arms in the air. Cherise made a great effort not to laugh or smile at the old man's eccentric display, although, as much as she hated to admit it, Cherise knew his grievances were all too real and fair. The damage the others had done was undeniable, possibly lasting. She didn't want to think about it. Letting out a sigh after venting out a little of his frustrations, Keller pointed his cane towards Cherise before speaking further.
You're the only one of the three who doesn't seem hell-bent on bringing me to an early grave.
That comment got an uncomfortable chuckle from Cherise.
I suppose you're only as old as you feel.
After all, it was a rather strange remark from a man who had already seen many winters, but now certainly wasn't the time or place to comment on that fact. A little uncomfortable with the cane being accusingly pointed at her, Cherise tried calming him down when she replied.
Now, Keller, that's not entirely fair. Given our particular circumstances, you and I both know they mean well, even though they can be a little difficult at times.
To which Keller put down his cane. He turned around with a serious yet contemplative expression before heading toward the door. Almost out the doorway, Keller didn't even look back when he responded to her remark with a severe tone.
Tell me then, just how much should I be expected to endure from them before my faith is shaken?
And sighing, he continued.
I know you have good intentions, Cherise, and you say those two also mean well, but with all that's happened, I'm honestly not so sure anymore.
Keller said as he took his leave.
So this is what Keller really thinks about Ira and Theo now. I guess after all that's happened, I can't say I entirely blame him. But it's curious. Why does this have me so worried? For some reason, what he just said is shaking me to my core. It's so unsettling.
A lingering sensation of uneasiness hung over Cherise. Every following minute that passed was the same. It was as if an unknown presence was hiding in the darkness of every shadow, sinister in its intentions. It pursued her, but had always somehow remained out of sight and reach. It was just a feeling, only a feeling, she reminded herself. But it felt so real. Something was coming, something terrible. Cherise knew whatever words of encouragement she offered herself couldn't remove the looming dread she sensed on the horizon. Later that very day, the sun had set, only to be replaced by the dark of night. With the exceptions of those tasked to guard the outer perimeter of the temple grounds, and of course the temple itself, those in the Order of the Light were already fast asleep. 2 men were posted at the front of the temple's doors. With torches perched beside them, the pair diligently stood watch, ever vigilant. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary as the 2 men continued their nightly watch, until something unexpected happened. Simultaneously, they heard an unusual sound. It wasn't the faint hissing of the wind, or the silent creaking breakings of their burning torches, but something else entirely, something quite different and new. The guards glanced at each other for confirmation. This sound wasn't simply a trick of their imagination. Gauging each other's reactions, they both motioned to listen more intently to discern the sound's true nature and where it was coming from. The strange noise was consistent, continually growing louder as the older of the 2 guards spoke.
"What on Aya is that?"
he asked his younger counterpart, but not seeming to have any readily available answer. The young guard hushed him to listen in more closely to find out.
Shh.
Consistently growing in volume made it easier to detect where the source of the strange noise was emitting. As they listened in, both confirmed its location. The 2 looked back to the temple doors just behind them. The peculiar sound was emerging from within the very temple itself. The disturbing realization immediately made them on edge. The young guard pointed his thumb back towards the temple with a shocked expression, unable to hide a slight hint of fear when he spoke.
"The noise! It's coming from inside!"
Finding no disagreement, the older man was near disbelief.
You're right.
He confessed, not even daring to speak above a whisper.
"How can that be? We've been here all night. There's no other way inside the temple's hall."
The pale expression on the younger man's face was the silent confirmation that he agreed with the statement. Preparing themselves mentally for only a moment, the men quickly signaled to one another a small countdown before simultaneously opening the doors forcefully wide open. In front of the 2, the room lay empty as before, with nothing out of the ordinary. Everything inside the marble temple appeared to be as it should be. Nothing was out of place or amiss. There was, however, one odd change in the area. The sound they heard had suddenly, without explanation, come to an abrupt halt immediately upon the temple's doors cracking open. The temple was otherwise just as they had left it. However, knowing what they heard, the guards cautiously proceeded to do a more thorough inspection. Both were only a few feet inside when the younger man looked everywhere around the insides of the temple's hall. He saw nothing before speaking nervously to the other.
"I know I heard a noise here. You did too. Something must have made that sound."
Clearly unsettled, the older guard acknowledged the remark.
"Yes, I heard it. It wasn't your imagination or a trick of the mind, but what would you have me say? The temple's empty. There's nothing here."
After a second of silence, in frustration, he proclaimed further.
"Nothing."
Responding to the man's last spoken word, an unnatural sound rose up once again. As soon as the noise returned, the previously unassuming glass orb slowly became enveloped in a black cloud. The guards looked on in terror as the volume of the sound became exponentially louder, revealing its true nature. It was clear now. The noise was unmistakably the sound of grim, cackling laughter. Sinister and inhuman in its origin, the men of the Order immediately knew what they were contending with. With fear gripping their hearts, the younger guard frantically looked to the other.
"It's the beast! We have to tell the others!"
he proclaimed while pulling onto his counterpart's shoulder to leave. As soon as he grabbed onto the other guard's shoulder to make their escape, a dark essence with the appearance of a living shadow slowly started emitting from the orb. After witnessing the otherworldly sight, both men froze in fear as they stared directly at the face of death. The unnatural being only allowed the guards a moment to witness its true form before its sinister laughter became ear-shattering and its dark essence rapidly expanded. Like a raging flood, blackness quickly spread across the whole of the temple in every direction. The men could barely turn to flee as the dark essence rushed towards them, engulfing and consuming them in its wake. The living shadow completely enveloped the men, muffling their screams before passing over and continuing its path outwards. The dark, wispy essence escaped the confines of the temple as it poured out the open doors. Its appearance changed to a dark fog as it went out, gliding over the temple's courtyard, purposefully heading towards the Order's living quarters. It was a bright sunny day when Keller was making his usual rounds. Walking through the temple grounds, Keller saw to it that everything remained in order as he'd always done. exchanging pleasantries with any of his subordinates he passed by. In time, he was well content with himself after thoroughly inspecting every nook and cranny of the Order's grounds, before retiring to his quarters to relax after a day's job well done. His favorite food was already fully prepared on his dining table, waiting for Keller upon his return. He licked his lips at the sight of his meal before anxiously sitting down to eat. As he was about to take his first bite, Keller recoiled back at a strange, unsettling sensation that came over him. As soon as he stopped to consider it, Keller heard a blood-curdling scream from outside. Looking up at his window with a sudden concern, Keller grabbed his cane and hastily got to his feet to investigate what could have caused such a dreadful commotion. As Keller started to leave, there was another scream, followed by another, and another that came in rapid succession. Frantically, Keller made his way to his door, as the hair-raising screams would not relent. All of them were voices familiar to him. Panicking when he was opening his door, Keller looked around the temple grounds in utter disbelief upon coming outside. Nearly all the members of the Order were slain. The cuts upon them were so fresh that blood still flowed from out of their wounds. Unable to bear the sight and unable to make sense of the situation, Keller held his hands over his eyes. Upon moving his hands from his face, Keller suddenly found himself in front of the temple's doors, now open wide. The guards tasked with protecting the temple entry now lay dead at the doorway beside him. To his amazement, Keller looked inside the temple's halls, which revealed a horrible truth. The orb inside was covered in a thick, dark essence that surrounded it like living tentacles, swaying around, emanating and swerving all around. To his old eyes, it could only mean one thing. The beast of legend was stirring from its slumber. But worse yet, Keller saw what else resided within the temple. Their back turned to Keller. Standing beside the orb was an intruder who had begun outstretching their hand toward the dark sphere as they spoke a few words. In a cold sweat and lying in bed, Keller was restlessly moving about. Consumed by his vivid dream, the old man rocked back and forth as he mumbled in distress in his slumber. While he slept, Keller panicked, screamed, and shuddered in fear before springing upright and waking from his rest. The old man sat atop his bed, fully awake, his heart pounding furiously. It was the dead of night when Keller had awoken from his nightmare. He found himself in the safety of his room, with only the light of the 2 moons peeking through his open window to offer any clarity to his surroundings. His heart still racing non-stop, Keller held tightly onto his chest before letting out a deep sigh of relief that it was all just a bad dream. After Keller let out a large sigh of relief, the light cracking through the window became increasingly obscured, diminishing as a sound of an unnatural yet malefic cackling arose. As Keller looked up in terror to where the window was, the maniacal laughter only grew louder. Wide-eyed, the old man gazed upon a monstrous creature that towered over him. At least 10 feet tall, the supernatural being appeared almost human-like in structure, but in the dead of night, the appearance of the dark presence was too difficult to fully discern. In the blackness, the creature's monstrous eyes and wide mouth glowed white like the lesser moon as it stared down upon Keller in a wicked delight. Speechless in his terror, Keller somehow recognized the dark fiend that stood by his bed as it laughed hysterically over him. The sound of the fiend's cackling was similar to that of thousands of ill-intentioned voices laughing as one. Gradually, the tormenting chuckling from the entity was increasing in volume without an end in sight. The dark figure turned its gaze from the old man to look upward as if laughing triumphantly. The creature then threw its arms to its sides, reveling in a hilarious delight. The monstrous being only stopped cackling when it decided to speak.
All of you humans are so...
And with a sudden violent jerking of its head, it faced Keller before it spoke further in a menacing tone.
Predictable.
Keller didn't have time to consider what the monster alluded to as he screamed aloud, recoiling in terror before falling off the opposing side of the bed from the fiend as he hit the ground. Frantically pulling himself further away, Keller looked over the top of the bed to get a sense of what the monster's intentions were next. After looking over his sheets in astonishment, Keller noticed that the dark figure he'd just seen had somehow vanished into thin air. Not long after the incident, 3 of Keller's armed subordinates came rushing into his chambers. They were visibly worried about what could have caused their leader to yell out in such distressing terror in the middle of the night. The first one of the men entering the room kneeled beside Keller before asking,
"Sir, are you all right? What happened?"
With a pale face and heavy breathing, Keller turned to the guard to exclaim,
"I've had a vision. The darkness. It's returned,"
Keller said to the somewhat skeptical looks in return, and swiping his hand sharply, he yelled out his instructions.
Go gather the elders and have someone see to the state of the orb. A great calamity may be upon us. We must take every precaution.
The guards, now unnerved, obediently followed Keller's instructions and headed out immediately. Later, as instructed, several guards inspected the temple as they raced down the courtyard. One of the men coming near the temple spoke aloud to the others.
What could have done this?
As they approached, they saw temple doors were wide open, and inside the temple's halls, lying on the ground, were the two guards that were stationed outside. Both of them now lay unconscious. Even though this was the case, the orb inside remained intact, and nothing else was amiss. While the investigation in the temple was happening, the elders of the order made their way into Keller's chambers. All of them were uneasy after seeing the state of their flustered leader. One of the elders finally worked up the nerve to speak to Keller.
What is it, Keller? What has happened?
With fear in his eyes, Keller responded with unwavering determination.
It's the darkness. After all these years, it's now seeking to break free of its prison.
He confessed.
No matter the costs, we cannot let that happen. No matter the cost.
Chapter 44, Champion. At a later time in another place, the sun shone down brightly onto the vast stretching grasslands of the Great Plains. Theo was there, smiling proudly as he stood side by side with others in the alliance of the free peoples of the West. He, along with all of the other soldiers, looked outward to the east, cheering triumphantly as the remnants of an E.C.E.N force were in full retreat before them. Theo was distinguished among his army's ranks by his new attire alone, from his bright red tunic to his armored gauntlet and greatsword made of the highest quality. Since he joined their company, the soldiers with Theo had held him in an almost reverent admiration, as if he was more than just another brother in arms, though he sorely wished they hadn't. He was convinced that if they could have just looked at his entire life, or seen him for longer than these past few months, they'd understand how sad of an excuse he was to look up to, the man that he is. And the exaggerated stories they told of him around their campfires didn't help either, even though it had filled in the gaps in his memory. And though there were multiple eyewitnesses, Theo still had many reservations about believing the claims of when they first discovered him. Supposedly, a scouting party was sent to investigate the E.C.E.N soldiers who had crossed into the Free People's territories, and that's when they found him. Bloodied and bruised, his armor cracked, Theo was still standing while resting on his greatsword amidst scattered E.C.E.N soldier corpses numbering over 100 men. Even while unconscious, his fellow soldiers had to use several men to wrench his hands from his hilt. That was all, of course, before his several weeks of medical treatment. Thinking back on it, Theo found it even harder to believe. But whatever the case may have been, he hadn't been given the chance to pay for his own drinks in over a month. Not giving Theo much time to appreciate this victory with the others, General Auric Raddington, a white-bearded man in high-ranking attire, started approaching him by horseback. Raddington excitedly spoke.
Another great victory against Ayla, wouldn't you say?
He remarked with a smile, and with a taunting grin he looked at Theo before adding sarcastically,
Especially since we defeated all of those E.C.E.N.
He had said it knowing full well there was not a single E.C.E.N in sight, dead or otherwise. Theo's claims of their existence within the E.C.E.N army have remained unheeded, which was a persistent matter of contention between the two of them.
Come on, Auric,
Theo said, exasperated.
I keep telling you that the E.C.E.N have E.C.E.N in their army. Why would I possibly lie about this?
Raddington's demeanor quickly became more serious when he responded, saying,
By the light, you half-wit. Have you no sense for decorum? I'm to be referred to as General Raddington, especially around the troops.
Theo gave an uncaring look back, responding with an equally uncaring, annoyed sound. It was a short-sighted response that immediately provoked Raddington to speak further.
Where'd you learn to be such an impertinent little piece of work, anyway?
It was an off-the-cuff comment from the man, but Theo gave it serious thought.
If I had to guess, I'd probably blame it on my best friend. He's from the Tauride clan and just the worst kind of troublemaker, but that's also kind of his charm.
Theo reflected with a mischievous grin before giving Raddington a good look before adding to his words.
In fact, when it comes to wisecracks, he might only be second to you, old man.
Theo's comment garnered an annoyed look back, which lasted a few uncomfortable seconds until the general finally spoke up.
I'll have you know that even though I'm well into my 50s, it doesn't mean that I can't or won't kick your sorry little bum into place.
Raddington's half-hearted threat didn't bother Theo. On the contrary, he couldn't help but laugh in return. Rolling his eyes in annoyance, Raddington began to remorse out loud.
Tell me, when there are so many people in the world, why is it that our champion had to be the village idiot, riling up my men with stories of E.C.E.N, as if the others didn't have enough to worry about already?
Ignoring the insult, Theo responded more insistently to the general.
I'm serious. I wouldn't lie about that. Sure, we have not seen any E.C.E.N in these last few battles, but I've seen evidence of them near King's Height. The islands have somehow managed to tame these creatures. I know firsthand the signs of an E.C.E.N's attack, especially since I've personally fought one of those beasts before. I even have a bite mark to prove it.
Letting out an obnoxiously loud and unconvinced scoff, the general exclaimed back.
The aliens would have better luck taming the elements than they would with E.C.E.Ns. Hide like metal, they are savage creatures that prey on anyone or anything they can get their claws on. No man, nor nation, or empire for that matter, can ever hope to tame such foul beasts. And you ask me to believe you when all you have to go by is the aftermath of a fight? I'll believe your claim when I see evidence of it for myself.
Theo just shook his head, giving up on the matter for the moment. Right after this brief conversation, a soldier approached Raddington from behind, giving him a salute and exclaiming,
General, an emissary from the elves has just arrived, bringing roughly 100 guards with them. They're waiting for you back at the camp.
With Raddington's interest piqued, he responded with a bright smile.
Oh, really?
He asked with an amused chuckle.
Well now, it'd be rude to keep such guests waiting,
Raddington said, before turning his horse around to return from where he'd just come. As Raddington started returning to the camp, he soon realized that Theo was following only a few steps behind him. He was instantly annoyed again after coming to this realization.
What the? Why are you following me? Don't you have anything better to do?
Regardless of how he spoke, Theo casually answered.
I've never seen an elf before, so I was curious, and I figured it's at least something to do so I don't get bored. So I thought I might as well tag along.
Raddington was clearly unimpressed with his answer, before turning his attention back forward again.
Just try not to embarrass me by doing anything you'd normally do, will you?
It was a particularly irritating comment that Theo just had to reply to.
Don't be like that, Auric. You know me. I would never do anything to embarrass you or, by chance, cause an international incident with the Elven Kingdom.
Without even turning his head, Raddington responded, sounding somewhat teasingly and uncomfortably serious when he spoke.
Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, heck, maybe not even this week, but one day. Theo, one day.
And twiddling his finger in the air, Raddington continued.
You're going to end up with my boots lodged right up your...
Raddington didn't finish his statement, not that he needed to. The crude yet unfinished reference was all but well received, and the thought of the old man's steel-toed Sabaton being anywhere near that spot was an unpleasant thought altogether for Theo. With that vivid image to picture, Theo shook his head, awkwardly laughing to himself. Theo looked up at Raddington atop his horse as the two continued returning to their camp. For some reason, he seemed to be in deep thought, which Theo felt compelled to ask.
What are you thinking, by the way?
Taking just a moment to come out of his contemplation, the general looked at his army's champion.
It's just a thought, but I've been considering for some time that something's not right here,
he said mysteriously, his voice trailing off. If not for Theo anxiously waiting for him to continue, he likely would have stopped talking on the matter altogether. So, with a stroke of his beard, Raddington begrudgingly continued.
Well, you see, the last 3 battles we've had against Ayla were all too easy. Simply put, they're not hitting us with their main force. I've already sent out scouts in every direction and heard no word of any large army nearby. Nevertheless, I fear these are but feint attacks that are meant to keep us distracted somehow. I must be missing something,
he said in aggravation while looking forward again, holding his chin contemplatively as he wrestled with his thoughts. Having a notably more positive outlook on the situation, Theo responded.
You're probably just overthinking it. It's hard to imagine the Alans willingly accepting so many defeats.
Though he didn't refute it, Theo could tell his comment didn't seem to help dissuade Raddington's worry in the slightest while they made their way back to camp. When the two arrived back at their encampment, they immediately noticed their guests. Under a hastily constructed tent, 2 elves have been waiting, albeit impatiently, besides their strange enlarged deer-like creatures with saddles atop them. The animals were called Janyu, Theo had recalled, which were one of many things Charisse excitedly shared with him after combing through the Order's books. But it mattered little now. The 2 elves' personal guards were a little way behind them. Nearly 100 elves, just like the soldier had previously reported. It was obvious that the 2 who had arrived were of some special significance to require so many defenders. One of the elves in question was a woman, A prime example of the elves' supposed beauty, Theo thought. Wearing a long, delicate white dress, she also had strange golden jewelry that clung to her skin and face. It looked almost attached to her skin with how seamlessly it weaved itself into what appeared to be an intricate golden tattoo design. Strangely enough, the elvish patterns of gold had somehow exemplified her graceful outward appearance. The second elf, however, was a man that stood at the ready alongside his female counterpart. Although at first glance, it might have seemed that he may have also been a bodyguard to the she-elf, his armor and unspoken air of superiority seemed far too above that station. Beaming with confidence, he looked perfect for the role if he was a leader or commander. After seeing the elves, Theo begrudgingly admitted to himself that elves were undoubtedly more than your average human. It didn't seem fair, given their ridiculous expected life expectancy and ability to use magic. However, Theo had heard that elves didn't know how to enjoy themselves anyway, so there was that. And though they wouldn't see it as a problem, they apparently had a superiority complex regarding other races. Though Theo would rather judge them individually, their unfriendly faces seemed to all but confirm that last point. Not being one to wait, Raddington approached them with Theo shortly behind before dismounting to properly greet his guests.
When I heard an elven emissary had arrived, I certainly didn't expect someone as illustrious as you, Almahil. What business does an elven princess have here, I wonder?
The rough man said to the she-elf in an overly welcoming tone, which didn't suit him. The general's rather radical change in demeanor just made Theo all the more curious about their guests. And after that greeting, there certainly must have been history between the two of them. Once Raddington had spoken with an impatient look, Almahil responded.
Do you normally keep your guests waiting this long?
Raddington looked away from Almahil to pat his horse. Still, Theo could see he was just trying to conceal his annoyance. Now that was more like him, Theo thought. In truth, Theo was almost relieved to see that the hardened man was only putting on an act. It made the general's treatment of him all the more acceptable in comparison. Getting over his quick frustration, Raddington turned back to his guests.
I'm sorry to have kept your highness waiting.
Lacking any sense of proper etiquette, Theo wouldn't have any of that. He interrupted the conversation to reply to Almahil's obnoxious remark.
Sorry to keep you waiting, but you know how it is. We were only fighting for our lives in a battle against E.C.E.N forces. I'm sure if we knew you were coming, we would have tried a little harder to win the battle a bit faster so as not to keep you waiting. My sincerest apologies.
Theo mocked with a somewhat grandiose yet taunting bow. It was a hefty dose of sarcasm that the elves instantly took offense to. Notably, the elf in armor glared daggers at Theo. And just like that, in a matter of seconds, Theo didn't like them. It must be some sort of record, he thought. Appalled, Raddington looked directly back at Theo, giving him the kind of look as if he wanted to pummel him. But Theo could see that look in his eye. At the same time as his non-verbal threats, Raddington appeared slightly conflicted, since he was probably in complete agreement with him. Although Theo had to admit, Raddington would be the kind of man to be upset for his subordinate speaking out of turn. In any case, Raddington then turned his attention back to a very unamused Almahil, speaking with a forced smile.
I almost forgot. I haven't introduced our champion here. Theo's been with us for nearly a month now. Impertinent though he may be, never have I seen a greater fighter in all my life, but he still has much to learn in regards to manners.
Theo got the hint, reluctantly raising his hand in acknowledgement that he'll behave himself. Even though that matter seemed settled, Almahil still gave the two of them an irritated expression. There was an unashamed condescension in her tone when she spoke.
For hundreds of years I've been watching over you humans. I've seen it for myself. For one reason or another, your kind will always have an excuse to be in a perpetual war. Conflict, it seems, is in your very nature.
She finished saying with a distinct sadness, as if it were spoken from experience. Quickly regaining her dignified composure, Almahil continued.
But I digress. The E.C.E.N's advance hasn't gone unnoticed by those in the Elven realm. As such, I have been tasked by my king to analyze the war, but do not get your hopes up. My father has made it very clear to me. He has no intention of being dragged into yet another one of your wars.
Confused at her claim and partly irritated, Raddington dropped his facade outright as he started asking demandingly of her.
Well, what is it then? What are you even trying to achieve here? Why even bother coming at all?
Theo was genuinely surprised by Raddington's reversal in his approach. By the tone of Raddington's voice, it obviously didn't take long before he forgot the so-called precious decorum he'd recently spoken of. Not that Theo minded, given the rudeness of their guests. Theo's personal feelings aside, Raddington's disgruntled complaints quickly annoyed the elven princess, but it had particularly agitated her companion. Walking forward to confront the human general, the armored elf beside Almahil spoke.
How dare you speak to Her Highness as such? Have you yet to grasp what she's done for your kind? It'd be bad enough for someone in the kingdom to show such disrespect, let alone a human.
Almahil reached her hand out to impede the other elf from walking any further.
Calm yourself, Adolin.
She instructed.
Nothing good can come from us showing one another such lack of regard.
Her words helped Adolin temper his anger. Stepping back, he diligently became stone-faced, saying nothing. Even though she stressed that her companion restrained himself, Almahil needed a moment before continuing to speak. Trying to remain dignified, she spoke to Raddington.
Ulrich, I know you're disappointed, but did you forget with whom you speak?
It seemed at first to be just another arrogant comment from the elf. Still, as Theo observed the two, he noticed it seemed rather personal. They didn't just know each other. There must have been far more to it than that, he thought. It was like an older relative reprimanding a family member. Still, the idea of it seemed odd given the fact she looked years younger than Raddington himself. The elves were far from aging in appearance compared to the actual time they spent on Aya. That, Theo thought, was bound to cause some confusion. Refocusing his attention, Theo started paying attention to Almahil's speech again.
My father and our kingdom may have grown weary of your people's plight over the ages, but that does not mean that their opinion is shared by all of my kind. That is why I'm here. I have seen you humans repeat the same mistakes over the centuries, and against my better judgment, I still find it within myself to care what befalls your kind. For all the bad, there is some good. For all the mistakes you humans make, there are still those who seek to make things right.
With her personal reasons aside, Almahil continued speaking with conviction.
That is why I intend to make an account of the atrocities of this war. All of these depend on what Ayala may and will likely do. If I can provide enough evidence of their barbarity, I believe my father may yet see fit to intervene as he's done before.
After a drawn-out pause, it seemed that Almahil was done speaking, but something appeared to have weighed greatly on her mind. Almahil's voice was silent and foreboding.
However, I must admit that the Alans are not all that concern me. For some time now, I, along with a handful of others within my kingdom, have felt a greater threat is at work here. I sense a lingering evil hidden even beyond my sight. I fear it's been using this war as a means to an end. I trust you understand what I speak of.
She warned mysteriously. Without another word, Almahil started to head directly for an elven tent, leaving the others to ponder what she shared. As she left, Theo felt unnerved that someone else would confirm his suspicions and share his dread. With so much to worry about concerning the war alone, it seemed rather daunting to consider another more significant threat was present. Likely noticing Theo's slightly shaken state, Adolin spoke.
So, you know of what my lady speaks. It would appear that you know far more than one might expect, don't you?
He asked before pausing slightly.
Tell me, does even the mere mention of it send you quivering like a child? Is this really the courage we should come to expect from a champion of your alliance?
Upon those words, Theo shook off any lingering fear he may have shown, smiling when he answered.
Do I look worried to you?
Theo asked sincerely, in high hopes, but the elf seemed to see right through him as he eyed him down for only a second before responding.
Yes.
Adolin said simply with a stoic expression before also taking his leave. Grinning, Theo thought it was slightly funny how the elf acted, but he couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. It looked like he wasn't making any friends today, he considered. When out of hearing distance with the elves, Theo spoke with Raddington.
Don't get me wrong, I appreciate they're here to help and everything, but I would have never thought elves were so full of themselves. They really do live up to the stories I heard when I was younger.
Kid, you have no idea,
Raddington admitted with a flat expression.
In all my years, I've always thought that Almahil was one of the more reasonable ones I've ever met.
It was a particularly shocking comment, which had Theo nearly gasping in disbelief.
Wow, sounds like they're a real pleasure to have around.
The general just shrugged before replying.
Be nice,
Raddington reminded.
As long as she's here to help, I don't really care how the princess acts one way or the other, and you may have already noticed, but the other elf with her wasn't just some ordinary bodyguard. Adolin's a commander of the elven army. Light knows how Al-Mahil managed to convince him to tag along, but while they're with us, I'll need you to not provoke them. I don't want anything hindering our potential chance of receiving aid from the Elven realm. By the light, I have a feeling we'll need it.
Theo let out a small sigh. He certainly wasn't thrilled with the idea of being welcoming to such pompous people. But given the circumstances, Theo decided he should behave himself. Chapter 45. The Final Trial. Far away to the northwest of Theo, back in the Order's courtyard, Cherise came upon Obi loading up a cart. For one reason or another, from which Cherise didn't quite understand, he seemed particularly annoyed. Noticing his frustration, she decided to check up on him.
Something the matter, Uncle?
She sincerely asked. Just noticing her, Obi looked back with a faintly disgruntled expression.
Still going on strong with that uncle thing, huh?
He responded irritably.
Yeah.
She smiled, chuckling uncomfortably. Obi looked perturbed. Something or someone clearly had upset him. Seeing him now, Cherise didn't want to add herself to the list. Obi rubbed his head contemplatively, as if silently regretting his tone with her. He softened his expression.
Look, it's not you, Cherise. I just don't know what's gotten into the old man's head. He told me just a week ago that I'd be the one gathering the supplies for the coming month. In case you have forgotten, I'll have you know, this task isn't mine alone. It's normally split between me and a few others here in the Order. I wasn't scheduled to do my own supply run for another 3 whole months. Really now, for being all about tradition and keeping everything orderly, I'm surprised Keller would make it my duty 2 times in a row. He's probably punishing me for something.
Obi grumbled, before adding in a few colorful words Cherise didn't need to hear.
Wasn't that around the same time when Theo left? I wonder if Keller is disciplining Obi for that.
Cherise grimaced at the thought.
Those two bring Uncle so much trouble. I'm sure he's already come to that conclusion too. I'll have to help make it up to him someday.
She considered, looking at the ground in shame. Obi hummed inquisitively, getting Cherise's attention again.
Why do you look so down? Look, if you're going to be like that, it's going to make what I have to say a lot harder.
Now that piqued her interest.
Well, now that doesn't sound good.
She admitted with a smile, trying to sound and appear cheerful before asking her real question.
So is there something I should know?
Obi looked away before letting out a long sigh.
I don't like being the bearer of bad news, but I probably should have told you earlier this morning. Last night, Keller informed me that you'd be accompanying me on this supply run. And in case you're wondering, it was more an order than a suggestion.
He said before kicking the side of his cart.
We'd normally have 3 months' notice, but it didn't matter what I said. The old fart was surprisingly adamant about his decision. Geez, I have no idea what's gotten into him.
Oh, come now, it's not that bad.
Cherise tried to encourage, secretly suspecting her disappointment in the outcome had somehow sneaked out through her voice. With the sudden news, anyone would probably be surprised, she'd imagined, and Cherise was certainly no exception.
Well, it looks like I'll be getting a head start on making up for the trouble the others have caused Obi. I wouldn't have minded a little bit longer of a warning, though.
Another matter came to her mind that needed clarification.
Come to think of it, isn't it normally a week's journey round trip to Merchant's Pass and back? I haven't had time to prepare.
Obi shrugged before giving a grumbled response.
Given the weather conditions, that's about right. I seriously have no idea what Keller was thinking.
He said while partially grunting as he forcefully strapped boxes to the cart.
If we keep ourselves entertained, I'm sure it'll fly by.
She reassured. Obi smiled at that remark, chuckling at her persistence on the matter. And before Cherise was about to leave to make her own preparation, she wanted to address one final thing.
Before we go, Uncle, I need to tell Ira that that we're leaving.
Obi replied almost with a guttural chuckle and an amused grin.
Sure, Cherise, just don't be too long.
Cherise made an affirming noise in reply. However, her mission to find Ira was a short-lived one. When Cherise turned around, she saw Ira was already walking straight towards her, casually smiling and waving. Ira had gone back to wearing the Order's attire properly. Cherise appreciated the thought, but she also imagined it would take a lot more than that from him until his relations with the others were smoothed over. But given what Cherise had seen, Ira was honestly trying. He'd taken on extra duties and avoided confrontations with an alarming number of those here. At a bare minimum, it required avoiding Oland like the plague. Cherise had even heard that Ira had gone so far as to apologize for his actions. It may not have sounded like much, but for Ira and his stubborn pride, it was far more than Cherise expected. While Ira was approaching, Cherise spoke aloud.
Oh, Ira, I was just about to go looking for you.
Seeing she had his full attention, Charisse continued.
Keller told Obi that he wanted both of us to gather the supplies for the order. I'm sorry to tell you this so suddenly, but I only just found out myself.
Charisse imagined that her voice or expression may have revealed a similar disappointment. And seeing him now, Charisse certainly wasn't surprised that the news bothered Ira too.
Wait, are you sure? The old man's not really one for being spontaneous.
I think so,
she said, looking back to Obi, who gave a stern and firm nod in affirmation.
Well, there you have it,
Charisse added, finding Obi's unspoken answer somewhat funny. When she turned back to Ira, Charisse saw that he was trying to hide his dissatisfaction. Putting on a reassuring smile, he spoke in high spirits.
It's going to be boring here without you, but I'm sure it won't feel that long. You'll be back in no time.
She couldn't help but frown. Charisse wanted to complain and whine, but what good would that do? But she hadn't given up just yet, though. After further consideration, there was still a chance of salvaging the situation.
Perhaps you can ask Keller if you can tag along.
Ira laughed lightheartedly at the suggestion.
Hopeful as ever,
he noted with a smile.
Still, it's unlikely the old man would change his mind, but it's worth trying.
Finding herself in agreement, Charisse sighed. It was likely her sullen response that compelled Ira's reaction.
How's this?
He proposed with a knowing smile.
When you come back, I'll have a surprise for you. So that way you'll have something to look forward to while you're gone.
Charisse's expression lit up as she bombarded him with questions.
Really? What is it? How long have you been planning something like this?
She asked with an anxious smile, hardly able to control her excitement.
The first thing Ira thinks about after hearing the news is to do something for me. Behind that tough guy act he puts on, he can be so thoughtful.
Seeing how giddy she was, Ira couldn't help but find some amusement in it.
If I told you all that, it wouldn't be much of a surprise now, would it?
He noted playfully. Though he avoided her questions, Charisse was too happy with Ira's unexpected gesture to have really cared. However, as Ira spoke, she noticed around 10 men of the Order behind him. For some unknown reason, those men were purposefully walking straight toward them.
Oh no. What exactly are they planning on doing?
With a hint of fear, Charisse anxiously looked on at the men of the Order. Her prolonged stare convinced Ira to also turn his attention back to them. But even if Ira looked, Charisse knew he couldn't hope to find what had unnerved her. But without her gift, he never really stood a chance. Among the 10 men was Oland. His hand had never quite been the same since the incident. Surprisingly, however, Oland being among them was the least of Charisse's worries. She saw it all too clearly. All 10 men were accompanied by the dark fiends, lingering at their backs. Strange, she thought. Their expressions didn't seem to reflect the anger and hostility she's seen accompanied by their presence before. However, the hatred and malice Charisse had always associated with their company was more than enough reason to justify her nervousness. Coming close enough to comfortably speak, the 10 stopped. Hemet, a very dutiful follower of the Order's rules as ever, and the eldest among them, was still approaching closer to talk.
Iranagi Ishida, Keller has finally decided to continue your trials,
the man claimed, explaining their presence to lighten the mood.
Today we'll begin your final test. If you should succeed, you will have officially joined our ranks.
The man's proclamation made sense. Charisse knew that. On occasion, it wasn't odd for Keller to have Hemet take his place on official business. Still, it was rare. Whatever the case may be, after his explanation, Ira's tension was relieved.
Really?
Ira asked, pleasantly surprised.
What does Keller have in mind?
Seeing that Ira corrected himself mid-sentence, Hemet didn't take much of an issue with the insubordination before responding.
Because we had recently heard reports of a dragon's attack, Keller has decided today would be an appropriate time to start your last trial. Word is that the dragon has been eating the livestock of a small village just 3 days northeast of here. We're going to kill it.
Dragon, huh?
Ira asked, grinning with anticipation, persuading Hemet to further explain himself.
You heard right. Now, normally we in the Order wouldn't meddle with external affairs, but Keller's decided to make an exception this once. You see, the monster's hunting grounds are simply far too close to our temple grounds to go ignored. And from what he told me, the timing of the reported dragon attacks fit in quite well with when he was deciding you'd begin your final test. That's why I'm here. If you want to know more, you'd have to ask him yourself.
Charisse could see that Ira's interest was clearly piqued. His ears seemed to perk up immediately at the mention of defeating such a grand creature as a dragon. But still, the whole situation unnerved her.
In all our years here, we haven't heard of any dragon attacks, and it happens now of all times? They must be up to something.
Eavesdropping on their chat, Obi had heard everything.
Now wait for just a second here.
Obi loudly protested.
Ira's going to be doing his last trial while Charisse and I are gone? And what's this about a dragon? Are you trying to get Ira killed before he can even become a member or something?
That accusation immediately irritated Hemet.
How would you have it then? Would you prefer it if Iranagi were to be granted a place among us only to later meet his demise battling a dragon the following day, as you mentioned? A dragon's attack wasn't exactly planned, and nothing can be done about you having overlapping tasks. We just got word of the winged serpent this morning, so there's no point grumbling about it. But does that even matter? I'm sure you've already noticed. It's not like Keller was going to delay Iranagi's trial forever.
Hemet said, shrugging. Likely finding the whole situation frustrating, Obi grumbled and cursed under his breath. After Obi stopped, Hemet continued explaining himself.
Look, recent events just sped things up a bit. But I won't deny the fact that this last trial will likely prove difficult even in a group of our size. After all, a dragon is not a foe to be taken lightly. So Iranagi, we'll depart immediately once you gather the necessary supplies.
Finally a dragon,
Ira exclaimed in excitement.
I was hoping I'd have the chance to fight one, and here I was, beginning to get worried that I was going to be bored.
But before he could continue, Charisse anxiously grabbed his arm to speak to him under a hushed breath.
Ira, I need to tell you something. Privately.
She said with an unusual seriousness in her eyes, which Ira immediately picked up on. Briefly turning back to the 10, Ira held out his hand.
Just give me a minute,
he said before walking Charisse aside, making sure they were out of earshot distance from the others. By the look on his face, Charisse could tell that Ira's curiosity was killing him. That was good, she thought. He desperately needed to hear her.
Charisse, what's the matter? You look worried.
She didn't leave him in suspense for long.
Something's not right.
Charisse began explaining with a glance at the 10 men for Ira to take notice before continuing to speak in worry.
Something's very wrong here. I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't trust them. Ira, I think they're lying.
Still out of their hearing distance, as soon as Charisse had given this warning, all of the 10 living shadowy fiends instantly and violently jerked their heads in her direction as they began staring her down with vile hatred. Except for her own fiend on that one occasion, it had not been until this very moment that Charisse had ever seen the shadowy figures acknowledge another person's presence before. They had always acted more predictably like a force of nature, acting as they would be based on their surroundings. But there was no denying that the timing was far too perfect to have simply been a mere coincidence. Charisse had seen their kind more than enough to know this wasn't normal. There was now a clear and undeniable sentient nature to this threat she'd never seen before. Her words had angered them, which means they knew and fully comprehended that Charisse was a threat.
They're looking at me. They heard what I said. I was right. Something terrible is going to happen.
Caught in emotionless fright, Charisse anxiously gazed on at the fiends. She was so caught up in the moment that she hardly noticed Ira looking back to the men to make sense of her actions. After a few seconds, he gave up on finding anything before turning back to her.
Look, Charisse, I don't know what's gotten into you, but I don't see any reason why they'd come all the way here and lie. If Keller had really intended to get rid of me by now, he could have just kicked me out of the order himself. And if it's because you're worried about the dragon, remember that it's me that we're talking about here. You know I can handle myself. I'll be fine.
Ira's reassurance had little effect as she looked back at him to exclaim louder.
It's not that!
Charisse protested before silencing herself.
There's something wrong here. Don't you see that? I don't know what it is, but they're up to no good, and I think the darkness is involved.
Ira winced at the mention of the beast of legend. Charisse was worried about that reaction, but she wouldn't allow herself to stop now.
Ira, listen,
she said firmly, not allowing her words to be taken as anything less than serious.
As soon as your next trials begin, they want Obi and me gone, and their excuse is a dragon's attack. Don't you see? There are just too many coincidences. It doesn't add up.
Charisse hoped that the seriousness in her eyes, tone and claim would make Ira acknowledge the importance of her concerns. It seemed to, but at the same time, Ira also still appeared confounded by all her worrying. Charisse couldn't help but think that perhaps the mention of the darkness was the reason. Whatever the case may be, Ira changed his demeanor to that of a more sympathetic one when he spoke further.
The darkness, Charisse.
He began to say, but it sounded more like a question.
I don't understand what you're trying to say. Tell me, what do you think is going to happen?
Frantically, Charisse's mind raced.
What do I say? What can I say? Should I finally tell Ira that I've been able to see dark creatures since I was a child, that they're attached to people in their darkest moments, and that I'm the only one who can look upon them?
Her lips quivered at the thought of it.
Although I had only hinted at it earlier with Theo around, it's no surprise I've kept this hidden for so long. Even now, when just thinking about it, it still comes across as sounding crazy.
A multitude of scenarios raced across Cherise's mind, none of them sounding all too convincing. She was at a loss, and though it pained her, Cherise didn't know how quite to answer Ira's question. Nevertheless, she needed to say something. Looking back at Ira with concern, Cherise spoke with the utmost seriousness.
I can't say for certain what will happen, but can't you see this is suspicious, that something's not right here? Ira, I fear for your safety. And I'm not so sure it's the dragon you have to be worrying about,
she said, shifting her eyes to the 10 again, making her point all too clear. Even though it was a more direct warning, it was nevertheless a repeated one deserving attention. Or at least that's how Cherise hoped it would be received. But at the moment, it was the best she could think of. Nevertheless, she could see Ira was unconvinced. Still, Ira grabbed Cherise by the shoulders to ease her concerns and leaned toward her to speak reassuringly.
You worry too much. Keller's the one who's sending me on this trial. Keller, he's by far the grumpiest old fart I've ever known, but you know he's always been sympathetic to us. So how's this sound? Before I leave, I'll make sure to verify this trial was really by his order, okay?
The plan had helped ease Cherise's worry, if only a little, as Ira continued speaking.
Besides, with this being the last trial, the others would know better than to pick a fight with me now,
he said with the utmost sincerity. As they were talking, the 10 were increasingly growing more impatient. Oland in particular yelled out among them.
How long do you intend to make us wait?
He asked almost demandingly to Ira's annoyance. To Ira's credit, Cherise saw him bite his tongue at Oland's provocation as he hid his irritation from the others. Ira turned slightly to walk towards the impatient group, but before leaving Cherise, he wanted to offer some parting words.
You always worry too much, Cherise. By this time next week, you'll be coming back home to see me as a full-fledged member of the Order,
he reassured with a comforting smile. As Ira appeared just about ready to leave, Cherise grabbed a hold of his arm. Leaning forward on him, Cherise held onto him longingly.
Don't go. Don't leave,
she requested silently. At first, Ira looked conflicted. As a show of his returned love for her, he grabbed Cherise by her waist, pulling her slightly closer to him. With Cherise in his arms, Ira kissed her forehead, and she returned his romantic gesture by clinging to him more dearly. Pleasantly surprised at how well his feelings were accepted, Ira abruptly pulled back and spoke with an accomplished smile.
I can get used to this,
he said with a playful grin before noticing Cherise still carried a worried expression. After seeing Cherise's face, Ira reached around her, firmly hugging her tightly. He leaned over her shoulder to whisper into her ear, speaking softly.
I'll be all right. I'll come back to you, I promise. Believe in me.
As Ira let go of her, Cherise responded with a forced yet hopeful smile.
I will,
she said with adoring eyes to hide her lingering fear. Before taking his leave, with an affectionate gentleness, Ira gave her one last comforting touch on the shoulder before leaving and following shortly after the 10. Chapter 46, Resilience. Back at the Free Peoples of the West encampment, Theo decided to pay Raddington a visit in his war tent. He wasn't really allowed or wanted, but that didn't stop him. Once inside, Theo couldn't help but notice that the hardened general was alone and unexpectedly in distress, while sitting and panning over a map laid out before him atop his table. As Theo approached Raddington, he could see that something was terribly wrong. Whether it was a good idea or not, Theo decided how to approach him.
What are you worrying about this time?
He said casually, hoping to lighten the mood, but Raddington was slow to answer, his mind still somewhat distracted with other thoughts before he responded in nervous agitation.
I have yet to hear news from our southern flank. It was due to deliver a report over a week ago. What's the matter with them?
It sounded serious, and Theo wanted to know more.
Do you have any idea why the reports would stop?
In response to the question, Raddington slammed the table with his hands while yelling,
I have no idea. Their combined forces are led by several generals of the Alliance of the West, including the head of our armies. Among the Southern Forces ranks include some entire nations' standing armies. Their forces are 200,000 soldiers strong. It comprises the bulk of the entire Alliance's military might. There shouldn't be any reason for the delayed communications, and that's not even mentioning the fact our scouts would be delivering the reports between our armies by only passing through friendly territory. There's no rational purpose as to why they would have ceased making contact. It makes no sense.
Seeming to have temporarily had his fill of venting, Raddington let out a heavy breath before turning to face Theo.
After they were 2 days late on the report, I sent out some scouts to assess the situation. Based on when they left, I expect one of my men should be returning any time now.
Just after he finished saying this, Al-Mahil and Adolin invited themselves inside his tent. After seeing the condition of the human general, Al-Mahil was the first of the elves to speak up. Theo wished she hadn't because Al-Mahil was rather brash when she did.
What has you so flustered this time?
Not unexpectedly, the remark couldn't have been received worse. It seemed quite a short-sighted comment, especially from an elf who acted so all-knowing, Theo thought. With enough issues to stress him enough already, Raddington was plainly not going to have any of her condescending lectures right now. Practically jumping to his feet, Raddington replied sharply to the elf's question.
Perhaps the great elves would care to share some of their unending wisdom on the present situation. If so, how about you enlighten me as to why we've lost communications with our southern flank?
After hearing his challenging grievance, oddly enough, Al-Mahil surprisingly didn't get upset with the general's tone. Instead, the elven princess took a moment before she answered Raddington sincerely, yet consolingly.
Auric, you ask me knowing as well as I do.
She gave an unsettling pause, one which made Raddington shudder before continuing.
There can be but one reason they've ceased contact.
Her words seemed to be taken as well as a punch in the gut as Raddington's expression sunk. As if denying a truth after only a second had passed, Raddington slammed the table. Theo could see it in the man's reactions. Al-Mahil repeated his innermost fears, yet she was so unnervingly confident when she said it. Theo perceived there was more to this elf than meets the eye. As if trying to convince himself, Raddington defiantly yelled back.
Spare me your speculations without knowledge, Al-Mahil. There's no way. Their men make up over 2/3 of the entire forces of the nations of the West. They can't have been eradicated without so much as word spreading. It's impossible.
Al-Mahil still seemed genuinely sympathetic, but her attention seemed drawn to something else. Peculiarly, the elf's eyes were fixated past Raddington. It was as if she were staring at something beyond the linen tarp. Theo looked in the same direction. It wasn't as if the fine thread itself was partially see-through. Unsurprisingly, it was made with a quality suitable for a general's use. One might have just as much luck attempting to see through a random rock as they would seeing through this fabric. But in that case, at least some stones were crystals. So it perplexed Theo as he looked on curiously at the princess. Whatever she saw, it wasn't possible to see by sight alone. Her eyes still on the linen, Al-Mahil seemed to explain her actions.
A man wearing your seal is approaching your encampment now. He brings with him word of what took place in the south. If you do not believe me, then perhaps you'll believe him instead.
Theo was stunned by the elf's display after seeing she would say something like that with such certainty. Curious, Theo walked outside to inspect her claims for himself. Perhaps Al-Mahil had somehow seen a scout approaching before entering the tent, he considered. But that thought shortly later proved unlikely. Once he was in the relative open outside the tent, he couldn't see anyone in sight approaching, and there was simply no way Al-Mahil was within hearing distance of the supposed stranger she'd spoken of. At that moment, it now all seemed like nonsense to Theo when he returned to the tent. While the general and Al-Mahil continued to discuss, or as Theo would call it, argue, an hour passed until a scout on horseback finally entered the Alliance's encampment. Upon his approach just outside their tent, Theo and the others inside heard the scout yelling out,
"General Raddington, I bring news from the south."
The words immediately had Raddington's full attention, but as the general stood to meet his man, the scout hastily dismounted from his horse before running inside to issue his report. Raddington didn't need to say it, but the general's anxiousness got the best of him as he exclaimed an order to his subordinate.
"Out with it, man. What news do you bring?"
The scout knelt down, speaking to Raddington in a troubled and lowered voice.
"Grave news, General. I would not have believed it without seeing it with my own eyes. The southern forces, they've been eradicated. I could find no survivors."
Still, the scout had more to say as the heavy news sank in.
"The E.C.E.N army the southern forces had held at bay are no longer pressing their advance further westward. I had also confirmed with my own eyes they were heading north. They're making their way here, General. They still number roughly 300,000 men and are likely to arrive here within 3 days' time.
Distraught, the news hit Raddington like a ton of bricks as he fell backward onto his chair, nearly hitting it so hard he almost made it tip over. After hearing the report, his face turned bleak as the general spoke bitterly.
This is the end. Outnumbered 3-1 and soon to be surrounded. That's the hand we've been dealt? Is this some kind of sick joke?
The news was heavy, and no one spoke up immediately after the general had his word. But trying to find another perspective on the situation, Theo spoke.
I'm surprised they're not heading west. We wouldn't have been able to defend the people in time if they had. At least now we still have a fighting chance to...
Cutting him off, Raddington snapped back.
Don't be an idiot. Don't you see? They can do as they damn well please once our last standing army is destroyed. If our forces here are eliminated, there'll be nothing left to stop them. That's why they're not holding back. They know we're not strong enough to face them head on. With no other human army left in their path, no one would be willing to stop their advance if our forces here are defeated.
He said with a piercing glare at the elves, practically daring them to challenge his claim. Even with the rather blatant, albeit true accusation hurled towards their kind, Almahil and Adolin seemed unoffended. The two of them appeared to be the only ones present who weren't surprised in the slightest by the situation, almost as if they expected everything would eventually play out as it has. Appearing to know more than she should, Almahil pressed the scout for more.
Isn't there any more information you have to report?
The scout flinched in surprise before diligently responding.
Yes. I only saw them briefly from a distance, but there's no mistaking it. Leading their southern armies themselves was none other than the Elan's chosen and their emperor.
Raddington laughed bitterly at that new bit of information before explaining himself.
They're so confident of their success, are they? That they'd personally come themselves to lead their campaign of conquest,
he said before taking a deep breath. Once regaining his composure, the general pointed at his scout, speaking sharply.
You will tell no one of this.
Acknowledging his orders, the scout promptly saluted Raddington before leaving. As Raddington was still weighing the heavy news, he looked down before speaking again.
The Alayans still have 300,000 men. Do you know what that means?
He asked everyone nearby. Theo believed he was the only one there uncertain among the four, as Raddington explained.
It means their southern forces managed to completely wipe out our own of 200,000, and they only lost 50,000 soldiers doing so.
Massaging his forehead, as if weighing the situation further in his mind, Raddington spoke further.
How could this have happened? It must have been a massacre, and those same forces which so easily annihilated our main army are coming here. The Alayans' northern flank already has 100,000 men. When their armies unite, it will be our force of 130,000 men against 400,000.
The general didn't allow himself to sulk on the matter further, as he considered the entire situation. It didn't take him very long before he spoke again in a noticeably calmer demeanor.
I now find myself believing the earlier reports. The majority of the magic wielders in the Alayan army must be in their southern forces. It's the only explanation for achieving such a decisive victory.
As Raddington was speaking, the princess's temperament was visually souring.
Only we elves can use magic as we are servants of the light. It is nothing more than human arrogance to think otherwise. No other race is capable of mastering the magic arts.
Amazed that this would even be up for debate, Theo nearly scoffed when he exclaimed back.
You must be joking. Is there another way they could have obtained magic? I can't say, but I can tell you that I had first seen the Alayans' magic over 10 years ago. 10 years! And if that wasn't enough, I have personally fought off against more than 100 of their magic wielders myself. I have scars to prove it. How is this even in question?
Theo's words at first meant nothing to the she-elf, who looked at him with contempt, but it changed. As Almahil gazed further at Theo, her hardened expression softened to a puzzling uncertainty. Almahil almost stuttered before speaking again.
I've seen enough humans to know when they're lying to me, and yet it seems that you believe you are speaking truthfully.
Maybe to convince herself, the elf continued to speak aloud.
Perhaps there is some hint of truth to what you've said after all.
The princess's reaction of even possibly conceding the notion was nothing short of astonishing to her elven counterpart. Refusing to just simply stand there and listen, Adolin stepped forward and loudly intervened.
My princess, you know how their kind is ruled by their emotions and desires. He may mean well, but I fail to understand why you hold value on any slanted opinion this human has.
Theo glared back at the elven commander, It was a gut-level reaction that Theo would take back if he could. The atmosphere abruptly became tense as Adolin stared back contemptuously at the human champion. Still, the elven commander tempered his emotions enough to do anything further. Seizing the opportunity after Almahil's possible earlier concession, Raddington proclaimed aloud,
"See, since the Elans are using magic, then this threat is no longer ours alone. Ask your father to send reinforcements."
After he said this, the princess regained her composure before replying in a monotone voice.
"And I will be the one to verify these claims with my own eyes. If they are true, I will send you the aid you desperately seek."
Leaving the matter to rest, she turned to leave. Before giving her a chance to leave the tent, in a panic, Raddington exclaimed back,
"How can you verify these claims if not for the heat of the battle that is to come? When we have to fight, the Elan forces combined might, by then, it will have been too late."
His words fell on deaf ears, as Almahil didn't stop even for a moment while she walked off. However, Adolin stayed.
"Since the dawn of the 7th day, over the age of numerous human generations I've roamed this world. Both the princess and I have seen the Elan's barbarity firsthand. If they are truly wielding magic as you have claimed, then they're a threat my kin will not tolerate. You have my word,"
Adolin said before eyeing down Theo as if trying to read the very contents of his soul, judging the quality of the supposed champion of the West. Though Theo didn't have a clue, something intrigued the elf, and his next words didn't offer much of an explanation either.
You've seen, haven't you?"
Come again?
Theo asked, entirely at a loss. However, the question was ignored as Adolin continued on.
"I'm curious as to what one, such as yourself, thinks they can do to stand against such overwhelming odds. By your own claims, they not only have superior numbers, but they also wield magic. If that is true, what chance do any of you possibly have?"
He said sternly, particularly towards Theo. It was a taunt he gladly responded to.
"You'll be surprised."
Adolin was strangely silent for a moment before speaking further.
"Come, show me what you humans are capable of. If it comes to pass, I wish to see for myself the quality of your best fighter should my brethren be fighting alongside you. I only hope you're not too much of a burden."
Having no intention of obliging the elf's request after Raddington's warning, Theo just gave a nervous smile in return. However, his intentions were quickly undone by Raddington himself.
"As if I didn't have enough problems already. Go on, Theo. Make him acquainted with the dirt, but do so far away from my tent. At least that way, I'll be momentarily rid of your stupidity,"
the general said as insultingly as he could manage, shooing them away. After that annoying request, Theo had other ideas.
Or we could try and get past our differences by talking things out. You know, like reasonable people?
Theo nervously suggested, but the others were certainly in no mood for such antics, especially Adolin.
"So this is the best fighter you have? A coward?"
The elf mocked as he glanced toward the human general. Raddington glared back an unspoken order, practically demanding that Theo put the proud elf in his place. Audibly sighing, Theo understood the not-so-subtle hint loud and clear. Gesturing the elf towards the tent's exit, Theo led the way, muttering to himself,
"Why's everything always got to be so difficult?"
Through Adolin's insistence, the two made their way to the edge of the encampment near the Elven Guard. Likely getting a feel for what was about to happen, some of the soldiers of the West tagged along. Princess Almahil left her rather luxurious tent to inspect the commotion just outside. The sight of the Elven commander leading the young human champion immediately irritated Almahil, but she wasn't exactly caught off guard by it either.
"What is it you two think you're both doing?"
she demanded, looking towards the Elven commander.
"It's quite simple, Princess,"
Adolin answered proudly.
"If we should fight together, I wanted to see if these humans would be of any aid to us in the thick of battle. And what better way to test their skills than a mock duel with their finest?"
With everyone's suspicions confirmed, one could almost feel the excitement in the air, from the elves in the guard to the men of the West who anxiously looked on. On the other hand, Theo and the princess had their reasons for disliking the idea. Almahil looked at Theo curiously.
"Are you sure you wish to challenge Adolin? He's quite skilled, you know. I know him to be one of our finest warriors, perhaps even our greatest behind wire and fail,"
she warned, likely seeing his reluctance. Taking her words as an opportunity, Theo shrugged as he spoke half-heartedly.
Works for me.
He gladly replied before turning around and starting to walk off. In response to Theo trying to leave, the elven guards started murmuring amongst themselves. Even his own men were practically booing the decision. Theo didn't really care too much about their grumblings, though, one way or another, until he heard Adelin's last words.
So, this is what we should come to expect? Will your army also flee at the sight of those from the east? It's no wonder why the Eilons make sport of your people and land.
Theo stopped in his tracks, clenching his fist before turning back. The others in the alliance who were watching instantly cheered his reaction. When he started to look back at the elf, Theo basically laughed off his serious yet irritated expression after realizing Adelin's harsh yet clever ploy had worked on him. With a spirited attitude, Theo spoke.
If you really want to fight so much, you should get yourself a weapon,
he proclaimed, earning the renewed cheers of those around him. Almahil seemed annoyed.
Fine, do what you will, but remember, I warned you,
she said in an exasperated voice, confident of the fight's outcome before it began. Gesturing to one of her guards, she continued to speak in a defeated tone.
Bring the commander a suitable weapon.
With that rather uninspired proclamation, nearly all the men and elves yelled in excitement. The exhilaration from the surrounding crowds was contagious, almost even getting Theo looking forward to the coming duel. He was pleasantly surprised to see that his opponent's weapon was a wooden spear. It was a welcome change for Theo, since he only ever really got the chance to fight against other swordsmen.
Oh, what's this?
Adelin asked.
Something as simple as my princess's words made you quiver earlier. But here you are, standing against me, looking so sure in yourself. You must not be familiar with elven magic. No human stands a chance of defeating me in combat.
Theo seemed to consider the elf's words deeply, stroking his chin contemplatively, before giving a well-thought-out response. He imagined what he'd say might surprise them.
Has anyone ever told you, you can come off as a little bit abrasive?
He teased, but playfully enough to help lighten the mood. Those behind him laughed at his comment, but the elves, true to form, were far too serious to find it humorous.
Enough of these games,
Adelin said, stone-faced.
It's past time you've learned your place.
Theo sighed, shaking his head and responding with some regained seriousness.
All right, but I'm not holding back.
It won't be enough,
the elf stated in a monotone voice, gesturing the young champion towards him. Theo obliged Adelin's request, charging straight at him. Closing the distance between them in just a second, Theo swung his sword down with all his might. As promised, the young champion wasn't holding back. Having no choice but to take it just as seriously, Adelin held his spear defensively, barely parrying Theo's strike, but it did damage to the spear's wooden frame. After managing to stop Theo's strike, Adelin was startled to see the young champion pressed forward. Nearly about to attack the elf with his gauntlet, Theo pushed forward when an unseen force suddenly and violently hit him. It was like a brawler punched his stomach. Theo stammered to regain his footing, while Adelin swung his spear widely, which he narrowly ducked under. After dodging the elf's swing, Theo jumped back to give himself time to think of his following approach.
What's the matter?
Adelin taunted.
You're going to need to do better than that to reach me.
Theo knew he was hit by some sort of attack. It was likely elven magic, but it was done out of his sight. Whatever it was, this power wasn't nearly as clear as what he'd seen the Alans perform. At the moment, the elf's strength was mysterious, almost like an invisible hand had intervened in a second's notice to aid in his attack. A truly unfair advantage if that was what there was to it, but that was all but uncertain at this time. Pacing around the elven commander, Theo seemed to have finally made up his mind as he once again charged Adelin. His attack was less direct this time, keeping the spear wielder at a distance. It was an ordinarily foolhardy strategy for a swordsman to use such a technique against a longer-ranged weapon of a spearman, but it had a purpose. Even with his advantage from a distance, as the two fought on, Adelin was losing. But strangely, the elf seemed confident as ever. Adelin did something Theo would have never expected from such an experienced opponent. While deflecting strikes with one another, Adelin telegraphed his next attack, bringing his spear down atop Theo. It was deflected, of course, and a giant snapping sound signifying the breaking of the spear's wooden shaft came with it. Even if the spear was still usable, such a maneuver was so uncharacteristic of his obviously skilled foe. In either case, Theo wasn't about to let the chance slip him by. Theo was about to deliver a significantly powerful wide swing, but he was again struck by the unseen force. This time around, he was momentarily dazed as the magic hit him directly on the side of his face. But Theo also noticed the elf had positioned an open palm facing toward his head before the attack had occurred. That knowledge alone was vital. But unwilling to give the young champion time to recover, Adolin swung his spear toward Theo's chest. In response, Theon brought his gauntlet down, blocking the strike that pushed him back a couple feet. Having regained some distance from his opponent once more, Theo shook his arm to help relieve some of the stinging sensations. Adolin eyed him down confidently, and Theo just smiled back in return before slowly raising his sword high and charging in again. It was a similar attack as before, a fool's approach, or at least it was meant to appear so. The elf sneered back in a mixture of disappointment and disgust. Standing firm, Adolin held out his hand towards the champion as he prepared his other arm to stab with his spear. And that's when it happened. In less than a second's time, Theo released his sword with his armored hand. Swinging his gauntlet, Theo swiped and deflected the invisible magic he accurately predicted was aimed at his wide-open face. It was a clever ploy that Theo immediately capitalized on before pressing his attack. But that wasn't the end of his mastery in combat. As Adolin was still in full thrust with his spear himself, Theo brought his arm back, catching the wooden weapon in hand, and glided his gauntlet over the handle as he closed in on the elf. Then it happened. The wooden spear's sharpened metallic head snapped out, detaching but yet strangely keeping its speed and trajectory. It didn't seem possible, even with the damage dealt to the weapon, but it was happening. Theo didn't have the time to think, only react. He jerked his head violently out of the way, the sharpened metal practically following his movements. But was it, he thought? Objects don't typically change trajectory mid-flight like that. Theo's quick reaction speed saved him from having his face impaled with only a minor cut across his cheek as he closed in the distance. Now in Adolin's face, Theo turned around fully, striking the elven commander with the hilt of his sword, sending him to the ground. The blow not only knocked Adolin to the ground but completely disarmed him. Theo caught defiance in the elf's expression as he stood over him, just about ready to stick his sword down. To Adolin's surprise, Theo finished by stabbing his blade down into the grass beside him before extending his helping hand. With a genuinely sincere and kind expression, Theo spoke.
It's not since my time at the Order that I've had to try so hard to win a duel. You're really as good as they say you are.
He didn't need to say it. Adolin was astonished at being defeated.
You. So that's what it is.
The elf seemed to realize, smirking.
I wonder how long you'll be protected.
Mind explaining yourself this time?
Theo asked. The question seemed to amuse the elf even further.
Pay it no heed. It's nothing for you to worry about.
Adolin said while accepting Theo's hand. Once Adolin had proudly accepted Theo's aid, the crowds around them erupted in cheers. After being helped to his feet, the elven commander spoke further.
To think that I would be humbled here. It appears there's still some among your kind who can still genuinely surprise me. If there are others like you, maybe there really is some hope left for your alliance.
Ignoring his low expectations of humans, Theo acknowledged the elf's praise by only nodding in return. However, Adolin had one more thing to say.
Still, I'd be careful if I was you.
Adolin warned with a smile, sounding sincere, but to Theo, it was anything but pleasant. Theo felt a pressure on his chest, tightening, gripping further, almost as if someone was squeezing him. Was this magic, Theo thought, as he started sweating profusely. If it was, then it was someone in the crowd, or perhaps Adolin didn't even need to move a finger or show it in any way to have performed such a terrifying feat. And if it was magic, no one else had even noticed it was happening.
What's the matter?
Adolin asked in concern. Suddenly, the weight felt lifted off of Theo's shoulders.
Nothing.
Theo answered quickly, wiping away his sweat, unsure what to make of it himself. Al-Mahil decided to chime in after the remarkable outcome of their duel.
After witnessing the spear break, I feel we are fortunate an accident didn't take place. Nevertheless, you have sharp reflexes and exceptional skill, young champion. I'm sure you'll have a chance to make the most of it before long.
She said with genuine encouragement. Not knowing how to deal with all the praise, Theo awkwardly said his thanks before leaving. Not that he had much of a choice in the matter, but the other soldiers of the West followed shortly after his hasty departure to celebrate his success. Theo couldn't explain what happened, but he now had reservations about the coincidences during the fight and the unnatural pressure that followed it. From this point further, Theo was now set on one thing. He would give Adolin some ample space. Chapter 47, Dragon's Fury. few days' walk northeast of the Order's temple grounds, Ira found himself in an unfamiliar land. The surrounding landscape of jagged rock encompassed mountains of lifeless tones of brown and orange. It seemed an inhospitable place to linger, let alone have a village. Still, Ira knew there were worse places in E.C.E.N where people had lived. Anxious to finish his task, Ira kept pace, walking alongside the other 10 in the Order. With their constant discrimination over their speculation of his lower class, Ira, still at this moment, felt separated from the men he walked alongside. He never cared to correct them on that false pretense regarding him, or anyone else for that matter. Since long ago, Ira was set on deserving his place on E.C.E.N through his actions. His blood should have nothing to do with it. Even though no one had anything smug to say to him during their venture, Ira sensed something was off. Ever since they started making their way through this strange territory, he couldn't help but notice that there had hardly been any talking amongst the group at large. Not that Ira particularly minded that the others kept their mouths shut. It was simply the fact that it was unusual for these men, in particular, to have done so for so long. However, the unsettling silence over the prolonged stretch of time had become more than Ira could handle. So Ira felt obliged to start a conversation.
Has anyone here ever fought a dragon before? And if so, are they really as fearsome as the tales say?
He asked in curiosity. No one answered him for a few seconds. He felt the need to test their limits, persisting all the more eagerly in his approach.
I've heard they can grow to 30 feet tall. How big are they really? I mean, do we really even need 11 men?
Irritated by the continued questions, only Oland responded, grunting in frustration when he did.
Do you ever shut up? Or do you peasants like hearing the sound of your voice that much?
The reply surprised Ira for all the wrong reasons. He didn't offer any immediate remark back. After hearing Oland's comments was the only response he got from the group, Ira became nervous but careful. Discreetly, while trying to avoid their notice, Ira slowly rested a hand on one of his sheathed black fangs. He could draw it in a blink of an eye if the situation required it. With a few seconds of thought, Ira carefully considered his situation. Now, with an irritation in his voice after carefully preparing himself, Ira spoke to everyone aloud.
It's odd that Keller would have me do this trial knowing full well that we don't meddle in the affairs of the outside world. After all, he's always going on and on about traditions and useless things like that. Yet here we are. Who would have thought that he'd have the conditions of my final trial break one of his oh-so-sacred traditions of the Order? It sure is out of the ordinary for the old man, isn't it? I mean, really, when did the old fart become such a hypocrite?
Ira had said as tauntingly as he could, all of this to get a rise from the others to judge their reaction. At first, the others didn't take the bait, but that was all he needed. In Ira's eyes, their lack of an answer to his disrespectful comments was telling enough in and of itself. They were hiding something. Stopping in his tracks, Ira asked the group more forcefully.
Well, isn't it strange?
The other 10 stopped walking after they noticed Ira suddenly stopped moving. After seeing this reaction from the group, Ira was trying to stay calm, but he was sure he couldn't hide the fact that he was more guarded and on edge. Hemet responded to Ira's comment.
What are you getting so worked up about, Iranagi? It's no surprise that Keller would have this be your last trial. It's only natural that an exception would be made when there's a word of a dragon attack only a few days' walk from our Order's grounds. Whether you've seen it for yourself or not, we've all heard the stories. We all know that dragons are a serious threat.
As if his words were a cue, as soon as Hemet said this, some of the others within the company started to move slightly from one another while he continued to speak.
Dragons simply do not care for the life of others. Mindless beasts. They're not bound by rules or traditions. Selfish creatures that they are. They have proven countless times they'd do anything for their own ends. Truly, they are a blight upon the world and must be destroyed. Wouldn't you agree?
There was clear contempt rising in Hemet's voice as he spoke. Before long, Ira noticed he was surrounded by some of the others as Hemet continued to speak aloud.
That's why we're here, Iranagi, to rid ourselves of this blight. To kill the dragon.
As soon as those last words left Hemet's lips, those surrounding Ira lunged toward him with swords drawn. Prepared for their strikes, Ira dodged and parried their attacks, leaping back from the group. When Ira had landed safely away from the others, he saw black hair on the ground. Looking down, Ira soon realized the long strands of hair at the back of his head were cut clean off, and the decorated metal brace that helped keep his hair so orderly and in place was shattered. With his metal brace broken, Ira's remaining hair fell over the sides of his head and face. The others who stood before Ira were ready to follow through with their attack, but his embittered screams stopped them.
Why are you doing this?
To answer him, Oland stepped forward in front of the others with a grin, proclaiming with delight,
Iranagi Ishida, it seems you finally found yourself fallen from Keller's grace. Took him long enough. Did you know he personally asked that I should come? A precaution of sorts, just in case the others got cold feet.
Laughing for a moment after seeing Ira's reaction to his claim, Oland continued his taunts.
Before the sun sets, you'll be nothing more than a heap of rotting flesh.
After hearing this, Ira clenched his teeth in anger before exclaiming to the entire group.
But why?
He asked in bitter frustration, swinging his blade threateningly. Hemet replied,
Keller had a vision one night. He said it was vividly clear, as if he saw it with his waking eyes. He foresaw that you would betray us, that you would try to claim the orb.
After seeing Ira's reaction of disbelief, Hemet continued,
Honestly, I can't say I'm too surprised. From the onset, you even being allowed here among us was against the rules of the Order itself. And ever since that time, you've done nothing but continually spit on our ways and traditions.
Ira was in shock.
A vision? Keller would see me killed over a nightmare? All of this because the old man had a bad dream.
Oland started laughing after hearing Ira's agonizing cries, grinning while he responded.
Now that you say it like that, it does sound ridiculous. Too bad for you. He already gave us the order to see to it that you're dealt with. And the way I see it, we're just rectifying a mistake he made a long time ago.
After Oland finished saying this, the remaining 9 started slowly approaching Ira. Briefly looking down in despair, Ira bitterly yet silently said to himself,
I'm sorry, Charisse. You were right. You tried to warn me, but I didn't listen.
One of the men was able to hear his silent confession.
What's this you're saying about that girl?
Ira's head jolted up as the man continued.
Come to think of it, I thought it was strange when Charisse pulled you aside like that. She really knew what we were planning?
Ira frantically looked back at the others, exclaiming defiantly,
You leave her out of this!
He roared with ferocity to accompany the metallic ringing of his black fangs, gliding against one another, before displaying them threateningly. Looking to the other 9, Oland asked them curiously,
Now that you mention it, didn't it seem like she was trying to warn Ira not to come with us? It sure seemed that way to me.
Oland said with a knowing look, shrugging as if to simply taunt Ira. But soon it became apparent this was no idle mocking the two had regularly engaged in. The young noble then continued speaking slowly, relishing every following word so as to savor Ira's reaction.
Wait a minute. That would mean Charisse deliberately disobeyed the Master's orders. And worse yet, that would also mean she intentionally put the lives of the others in the Order at risk.
Oland said with sinister delight before twiddling his finger.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. There can only be one punishment for this kind of betrayal.
Distressed, Ira looked on at the group. The majority of them came to a similar agreement as Oland. They only needed to discuss the matter briefly before coming to a conclusion, and having an expression of utter despair, Ira looked around at all of the others before asking,
I see now. No matter what happens here, you all have already decided that my and Charisse's lives at the Order are over. After all this time we've spent living amongst you, you would all so eagerly sentence us to death.
Ira asked while a fierce anger inside overcame him as he cried out,
Do you think that I just willingly accept that?
Ha!
Oland scoffed.
We're not exactly asking for your permission here, scum. Take these last words to your grave. Once we're finished dealing with you, next we'll take care of the girl.
As he menacingly declared back, any lingering expression of despair Ira had shown was quickly overcome by that of seething rage.
I warned you, didn't I? You shouldn't have involved her in this. I have nothing left here to lose. You're trying to take everything I hold dear away from me.
And with a sudden realization, Ira spoke more calmly.
No, Keller has.
Ira uttered before explaining himself.
In allowing us to stay, he gave us false hope. And now he's ordering my death because of some dream.
Ira said in utter rage as he yelled out to the sky.
Keller, you old fool. You've ruined everything. Did you think you could be rid of me so easily? I won't allow it. I won't stand for it.
Ira turned to face Oland, glaring the noble down with terrifying eyes, as he spoke in a fearsome voice that was nearly unrecognizable.
And I'll start with you!
Immediately as Ira had said this, he charged straight towards Oland. Days later, back at the Order, Keller was inside the temple's hall, the orb alongside him with the 2 guards near the building's entrance. The old man was in deep contemplation, staring at the unassuming sphere. Resting his body on his cane, Keller was weighing the consequences of his decision. However, his meditation was cut short after hearing a sharp yell in the distance coming from outside the temple's halls. Startled, Keller looked back at the doors in shock after hearing the loud cry. He soon found out it wouldn't be the only one to come. Keller's eyes were fixated on the doors as he heard more yells and chilling screams coming from outside. The sound was continually getting closer, with one of the voices of one of the men from outside yelling aloud. The sounds of blood-curdling cries were accompanied by the wails of death from others in the Order, all of which were mixed with the clashing of steel against steel.
It's Iranagi, he's still alive.
Keller could do nothing except instruct the 2 guards with him to investigate the matter. The men diligently hastened outside as instructed, closing the temple doors behind them. The yells and the metal clanking kept ringing in a horrific chorus. However, the consistency of it was slowly dying down until there was nothing but silence from beyond the temple's doors. Anxiously waiting inside the temple, Keller yelled out frantically,
"I don't hear anything. Somebody tell me what's happening."
No answer was given. After a few seconds of silence, only lone footsteps drawing closer to the temple's doors remained. The steps stopped just outside the doors before they were slowly being pushed aside. Now widely opened, the open passage revealed who was the lone survivor. Standing before Keller at the doorway was none other than Ira, covered in the freshly splattered blood of the others. As Ira walked inside, the old man was in shock. With cold eyes, the young man from the E.C.E.N clan spoke calmly, but with contempt.
"They all knew, Keller. When I returned, everyone in the Order who saw me expected me dead. Before I could say anything in my defense, they attacked. All of this after I personally verified with you that the last trial was really on your request,"
Ira said while looking down, disappointed but simultaneously furious as he tried to remain composed. Appearing to gain some of his lost composure at the sight of Ira, Keller nervously responded,
"Yes, that's right. I didn't want it to come to this, but you left me with no other choice. I ordered them to do it."
"Why?"
Ira screamed out, to which Keller only spoke more determinedly.
"Her vision came to me. It was as clear as you standing before me now. I saw you bring ruin to the Order."
The old man paused, as if trying to find a reason to justify himself before speaking further.
"With all the rage you've had inside of you and all that you've done, I feared this premonition would come true. And seeing you now, I am certain of it."
Even though Ira appeared to have heard of it before, he was still surprised Keller would say it himself. Keller could hardly bear what was happening. Openly lamenting, Keller held back his tears as he spoke bitterly.
"I should have never allowed you to stay. I should have never been so lenient. I was blinded by my past friendship. Over these years, I didn't want to see the monster you were becoming."
Momentarily stunned, Ira clenched his teeth at the words, appearing shocked it would be coming from him. But Keller would not offer any comfort, not any more. He saw Ira's disbelieving gaze change to hatred as he stared back at the old man. With an aching heart, Ira asked back in a flustered passion,
"Monster. I would have obeyed the Order's rules, and I would have followed its traditions. If nothing else, for Charisse's sake, and on a vision alone, you'd see me killed?"
His voice cracked upon asking the question, but before Keller could respond, Ira spoke eerily silent.
"Mine and Charisse's life here is over because of you."
With hatred festering in his heart, Ira wanted to make sure Keller felt a comparable pain to what he now harbored.
"Fine then, old man. I'll make your nightmare a reality. Before I make you pay for what you've done, you will bear witness to it all. I'll claim the orb's power for myself."
In a panic, Keller yelled out,
"No, you fool, you mustn't. No one can control it."
Uncaring of his warnings, Ira walked forward. After he had finished saying this, Keller heard sinister laughter rising up from the orb. The old man looked back in dread as the terrifying laugh grew louder. Looking back at Ira, Keller realized that he wasn't reacting to the sound at all. The noise of the wicked cackling was so great that there was simply no way it could have gone unnoticed. Without a natural explanation, Ira was unable to hear it. Keller knew what it was, where it was from, and that the supernatural being's taunts were meant solely for his ears alone. As Ira approached the center of the room where the orb lay, Keller stood in his way, exclaiming defiantly,
"You'll have to kill me first."
Ira didn't change his pace as he continued walking straight toward Keller. In an ice-cold and emotionless tone, he casually responded,
"Have it your way, then."
Before Keller probably knew it, he had been stabbed. Ira's black fang had effortlessly pierced and slid through his guts. Seeing as he was still standing, Ira leaned near Keller to whisper into his ear. With his mouth over Keller's shoulder, Ira let out a short, despairing chuckle before speaking.
"I just realized something. If you hadn't acted on your vision, I would never have done this. I would have never done any of this. If not for your bad dream, In the end, your vision was self-fulfilling.
Now whispering with contempt, he said further,
It's all your fault.
Flashbacks of his nightmare rushed through Keller's mind after Ira said this. His eyes were wide open at the realization that those were the exact words Ira had spoken to him inside the temple's halls, in his prophetic dream. What was occurring was almost identical to what he had seen in his vision. It was a trap, and he fell right into it. As Ira withdrew his blade, the unnatural laughter that only Keller could hear grew to a deafening proportion, reveling in the events that unfolded, taunting the despairing old man to his final moments. A mixed expression of shock, fear, and dread over what he'd done had consumed Keller's mind as he started to fall. Before hitting the marble floor, Keller had already passed. With his vengeance fulfilled, Ira looked down on the old man with a mixture of emotions.
Why did this have to happen? How did it come to this?
He silently uttered. Shortly after Ira had spoken these questions, he noticed a strange black substance flowing over the ground surface beside him, nearing his feet. Looking up to see its source, Ira saw the dark cloud emanating from the orb. Taking a step back, he looked on curiously at the sphere. Ira started to succumb to its subtle yet overwhelming influence. Thoughts started to creep into his mind as Ira spoke bitterly to himself.
After everything that's happened here, even Cherise would never be able to forgive me. Not after what I've done.
Ira felt a strange sensation coming over him as he continued eyeing the orb. Entranced, Ira peered longingly at the unnatural object. Before he knew it, the promise of the orb's potential looked far more welcoming to him than the alternatives. A curious thing, this simple sphere seemed to offer another path from that of inevitable misery. As he gazed on, Ira spoke out loud to himself in an effort to rekindle some of his lost hope.
I may no longer belong here, but with this power, I could do anything. I could face down any foe. I might even be able to have my revenge on the E.C.E.N. With this power, I can do it. Only I could do it. No one else can. I can finally have revenge for what they did to me, to my family, my people.
Eagerly being drawn in closer, with an outstretched arm, Ira grabbed a hold of the orb before exclaiming,
The Empire will finally answer for all the crimes that they've done. I'll see to it personally. Ayla will fall.
While Ira was proclaiming this, the darkness was enveloping him, overtaking him, and he accepted it all with a welcoming smile. Even after the blackness covered his entire body, Ira yelled out,
It's not enough. I need more. More.
He shouted out from within the unnatural black, finding himself overwhelmed with an unquenchable thirst for power. Chapter 48, Journey's End. In the town of Merchant's Pass, where the three of them had first met Obi, Cherise was assisting him in packing their supplies. While Cherise hurriedly made preparations for their journey back to the Order, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts about a particular someone, and she didn't even notice it. After tightening the last of the crates down, Obi triumphantly proclaimed,
There, all finished and ready to go,
he said before Cherise anxiously jumped on the front of their ox-pulled cart. Obi seemed amused at her excitement.
What's the rush? They aren't going anywhere,
he said while casually walking towards the cart's front. Before Cherise could answer, Obi grinned widely.
Wait, I know what this is about. I might have heard what Ira told you before he left. Something about a present, was it?
Nearly instantly, Cherise became flustered, blushing when she responded.
No, that's not it at all. I just want to head back. After all, Merchant's Pass is such a dreadful place with the added unpleasant memories.
She accidentally exclaimed before she started looking down, twiddling her fingers nervously. She could tell Obi wasn't convinced in the slightest by her words, and with a mischievous grin, he continued prodding.
Is that right? Never seen someone so excited to leave a place is all.
He asked, but to his surprise, she had a concerned expression. There had been multiple things swirling around in her mind, from worry to a hopeful promise. But for Cherise, her concern was at the forefront of her mind.
It's just that things felt out of place when we were last at the temple grounds, and I'm worried something might have happened to Ira.
Obi's furrow browed, his nonchalant casualness all but gone after seeing her heartfelt reply. Nevertheless, being who he is, Obi replied to her worries half-jokingly but reassuringly enough.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but Ira's right, you know. You worry too much. Let's face it, we both know he's too stubborn to get himself killed by some dragon. In fact, that hopeless kid may even be intending to bring you something he finds off the thing as his present to you.
He said before laughing, jumping onto the front of the cart beside her. That comment made Cherise think.
Is that really what Ira's planning? With everything else I've been thinking about, I can't remember if he promised anything specifically.
She grimaced at the prospect before looking back at Obi and playfully responding,
I certainly hope not. Although I have to admit, it does sound like something Ira would do.
She said pleasantly enough before frowning, not very well pleased with the potential surprise. After seeing her reaction, Obi decided to poke a little more fun at her.
Yes, very romantic indeed.
Charisse just pouted in response. After ensuring that Obi knew she was annoyed with him, Charisse changed topics with a more hopeful outlook.
Maybe you're right on that other thing, Uncle. Everyone keeps telling me. Maybe I am worrying too much like I usually do. So I hope you're all right. I'm just probably overreacting.
In return, Obi just raised an eyebrow, giving her a suspicious but slightly annoyed look. After a few seconds of awkward silence with Obi staring at her, without so much as even moving the cart, Charisse finally felt uncomfortable enough to ask him about it.
Okay, I'll play along. What's with the face?
She asked somewhat cautiously, albeit playfully, genuinely worried that she had somehow upset him. While still giving Charisse the same exaggerated expression, Obi answered her.
Still calling me uncle, are you? It comes so naturally to you now that you don't even notice it.
He asked, partly annoyed before sighing.
You're never going to let up, will you?
Pleasantly relieved to see that was the only thing bothering him, Charisse beamed brightly.
Nope.
She exclaimed innocently with a hint of mischievous delight. Obi usually would have been annoyed, but oddly enough, he wasn't this time. A smile crept back onto his face when he shook his head in disapproval at her. Rolling his eyes after an exasperated breath, Obi finally got their cart moving. After a few days' journeys back, Obi and Charisse were nearing the Order's temple grounds entrance. It was probably plain for anyone to see how anxious Charisse was about their return home. Charisse fidgeted with excitement like a child. She just couldn't seem to help it. As it was, she was hardly able to contain herself from jumping out of the cart and running off ahead. Getting a laugh at how restless she was, Obi decided to tease her a little.
Looks like someone's excited to see a certain someone.
Knowing how easy she was to find out, Charisse returned a wide, innocent smile.
I don't think I could have been more obvious even if I tried.
She admitted to herself. Seeing Obi rubbing the back of his head, it appeared he didn't think on the matter very long before he said something.
When we get there, how about you go ahead and meet up with Ira? You don't need to go worrying about the unloading part. I'll take care of it myself. I'm used to it.
After hearing his remarks, Charisse gleefully leaned over to him and gave him a quick hug. She heard what he said quite clearly, but it would be wrong to leave Obi to do all that work, Charisse considered.
Thank you, Uncle. When I find Ira, I'll ask him to help us unload.
She exclaimed excitedly before jumping off the cart and running off ahead. Probably surprised that she came to that conclusion before suddenly bolting off, Obi tried to get her attention.
Hey, wait, that's not what Oh, whatever.
He said to himself, noticing Charisse had already made quite some distance. Shaking his head, Obi found the whole situation mildly amusing as he was just about to bring his cart into the Order's entrance. After a good run ahead, Charisse entered the courtyard of the temple grounds. Excited that she finally arrived, Charisse at first didn't even notice something was amiss in the place. Once the unusual lack of sound in the Order's grounds caught her attention, Charisse looked around anxiously. Then something caught her eye, and any lingering excitement upon her return quickly turned to a mixture of worry and dread. Charisse turned back towards the Order's entrance and cried out,
Obi! Uncle Obi, come quick!
After hearing the seriousness in her tone, Obi quickly grabbed his staff before abandoning the cart and running toward her. Charisse's attention was on the surrounding courtyard and beyond as he started closing the distance. She stood still, gazing at the far side of the temple grounds where members of the Order were lying in pools of their own blood. While Obi was running to her, a little winded, he started asking Charisse aloud until he was beside her.
What's the matter, Charisse? What's going on?
Answering his question, she pointed at the corpses on the far side of the grounds before speaking.
I don't know, but something terrible has happened here.
She had said to the astonishment of Obi, who just now noticed the fallen members of the Order as well. Both of them were in a sense of shock, as they briefly glanced at one another to reaffirm what they saw was not some trick of the eye. Seeing a similar expression on her face was likely all the confirmation to Obi that his imagination was not running wild. Regaining a sense of himself, Obi seemed to realize something before speaking.
The temple!
As soon as he said this, Obi bolted off towards the temple, snapping Charisse out of her trance before following his lead. On her way to the temple, Charisse couldn't help but look around the courtyard. One by one, Cherise kept seeing more of those in the order she'd known for the past 10 years, lying on the ground, lifeless. With her attention pulled elsewhere, she was pained to pass them all by as she forced herself to not stop for even a single moment. Upon reaching the temple's entrance, their fears appeared to be realized. The temple was unguarded. The doors were wide open. Arriving first at the doorway of the temple, Obi froze. Anxiously wanting to discover what made him speechless, Cherise rushed inside and past him. Upon entering, she was aghast. Her eyes swelled up with tears. Before Cherise was Keller's body lying on the temple's floor. Rushing over to his side, she knelt down and cried out.
Keller, no! You can't be—
Her voice trailed off after realizing in dismay that he was already long since dead. Leaning onto his chest, Cherise cried, holding Keller's face, mourning for the loss of a man she thought of as family. As she grieved, Obi was only able to get her attention by speaking aloud in disbelieving horror.
It can't be. It couldn't be, could it?
After hearing his unusual question, with tear-stained eyes, Cherise looked back up toward Obi. Now realizing his eyes were drawn to something else entirely other than Keller, she turned her attention toward the center of the room. Curiously, Cherise looked and saw shards of glass scattered around the room, with a visible burnt stain at its center. The center of the shattered glass was unmistakably where the orb had once stood atop its pedestal in the middle of the room. The pedestal itself, where the sphere was once displayed, was also broken into pieces. By the look of it, it appeared as if the dark essence inside of the orb had burst forth in a violent and explosive reaction. At the very least, the truth for Cherise was plain to see. The darkness that the Order of the Light had been trying to contain for hundreds of years had finally broken free from its prison. Even while seeing the evidence firsthand, Obi was still having a hard time grasping the reality of the situation.
This whole time I thought they were just stories. But what else could have possibly done this?
He said before stuttering in fright, saying further,
There's no denying it anymore. The beast the legend spoke of. The darkness, it's real.
Realizing the gravity of the situation, Cherise loudly replied,
We have to warn the others.
But suddenly remembering another matter, she looked back to Obi, exclaiming,
But Ira, I don't know what's become of him. What if he's hurt or worse?
Putting his hand to his face in deep contemplation, the few seconds Obi took, considering her words, seemed agonizingly long until he finally answered.
Go. Look around the temple grounds. Judging by the state of the bodies, I think everything that happened here occurred a few days ago. If my guess is right, Ira and the others should have returned from his trial by now. But with any luck, there's also a chance they may have arrived after all this transpired.
He said while gesturing to the entirety of the temple grounds before continuing.
In the meantime, while you're searching, I need to consider our next steps. There's too much at stake for us to just rush in blindly without properly thinking things through.
Giving Obi a quick nod, Cherise gently lowered Keller's head before exiting the temple's doors. Firmly determined to search for any sign of Ira, Cherise ran and looked everywhere. She went over every room, every passage, and every corner the temple grounds had to offer. To her relief, she saw no signs of Ira, or for that matter the other 10 who went with him. It appeared none could be counted among the dead. After her frantic search, Cherise waited in the center of the courtyard. It wasn't long after she noticed Obi racing towards her as he yelled out.
Did you find anything?
Having renewed optimism, she responded.
No, Ira and the others must still be completing his final trial.
She said hopefully, considering what that information may have meant, while Obi stopped before her, finishing where she left off.
Or more likely, they've arrived here after all this. My guess is, as we speak, they may already be in pursuit of the darkness. Whatever the case may be, it's good to know they weren't caught up in whatever took place here.
Obi said while looking around, considering the possibilities. Rightfully troubled, Cherise asked him plainly.
What should we do?
She asked, with Obi looking back at her, appearing momentarily uncertain himself before answering.
There's no way to be sure, but there is a chance that Ira and the other 10 would have gone ahead to warn the other temples. The full-fledged members would have known to do so, as it was one of our contingency plans. Should anything happen to the orb, and our defenses fail, we're to warn the other temples and make our stand. If that's the case, and my suspicions are right, it's easy to say where they're headed next, since all the other temples are to the east.
And pondering it briefly, Obi appeared struck with a sudden realization.
You saw the bodies yourself. They look to be already dead for several days. If the darkness is already on the move, we couldn't make it in time to warn the closest temples.
He said in earnest before continuing to speak with confidence.
I have a plan. Everyone across the face of the E.C.E.N needs to know what's happened here. We have to try all our options.
Even though he seemed adamant in his words, Obi struggled to continue.
What is it you're not telling me?
She asked, curious about his reluctance. Looking conflicted, he shared his thoughts.
We can't do this alone. We'll need help. We have to inform both the armies of the Free Peoples of the West and the E.C.E.N.
Are you serious?
She asked back aghast, speaking her mind out of a gut-level reaction.
The E.C.E.N.s? Can they really be trusted? They don't even believe in the legend. Who's to say things won't take a turn for the worse if they get involved?
Cherise's sudden shock after hearing Obi's plan was apparent, and, by his reactions, justified. Still, he immediately felt compelled to explain himself further.
Cherise, if the stories are true, then this threat is far too big for any one nation. And from what I hear, because of the E.C.E.N.'s conquest, the Free Peoples of the West aren't in any condition to offer us any aid right now. Not with the E.C.E.N.s at their throats. The way I see it, one way or the other, we'll need the E.C.E.N.'s support. We just have to hope that they'll see reason.
Cherise was speechless.
He's right. I hate to admit it, but we can't do this alone. This is bad.
Dreading their situation, Cherise desperately tried to consider other options for them to take, but none readily came to mind. Increasingly nervous over the magnitude of their newfound task, Cherise was uncertain in her response.
I don't like it,
she admitted.
We might be in even worse trouble if we have to ask for the E.C.E.N.'s help. They're not exactly known for being understanding.
Her remark wouldn't find any disagreement with Obi, who quite simply spoke his inner thoughts.
I feel the same way.
He said with a nervous chuckle before speaking more seriously.
I know it's going to be difficult, but with the scale of damage the beast can bring, this may be the only way. And as much as I hate to say it, it may be the only path that gives us a fighting chance.
He said with a little bit of dread.
I hope you're right. One thing's certain. We can't just wait and wish things work out. So I'll be right there with you.
She said with conviction before Obi gestured towards a corner of the courtyard.
We'll get the horses from the stables and head straight for the front. Time is of the essence. We can't afford to waste even a single minute.
Both nervous but resolute in their determination, they made haste. Gathering the horses, Cherise and Obi immediately set out on their daunting task, heading towards the temple grounds exit.
There's so much at stake. So many lives are hanging in the balance, and only a handful of people even know it. I hope Ira's safe. But above everything else, with the darkness running free, I hope we're not too late.
Chapter 49, Weight of the World. On the Great Plains, General Raddington had already set his army out from their last temporary base of operations as he had begun leading his troops to the northern mountain ranges. Without knowing the entire purpose of their withdrawal, the mood of the men under his command soured over the retreat northward. Theo shared their discontent. Primarily, they were upset that there was nothing to defend in the northern regions. Villages, towns, and cities were all being left wide open, ripe for the plucking, should the Empire have wished it. So as to keep his ranks free from panic, Raddington saw fit not to inform his men of the true gravity of their situation, which was soon to be thrust on them. Walking hastily to get ahead of the troops and to catch up to the general at their front, Theo approached Raddington. Far enough ahead of the men, Theo spoke bluntly but silently to the old veteran to keep their conversation amongst themselves.
Why did you order a withdrawal to the mountains? Unlike the others, I know our situation, but we're still leaving the rest of the free lands wide open. If the E.C.E.N.s change their plan of attack, it could take days for us to respond.
Keeping a confident outlook for his men, the general didn't even turn aside to Theo, but answered him nonetheless.
Surely even you must have noticed by now. You said so yourself. You're one of the few men under my command aware of the E.C.E.N.s coming to flank us from the south. If I'm going to believe one report from the scout, then there's no reason I shouldn't believe what else he had to say. The E.C.E.N. force chose to change course to fight our last standing army. They did so instead of pressing further into unguarded territory. They already had an opportunity to strike out against our undefended lands, yet they deliberately passed it up.
He said confidently before continuing to speak more sternly.
Their intentions are clear. They mean to eliminate any remaining threat before continuing on their path of conquest. It's quite an insatiable hunger the Empire has, I must say. As it currently stands, with their army approaching, I'd rather us boxed in against the mountain peaks than risk being surrounded on two fronts by their overwhelming numbers.
Glancing over to Theo, he spoke more ominously.
With the mountains at our backs, we'll have nowhere to go. There'll be no chance of escape, but it matters little. The Elans likely struck down every last man that aimed to flee the battle in the south, and I do not intend to make the same mistakes as our fallen comrades by intending to flee in the face of this cruel enemy. On the contrary, I'm daring them to come. The landscape I have in mind is a natural choke point. The Elan's advantage in numbers will be somewhat undermined.
Theo was surprised by Raddington's bold plan, knowing that this would also mean that there wouldn't even be any glimmer of hope for the possibility of a retreat should things go poorly. Although knowing this, Theo wasn't really concerned in the slightest at the prospect of being cornered. He was just glad to see they weren't fleeing from the fight. Now, knowing that the withdrawal north was actually a means of tactical repositioning for the coming fight with the Elans, Theo grinned before replying.
Good. I was hoping to be able to fight the Elan's main force head-on, and knowing their Emperor and Chosen are personally leading their army, we may just get lucky. Who knows? We finally might be able to cut off the head of the snake. Without those two monsters, I wonder if the Elans would still have the stomach to continue their war.
After hearing Theo's optimism, the general responded with renewed hope himself.
I wish it were as simple as you make it sound,
Raddington said with a wry smile, and seemingly for no reason, he yelled out loud enough for the elves behind them to hear.
What's that, kid? Yes, it sure would be nice if the elves weren't such stuck-up snobs and decided to help us instead of just sightseeing.
Looking back, Theo could see the clear disapproval written all over Almahiel's face glaring back at him. The reactions from the other elves weren't much better, but Adolin sneered at his supposed nerve. Now suddenly finding himself on her bad side, Theo nervously waved back to the princess before turning to Raddington again. Rightfully upset, Theo spoke.
Now, why'd you have to go and do that?
Letting out an exasperated sigh, Raddington quietly responded.
You just don't get it, do you? We're not all as cocky as you are. You're likely the only one I've ever met, or ever will meet, who'd actually look forward to fighting against 3-to-1 odds. Especially since our opponents are the Elans. Any normal person would and should be nervous at what we're up against.
The general continued to speak hopelessly.
I just can't shake it. I have an aching feeling deep inside my bones like I'm leading my men to their deaths. But I'll be damned if I don't give them an ending worthy of remembrance.
At first, Theo was at a loss for words as he looked to the once proud general, who now already seemed to have conceded defeat before the battle had even begun. After a moment of consideration, the young champion had a wide grin stretching from one side of his face to the other, his faith in tomorrow unwavering. Theo was confident.
Orc, we're going to pull through this. Since I don't know how to describe it, it might not be much reassurance, but I'm sure it'll all work out.
Raddington chuckled. He didn't seem surprised in the slightest at his champion's confidence. Still, he dismissively responded to Theo's words of encouragement.
Glad at least you think so,
he said flippantly, perhaps secretly hoping some of Theo's assuredness would rub off on him. Only a few more words were shared between them in their trek northward. There was much to consider, and little of it uplifting. For most of the men, they thought their act of heading north was nothing more than cowardly. But for the others who knew the truth, a majority of them saw their march forward as little more than deciding a new place to die. It was a grim thought that lingered in their minds that no matter where they went, they were simply walking to their deaths. The following day, the last standing army of the Free Peoples of the West stood ready in formation, huddled against the steep cliffs of the northern mountains. There, the army waited against the vast range of peaks. The northern mountains stretched from the farthest reaches of the west to the furthest reaches of the east. Under Raddington's orders, the army found itself nestled between a group of stray mountain peaks at their backs, with the remainder of the northern mountains to their left. As Theo and his fellow soldiers stood by, they faced east, where it was certain their enemy would come from. As far as the eye can see, tall grass over the plains went on for countless miles, until eventually reaching the mountains of the Great Divide, which had remained out of sight. Hope gradually faded among the western ranks, as the Eleans slowly advanced from a distance. Seeing it all now, Theo thought the Empire's numbers were truly staggering. They seemed to be beyond counting, and with every passing minute that went by, their numbers only seemed to grow continually. It didn't take long until every last soldier in the army of the Free Peoples of the West was fully aware of this fact. From the disheartened murmurings in the Free People's army, it was apparent that their overall spirit was rapidly depleting. Theo imagined that few wouldn't be disheartened, especially after witnessing the sheer numbers of the Elan army, which stood in opposition to their own. Still, as the minutes continually passed by, their forces only seemed to grow without an end in sight, as more and more appeared over the horizon. After looking out at the opposing army enough for himself, Raddington pulled his horse over to Almahail's side. Raddington leaned over as close as he could manage, before quietly speaking to the elven princess.
You promise you'll inform your king if you see the Alans use magic?
Her answer was eloquent, but accompanied by determined eyes.
You have my word, Aurich. Ever since when you were a child, you know I'm not one to tell a lie.
Almahail said, perhaps believing Raddington's worry would be uprooted by their shared memory of the past. Theo could only guess. Whatever may be the long-gone moment the elf alluded to, Raddington appeared to have instantly known what she meant. He grinned before responding.
You don't know how much I appreciate that.
I can surmise.
She replied with a smirk. Raddington nodded, his following words revealing his true thought.
It's nice to know we may not be dying here for nothing. Now on to the task at hand,
he said in surprisingly high spirits, turning his steed to face the Eleans. Seeing the others in the ranks around him lose heart, Theo boldly walked out in front of his army's front line before turning back to yell out to the others.
If we're going to be sending the islands packing, I want to be the first one to have a go at them.
His proclamation brought some laughter to those behind him, somewhat helping to ease the tension. But Theo didn't do this solely to lift the spirits of the others. By anyone's standards, brazen as he was, Theo actually meant every word he said. Catching wind of Theo's antics, Raddington laughed before saying to himself,
"Ha ha ha! What a cocky little hero we have here. Well, I can guarantee he'll get his chance,"
he remarked, likely not knowing the stunt even managed to bring a smile to his face. With the mountains behind him erasing any chance of escape on foot, Theo boldly stood at the front of the army. Looking out towards the massive approaching force, he showed no fear. The minutes seemed to drag on until the last of the Elan's full might finally came into view from under the horizon. It wasn't much later until the Elan's front line suddenly came to a halt, stopping only a few hundred feet in front of the army of the Free Peoples. For a moment, it seemed as if they only stopped their advance to let the fear of their overwhelming might set in. But in time, the Elans would show an ulterior motive to delay the battle. Theo could see ahead, as promised. Among the Elan ranks were two distinguished men, Razkal and Mesolum. There was no question in his mind that they were the ones who had encouraged their men in the vast army to criticize the men of the West before the coming battle. More than willing and able, the Elan soldiers just stood by, hurling insults and slurs of every kind to the people of the West. The vile words they spewed were getting on Theo's last nerve. The cursing and profanities were one thing, but when Theo heard the opposing army belittle the Alliance's trust in the light, he had finally had enough. Hoisting his greatsword onto his shoulder, Theo boldly began walking straight toward their great army. Shocked that Theo would have the audacity to face down so many alone, Raddington yelled out from behind him,
"Theo, are you crazy? Get back here."
Clearly agitated when he looked back towards the general, Theo pointedly replied,
"How long are we going to let this continue? We already know this battle is happening. Better sooner than later, I say. At least, that'd shut them up."
As he was saying this, Theo noticed that there appeared to be some unrest at the back of his army's ranks. The racket didn't just catch Theo's attention, however. Raddington looked to his back to see what the sudden commotion was all about. While they looked, Theo heard the stern voices of his fellow men-in-arms profusely demanding to some unknown people who remained out of sight to keep to where they were. Grumbling over the sudden disturbance, Raddington yelled back to where the stir was coming from his ranks.
"What's going on now? What are you all doing back there?"
In response, one of his soldiers from the rear came forward. After approaching the general and giving a salute, the man spoke.
"Sir, there are two people claiming they are from the Order of the Light. Despite repeatedly informing them that it is not the appropriate time to grant them an audience with you, they persistently attempt to force their way through. They keep insisting that they have a message of the utmost importance to share with you. Whatever it is, they demand to be the ones to relay this message to you personally."
Curious, albeit confused, Raddington could only respond with an incomplete thought.
"What in the world?"
The commotion from the army's rear only grew louder as the general spoke. Soon after, Charisse and Obi came into his sight. Both of them were still atop their horses and forcing their way through. And even though the importance of their mission was urgent, Charisse felt the need to profusely apologize to everyone she passed while she continued urging her horse through them. Since their forces were now boxed in against the mountains and the Elans, there was little doubt that the two had arrived sometime earlier and simply must have just gone unnoticed by him. As soon as Obi saw the highly decorated man, he desperately yelled to General Raddington to get his attention.
"Hey, you in the fancy clothes, we've come with grave news, you must hear us."
Irritated at the intrusion, particularly now, Raddington loudly and obnoxiously said back,
"You've come at a great time. In case you hadn't noticed, we are facing down the entire might of the Elan Empire. I have bigger things to worry about than whatever problems you bring with you. Get them out of my sight."
As commanded, the soldiers grabbed a hold of the two and began pulling them off from their horses as Charisse pleadingly yelled out,
"No, wait, you don't understand. The darkness has been set loose. You must listen."
Her pleas seemed to be to no avail, as Raddington ignored both hers and Obi's defiant cries as they were being dragged off. However, Theo heard the sound of Charisse's voice. When he did, Theo started racing back toward his army's line. Heading in the direction of Raddington to investigate the matter for himself, Theo loudly intervened.
"Wait, stop! I know them!"
Instantly annoyed, the general replied,
"Of course you do. Why am I not surprised?"
And rolling his eyes, Raddington gestured for his men to allow the two forward as he spoke further.
"Bring them here,"
he requested, not trying to hide his unamused tone, likely agitated at the notion of also dealing with the additional concerns of his uninvited guests, now of all times. When the two were allowed through, Charisse was surprised and impressed at the sight of Theo. Such a short time had passed, and her brother had quickly risen to the ranks to have earned his new armor. Nevertheless, in the present moment, Theo looked upset about the nature of their reunion. Without so much as a greeting, he bluntly asked them both,
"What are you two doing here? Are you crazy?"
Obi wasn't about to let that comment slide without a rebuttal.
"Crazy? I just saw you trying to take on the entire Elan army single-handedly. You're not allowed to call other people crazy."
"Oh, these two. Obi has a point, but now's not the time for some silly spat."
Charisse frantically started waving her hands for both to drop it, exclaiming,
"Both of you stop it. That doesn't matter right now."
Charisse said rather uncharacteristically pointedly, before making sure she had their undivided attention.
"Theo, something terrible has happened. Our fears have been realized. The darkness has returned."
Giving Theo only a second to realize the gravity of the situation, Charisse continued,
"We've seen the evidence for ourselves. The orb's been shattered and everyone in the temple grounds is dead. If Obi and I hadn't been gathering supplies when it happened, we might not have even been alive to tell you."
The news was shocking enough already, but after hearing her last comment, Theo was all the more determined to ask her about another matter.
"What about Ira? Where is he? And Keller? Are they safe?"
Her dampened expression in response to his question immediately distressed Theo before she even spoke.
"Keller's been killed, and Ira? I honestly don't know what's become of him. He was undergoing his trial when it happened. I don't even know where he is. We can only hope he's safe."
Mounted on the strange yet majestic Janius on their approach, Almahil and Adolin overheard the conversation among the three. When up close to the stranger from the Order, the elven princess plainly asked Charisse,
"Young woman, is what you're telling the truth? And if so, where is the darkness now?"
"Is that an elf? I want to ask her so many questions. Wait, Charisse, no, snap out of it. Now's definitely not the time."
Awkwardly enough, some mixed expressions of Charisse's internal monologue showed, momentarily putting her excitement and disappointment of seeing an elf, but being unable to talk with them aside. Charisse was surprised by the earnestness in Almahil's question. It wasn't particularly a strange inquiry, but by the elf's tone, it appeared that the elven princess had somewhat already believed her claim. Given the present circumstances, Charisse thought that was a lot to ask for. Still, this was a real chance to get her dire warnings across. Charisse's response to the princess came out almost pleadingly when she spoke.
"I'm not lying. The darkness has escaped. I wasn't there when it happened, but I swear it's true. Those who defended the Western Temple have been slain. All that remains of the glass orb lies shattered on the ground. But I can't say for certain where the darkness is now."
To help her case, Obi intervened at this point.
"The beast hasn't been made whole yet. If legend speaks true, it is likely trying to regain its full power by reclaiming the remaining pieces of its essence. And that means the other orbs in the temples of the Order are also at risk."
Almahil didn't respond with words, but just gave Charisse a curious look. It was as if she were trying to perceive that which had remained unseen, to discern the nature of Charisse's heart through her near aquamarine eyes.
"Is she expecting me to say something?"
Charisse considered, nervous about the constant lingering gaze, returning an uneasy smile. Suddenly, Almahil's eyes opened wide as she spoke in astonishment.
"You're telling the truth."
The elven princess spoke, gasping for breath. Charisse blinked in surprise.
What? How in the world did she...
And not giving anyone time to dwell on how she came to her conclusion, Almahil turned to Adolin.
Go, Adolin. You must inform my father at once. You're the only other one here with the weight behind his words to convince him.
The elven commander contorted his face uncomfortably, immediately protesting the idea.
But your highness...
Adolin's words were cut off by a quick swiping motion of the princess.
This is no time to argue. I cannot leave in your place. So go now. This is not some trifling matter we can sit on.
The elven commander clenched his fists in frustration before tilting his head slightly to his soldiers.
Until my return, keep the princess safe at all costs.
The other elves didn't return any words, but instead perfectly synchronized a salute with the clanking of their metal. It was a rather intimidating yet effective display of acknowledging their leader's command. Adolin then stared down the human champion as he pointed his finger.
I expect you to live until I get back,
he said with a knowing grin, almost as if it were a challenge he poised. Theo felt somewhat conflicted about the whole gesture. Theo received acknowledgement from Adolin, which he appreciated. Still, the elven commander was one of the last people on Aechir he wanted to hear encouragement from. And before he left, Adolin spoke a few ominous words.
So, it finally begins.
Without another word, Adolin quickly left on his strange deer-like steed, heading straight towards the protruding mountain cliffs behind their army. Not long after, they saw him making his way up the steep, rocky cliffside from a distance. The animal Adolin rode on could somehow traverse the practically unclimbable mountainside with ease, an amazing feat that proved the quality of the creature. With a heavy burden placed on him, Adolin eventually left their sight over the mountainside. Likely preparing himself mentally for the coming battle, Raddington tried to ignore the continued commotion coming from behind him, but even still, Charisse saw that the general was unable to ignore Obi's loud yelling.
You all heard it. The legend of the beast is not just some story. It's real, and it has already killed its fair share of good men I knew. And it will stop at nothing, and I mean nothing, until it has regained its full power.
Obi declared while looking at Raddington directly. Seeing he had his attention, Obi demandingly continued.
The fate of the world is at stake. We're going to need everyone's help to stop this threat, including the Aelans.
Raddington, Theo, and all the surrounding soldiers who heard his words were stunned. To Charisse, the expressions from all the men were telling enough as it is with how well they'd think that plan would go over. After looking around to see their faces, Charisse nervously thought to herself,
It's no wonder they're all so surprised, as if their situation wasn't bad enough already. We're telling them that the entire Aya is in peril. And in their time of need, we're not only asking for their help, but also the aid of the Aelan's armies, who are here for the sole purpose of eliminating them.
Charisse grimaced, finding it difficult to think positively about the bitter situation.
The truth is, even with all of their help combined, it still may not be enough to stop the darkness. They should be shocked. What we ask for seems impossible.
Like most of his men, General Raddington was caught momentarily speechless, but after his astonishment subsided, Raddington exclaimed back,
What? Theo, are all your friends just as crazy as you are? Telling me that the beast of legend is free is one thing, but asking for the Aelan's help is another. It's utter insanity.
I suppose this was to be expected.
Charisse considered, smiling nervously, at a loss for words herself at convincing the others of their impossible task. She had already told them everything she could to make him understand. What else could she do, she thought. Surprisingly, Almahil came between her and Raddington. With a presence and demeanor of superiority, the elven princess confidently informed Raddington of her plans.
I will go out to discuss terms with the Aelans. If they can see reason, I should be the one to do it. They'd be reluctant to strike down an elven emissary.
Throwing his hands to his sides in frustration, Raddington pointed an accusing finger toward Almahil.
This isn't the time for me to be indulging your overinflated ego. I can't risk having an elven princess dying under my watch. The Aelans speak only one language, but having been around for centuries, you already knew that.
It appeared his words were a bitter pill for the princess to swallow. Biting her tongue, Almahil likely knew there were some hints of truth in what he'd spoken. But having a quick look at her guard, Charisse suspected they probably didn't have any intention of letting her have her way. With an uncomfortable uncertainty filling the air, Theo stepped up. Looking confidently straight into the general's eyes, Theo spoke.
If that's what's needed, then I'm your man,
he said while hoisting his sword up. Raddington's eyes widened as he considered the idea, after giving it only a moment's thought, and as if speaking to himself, the general inadvertently spoke loud enough for others to hear.
That could work.
His voice trailed off in somewhat disbelief at what he was saying. Almost leaning towards Theo, Raddington continued to speak more confidently.
Looks like you'll get your chance to be a hero after all, kid. On occasion, the Alans have been known to grant audiences after a show of strength before their gods,
he said before having a mischievous, crooked smile on his face.
I can guess where this is going.
Cherise considered before Raddington pointed to the Elan lines.
Go over there and challenge their leader's honor directly to their faces. Request a duel with their greatest warrior on the condition of them hearing what you have to say once you prevail. And by the light, should you succeed, tell them of the beast and the plans these two posed.
Raddington said, gesturing to Obi and Cherise. The young champion of the West immediately answered.
You won't regret it,
Theo said proudly, before turning and pointing a finger toward Obi and Cherise, while speaking with a reassuring smile.
I'll be right back,
he said confidently before turning to head off.
Did he really just?
Cherise asked in amazement to Obi, astonished by her brother. And as Theo started walking off to the opposing army a few hundred feet away, Obi responded to Cherise's question.
He's really changed, hasn't he? I've never seen him so high-spirited before, and here and now of all times.
Obi's point certainly hadn't gotten past Cherise's notice, as she looked on at her brother's back. While he left to fight, she couldn't help but smile.
It looks like you really did find where you belong, Theo. Just please, come back to us safe and sound.
Chapter 50, A Reckless Soul. The vulgar chants and insults from the Elan lines seemed almost unrelenting before receiving the orders from their emperor. The chorus of vile words slowly died down to a halt as the Elan army began making preparations to advance their ranks forward into battle. It hadn't gone unnoticed by those in the Empire's front lines that a lone young soldier had so boldly started walking straight towards their vast army, grinning at that. Theo's presence just riled up the Elans even further, all of whom anxiously waited for the order to attack. As this was happening, Razkol and Mesolem were confidently sitting atop their horses, only a mere 60 feet at most from their frontal line. Mesolem was the first of the two who noticed the rash warrior from the Alliance. The Elan Emperor let out a laughing scoff before gesturing towards the champion.
Look here, the people of the West have grown bold indeed.
As Mesolem was letting out a good laugh, Razkol had an entirely different take. With his one remaining eye, he looked on with contempt, getting continually more irritated at Theo's arrogance by the second. The young champion of the West was less than 50 feet from the soldiers in the Alaean's front line when the Chosen angrily yelled out to his men.
Do not allow this cur to insult us any further. Kill the wretch,
Razkol demanded. In response, Theo immediately stopped where he was after the Elan's Chosen had spoken. He brashly taunted Razkol back with his grin. His subsequent actions were even more daring, as Theo yelled back a command aimed directly at the Elan's Emperor and their Chosen.
I demand an audience with your leader. I have news from the Order of the Light.
No longer finding it amusing, Mesolem stopped laughing momentarily to respond with contempt.
The impertinence. What right does anyone from that order have to demand an audience with the likes of me?
And seeing Theo's surprised reaction, the Elan Emperor elaborated as he spoke in disgust.
Do you think news of those clothed in the Order's garments who dared to attack my soldiers would go unreported? I know full well what happened at King's Height. As far as I see it, requesting an audience under the Order's name may just as well be another reason to have you killed here on the spot.
After hearing this, Theo immediately felt guilt over what transpired as he quietly spoke to himself.
Sorry, everybody. Didn't think that'd come back to haunt us.
But not allowing himself to give up so easily, Theo played dumb, smiling as he yelled back at the Emperor.
Is that right? I haven't heard. Even so, your Empire's agreement with the Order centuries ago is still in place, isn't it?
Mesolem didn't so readily respond, provoking Theo to press the issue further.
No need to answer, you know it is, and I demand to be heard.
And seeing his remarks had been falling on deaf ears, Theo quickly changed his approach as he yelled further.
In the sight of your so-called gods, I challenge the honor of the Alaean people. You're nothing but a nation of spineless cowards who seek out and prey upon the weak and the helpless. Right here and now, I will face down and defeat any adversary you can muster up to throw at me. And when I win, which I know I will by your own laws, you will hear what I have to say.
Theo had a hard time being heard as he was finishing his proclamation, as he stirred the Elan army into a heated frenzy. Thousands of them roared out in rebuke, eagerly wanting to kill the young upstart. Their uproar was undeniably noticed by everyone there on the plains, including the entire opposing army of the West, who all stood dumbfounded and increasingly became more nervous by the second. From Cheris's perspective, if nothing else, Theo did such a spectacular job at riling up the Aeolians. But that alone wasn't going to help anyone, she feared, and it was hard to find any amusement from it when her brother was facing down an army of several 100,000. In fact, everyone on the Western Front was having difficulty finding a positive outlook on the situation.
Oh, Theo.
Cherise said, rightly worried.
Must you really get them all worked up like that?
She said, daring not to utter her thoughts aloud.
He's going to get himself killed.
On the other hand, Obi had a different reaction to Theo's antics. He started nervously laughing before he spoke.
We're all going to die. I should have known he'd do something like this.
On the Ellen side, Mesalem was restraining himself from lashing out as he glared at Theo. Similar to their emperor, the Elan's chosen looked at the arrogant young champion with bloodlust in his eye. Razkol would never allow such an offense to go unanswered or unpunished. Outstretching his hands to his sides, the chosen yelled to his army.
Silence! Silence!
He demanded of his roaring legions of men, waiting for their uproar to die down so he could speak further to the West's champion.
You fool! Your challenge will be met. After you're killed, your limbs will be displayed on every corner of these lands that you and your people seek to deny us. Long after you're dead, they will speak of the folly of the West champion who dared stand in opposition to the will of the gods. Your very name will be cursed, and the punishment for those who speak it will be a quick death.
Wide-eyed by such an excessive reaction, but otherwise unfazed by Razkol's passionate speech, Theo's personal grudge against Elah got the better of him when he responded.
Wow, is that all? I guess I was expecting a little bit more.
He joked, smiling in a mischievous pleasure. The chosen grinded his teeth in response to the arrogant champion's remark. After looking more closely at Razkol, Theo was surprised to have recognized who he had been speaking to this whole time.
You witless vermin!
Razkol cried out.
If you desire a quick death, then you shall have it. You will face our champion.
With his hand outstretched, Theo protested the idea.
Wait, I will not only be challenging your greatest champion, but you as well.
That got some surprised murmuring from the crowds.
The two of you against me.
After seeing the reactions from all the Elans, Theo explained himself.
When I came here, I had no idea the Elan's chosen was that same monster I'd met years ago until now.
And seeing that Razkol was still somewhat surprised and skeptical of his claim, Theo persisted.
You don't remember me, do you?
The chosen didn't show much interest, scoffing at the ridiculous claim before glaring back in disbelief. A visual representation seemed to be in order, Theo thought. He took his finger to his closed right eye and dragged it along to his ear to match the exact same path of Razkol's scar. In a sudden burst of rage, Razkol stood upright atop his horse and roared.
It's you! I should have killed you when I had the chance.
His remarks were to a quick rebuttal from Theo, who loudly replied back.
Well, now's a good opportunity. Here's your chance. What do you say? 2 against 1.
The commotion between the two was even noticed by Raddington on the opposing side of the battlefield, though he couldn't hear the words exactly. Raddington spoke aloud in exasperated disbelief.
What in the world is he doing? That nitwit's now picking a fight with their chosen.
If there was one thing for certain, without a doubt, it was that Theo could do a marvelous job at riling the Elans, while at the same time making his own army panic. Like pouring oil on a flame in an attempt to quench the fire, Theo being chosen to deliver a message to the Elans was certain to bring chaos. Cherise now wished she'd said something in protest.
Why, Theo, why? Are you really trying to pick a fight with all of them?
Cherise grimaced at the thought, but couldn't help herself from being slightly amused at her brother's antics, even if she was somewhat terrified at the possible repercussions. Chapter 51, The Fortress. In contrast to his army behind him, Theo was brimming with confidence. In truth, Theo had displayed so much courage with his bold challenge that the Elan's chosen was visibly unnerved at his request for a duel, even if it was 2 versus 1. With a forced smile, Razkol replied to Theo's taunts.
The foolish boldness you show is nothing more than a mask for your insanity. Before long, I will see you cower in fear just like your mother and father.
Seeing he struck a nerve with the young champion, Razkol grinned in wicked delight before continuing.
Oh, you should have seen their faces, so truly pathetic. They died like dogs.
Exhaling, Theo regained his calm, refusing to give the twisted man any further joy from the memory. Impatient with the unnecessary delay, Mesolum gave Razkal an irritated look. Razkal was somewhat annoyed at the Emperor's intrusion, but at the same time found it reasonable. Razkal frowned before he spoke further.
You'll see that our champion is more than a match for the likes of you. As you yourself have said, this battle will be done in the sight of the gods. They will decide the outcome, and you'll see soon enough how they intend to answer your pitiful request. Your offense ends here.
The Chosen proudly stated before sitting back on his horse. Razkal then noticed the Emperor glaring at him with contempt. Before Razkal could get a word in, Mesolum plainly voiced his disapproval.
What he's doing is an affront, not only to us but also to the gods. You've been challenged along with our champion. You'll bring shame to the gods if this challenge is not met.
Hiding his nervousness, Razkal responded defiantly.
This is of no concern of yours, Mesolum, for you see, I have history with this one, and I desire a good view of when he squeals like a stuck pig.
After seeing his words weren't convincing enough for Mesolum, Razkal continued.
Besides, there's no point in involving myself. This fool won't even last a minute against our champion.
Razkal said before brazenly scoffing at his Emperor and finishing with a rather pointed tone.
But I know this does not concern you, my dear Emperor. I told you before, didn't I? You will not be rid of me so easily.
He said challengingly but softly enough that only a few beside them could hear. Ignoring the fact that Mesolum was about to respond to his comment, Razkal raised his hands to his sides once more. Having the army's attention, the Chosen yelled out loud to the skies.
Bring out our champion! Bring out the fortress!
The Chosen's proclamation brought booming cries from his army. The Alaean soldiers' thunderous cheers changed to stomping their feet in unison as they chanted out their champion's name, repeating, "For Triss, for Triss." The sound and stomping of the multitudes of the Alaeans were so great that the very ground underfoot shook. Believing the Aelan's faith in whoever they'd send forward to meet him was unfounded, Theo stood by, confident as ever. At the same time, he waited for the appearance of his opponent. Theo's adversary slowly made his way through the ranks of soldiers. And as he was coming into sight, Theo's confidence gave way to uncertainty, and uncertainty gave way to an ever-growing fear. He stood still as his daunting foe continued moving forward, paving a way through his fellow soldiers. Though one of the thousands, the fortress stood out from amongst their vast army. With a booming voice, he shouted the Alaean's previous taunts as he stepped out from amidst his army's front lines. Theo was astonished he could hear the man's lone voice over the roaring cries of the Alan army surrounding him. Unable to hide his amazement and uncertainty, Theo gazed in astonishment at his challenger. His adversary was enormous, an inhuman height of nearly 10 feet tall, and almost every inch of the hulking giant was fully armored, except for the joints between his huge legs and bulging arms. This massive foe of Theo's also held a mace that was larger than that of a full-grown man as his chosen weapon, and etched on his weapon's metal frame were strange linear designs which stretched from the handle's hilt all the way through to the blunted club's metal end on the opposing end. Theo did not know what purpose they served, but they were distinct. The chanting in the Alan ranks gave way to boisterous cheers when they saw the striking comparison between them. As if to dishearten him with his imposing stature alone, after coming only several feet from Theo, the fortress stopped moving forward before looking down on his challenger with a confident smirk. In the vast grasslands of the Great Plains, the fortress towered over Theo and saw that he was barely an adult. The fortress spoke in a deep, bellowing voice, nearly scoffing when he did.
Do you seriously think the likes of you can stand against us?
He mocked before cursing Theo by his gods and speaking ferociously.
Come here, and I'll give your flesh to the birds and the wild animals.
He's only a man. He's only a man.
Theo silently reminded himself after sizing up his opponent. Finding his courage, Theo stood defiant.
You shouldn't be so sure of yourself. You think you're facing me alone, but based on past experiences, you might be surprised.
His words gave the fortress a slight pause in confusion, and letting out a good laugh to alleviate his anxiety, Theo continued.
Really though, what in the world have they been feeding you? It must be a nightmare to find clothes in your size.
He jested, which didn't even get a response from the hulking giant. As the Emperor and Chosen looked on, they couldn't hear the conversation between the two. But nevertheless, Mesalem was amazed at the sheer size of their champion before he looked over to Razkaul.
This is the man they call the fortress? He's absolutely enormous.
The Chosen looked back with a confident grin, displaying a hand outward towards the fortress when he spoke.
Behold, this is the power of my alchemic arts. Not only does it possess the ability to bestow magic, but if used properly, it can also greatly increase one's physical powers.
Razkaul said with a smug expression full of pride.
Today you'll bear witness to its incredible potential firsthand, and to think it only cost the lives of a few slaves to make it so.
The Emperor was somewhat nervous after hearing the explanation. He knew all too well what the Chosen was alluding to. Growing increasingly impatient, Razkaul then yelled out to his army's champion.
Why do you wait? This fool's very life is a transgression to me. Do not allow this scum to breathe for another second longer. Fortress, show the men of the West your power. Show the world the might of Allah.
The Chosen's words gave rise to the continued cheers of the Elan army. After hearing the command, the fortress renewed his walk toward his opponent, but making sure he got a word in, Theo casually talked with the giant.
I have to admit, I'm a little interested in what the so-called Chosen's going to call me next.
And seeing his opponent was getting uncomfortably close, Theo quickly stated his next words.
On the other hand, it's going to be really embarrassing for you all when it turns out that I'll be the one coming out on top. But don't worry, I'll try my best to make the fight look convincing.
Raising his mace in return, the fortress responded.
You think you're funny, don't you? Let's see if you can keep laughing with your skull smashed in.
As the fortress said this, his eyes were bursting with the magic blue flame which Theo had seen before, but never of this magnitude. There was so much pent-up energy, it looked as if even the hulking Elan champion's body could barely contain it. As Theo observed further, the fortress's mace became enveloped with the same magic flame. Blue fire emerged from his enormous hands, its flame going all the way through the linear designs, reaching the tip of the metal club. Wide-eyed after seeing this, Theo inadvertently showed his true feeling on the matter.
Oh no,
Theo said in a gut-level reaction. With his impressive reach, the fortress raised his mace up high before sending it crashing down toward Theo. Since his foe was wielding such a massive weapon, Theo was completely caught off guard at the speed at which it was swung. He was barely able to dodge it, or so he thought. The fortress's overwhelming strike slammed down onto the now fractured ground with such a tremendous explosive force upon the impact that it sent Theo flying back. Airborne, Theo hit the grassy plain several yards back from where the strike had occurred. The swing had completely missed Theo, he knew that, but there was no denying the pain he felt coursing through his body. After seeing the fortress's weapon, Theo figured it out. The mace his opponent wielded had magical abilities amplifying his attack. On impact, the added magic shockwave from the fortress's strike against the ground was enough to do some real damage. Even from a missed strike, it could send him airborne. It was a troubling realization, but there wasn't much Theo could do but accept it. Picking himself up from the ground quickly, Theo looked back at the fortress. He now noticed magic was seeping through his enormous foe's entire armored frame. Was every part of this man magically imbued, he thought. At the sight of that, at this point, Theo wasn't so sure his opponent was even human anymore. After seeing how easily Theo was pushed back by a mere shockwave of the fortress's strike alone, the Elan's cheers of their champion's name continued to only grow with all the more enthusiasm. With a deep mocking voice, the fortress spoke once again.
No longer grinning now, are you? What's the matter? What happened to that confidence of yours?
It wasn't till it was mentioned did Theo realize he had an unmistakable expression of fear written all over his face. Looking down for a moment to regain his composure, the young man proudly faced back up to his challenger. Showing a renewed courageous grin, Theo spoke lightheartedly.
Just trying to make it look convincing.
The fortress was unfazed by his false claim. Likely so used to striking fear into the hearts of men, Theo then did something else the fortress would have never expected. After showing his tremendous strength, Theo dared to charge straight at him. Before the giant knew it, they were enthralled in a battle of power, agility, and skill. Theo dodged his opponent's massive swings time and time again. On occasion, the fortress's strikes slammed the ground, which inevitably ended with Theo being thrown back by just the shockwaves of the magical attacks. Theo's nearly unrivaled swordsmanship was looking to be entirely undone by his almost inhuman foe. It was becoming abundantly clear their difference in raw strength was far too vast. No matter how unrelenting the young champion of the West was, The stark difference between the two facing off became more evident with every renewed attack. While the situation looked ever more hopeless for Theo by the second, his tenacity was still unwavering. As their fight continued, the fortress swung a powerful wide strike that Theo had preemptively expected. Barely dodging the mace by jumping into the air, Theo was about to bring a mighty blow upon his opponent's helm. Seeing that Theo was about to exploit a momentarily weak spot, the fortress let out a roar.
No!
Taking one of his hands off his mace, the giant swung his timber-like arm, striking Theo back mid-air while he yelled out.
Did you really think it would be that easy?
Although without his weapon, the fortress's arm was also packed with the same incredible magic, enhancing the man's power as he struck Theo back into the open air. His attack sent Theo sailing nearly 20 yards away, slamming back against the ground hard. Theo was in a daze for a few seconds. Slowly lifting his head, he heard both a mixture of the worried cries from his army and the thunderous cheers from the Alans. Trying to shake off his temporarily disoriented vision, Theo only saw the rough shape of his imposing enemy, who confidently strode towards him to finish the job. From Theo's perspective, the impressively massive form of the fortress's body blocked the sun's light. It was a sobering reminder of his predicament and helped the young man regain a sense of the overall situation. With an aching body, Theo mentally prepared himself for the continued struggle. Still, he couldn't help but groan when he leaned upright. As Theo started to pick himself up, he reached for his sword at his side, but nothing was there. Desperation immediately set in. Theo frantically looked all around himself, shuffling his hands through the tall grass, unable to find his weapon. The fortress was right in front of him and getting ever closer. Carrying an ever-confident grin, the giant of a man spoke again in his deep, bellowing voice.
What's wrong? Is it just now finally becoming clear to you? No one can stand against me in combat and live.
The situation was dire. Now on his knees, Theo kept up his frenzied search through the tall grass, looking for any signs of his sword. In his distress, he even went so far as to completely take his eyes off his opponent in his hasty search. As the fortress continued walking forward, Theo heard his stomping footsteps getting far too close. In a panic, he hysterically pulled himself back from the giant. Too shaken to get to his feet, the young, panic-stricken champion crawled on his back in an attempt to make distance from his adversary. Theo could tell from the expression on his opponent's face that the fortress had grown tired of his amusement and was now determined to put an end to this little game. After seeing Theo's pathetic attempts at fleeing, the giant quickened his pace. When it was inevitable that the fortress was going to catch up to him, at that moment for Theo, it seemed utterly hopeless. And then, all of a sudden, just as before, the same familiar brilliant light came racing down on top of Theo, a beam so bright that the sun paled in comparison, but only the champion of the West could see it. As before, the same booming voice spoke out to Theo. So as not to be rushed, time seemed to be standing still when the voice proclaimed its words.
Your time has not yet come, Theo. I still have plans for you.
The unnatural and mysterious entity beyond sight had said with authority, but for some reason, Theo found it also comforting. The supernatural intervention seemed to have ended with no aid given. Still crawling backward, Theo reached back one last time, noticing something. The fortress was about to bring down a mighty finishing blow as he lifted his enormous mace over his head. Before he struck down his weapon with all his strength, Theo threw a large rock he had felt when reaching back that one last time. Flung through the air, the stone struck the giant's forehead with such force, it had lodged his helmet clean off his head. Recoiling in pain, the behemoth of a man held his face in agony as he let out a low, bellowing cry.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
The fortress cried out while thrashing about, swinging his mace wildly. As his adversary withdrew in pain, it gave Theo the much-needed time to get to his feet. Standing up, seeing from a new perspective, Theo saw his sword lying beside the fortress's leg. Steeling himself, he knew what he needed to do. Mustering all his courage, Theo once more charged his massive foe head-on, unarmed. Taking his hand from his eyes, the giant glared down at Theo with fierce hatred. He had enough of this charade and was prepared to meet the young fighter's challenge directly to finish this once and for all. The fortress swung his enormous weapon sideways, which Theo narrowly dodged by sliding under. The young champion suddenly found himself on the side of his massive foe. In one continuous motion, Theo grabbed a hold of his sword that lay nearby, as he quickly maneuvered to reposition himself slightly behind his opponent, before swinging his blade with full force. His sword cut deep into the back of one of the fortress's unarmored knee joints, and with this, Theo's giant adversary was brought to a knee as he yelled out in pain. Even though finally humbled, the hardened champion of Elar was far from finished. The hulking giant swung his mace around his back, carrying with it all the inhuman might he possessed. The fortress's every movement was predicted, as Theo had preemptively stuck his sword into the hardened ground and used it as a means to hoist himself high into the air. He pulled his sword up just in time to dodge the fortress's passing mace. And as his final sequence of this maneuver, Theo came crashing down with the blinding light of the sun at his back, directly atop his enemy. Putting his entire weight into this next attack, Theo roared out as he slammed his blade down upon his opponent's skull and smote him. Before the young champion of the West landed on the ground, his defiant giant of a foe remained upright on his knees, even in death. Seeing he was already conquered, Theo made sure all who witnessed knew the result of their duel. Swinging his greatsword one last time, Theo cut the lifeless Elan champion's head clean off his shoulders, and as the massive husk of his body fell to the ground, those who witnessed it with their own eyes now knew that the impossible had been achieved. Chapter 52, A Deal with the Devil. Just moments ago, the triumphant cheering from the Elan army had utterly vanished when the fortress fell. In sheer astonishment, both armies across the open plains had fallen silent. The lack of sound was so noticeable that even the soft whistling of the wind's gentle breeze could be heard as it brushed against the grass. The quiet stillness of the moment was finally lifted, with the victorious cries rising from the army of the free peoples of the West. More amazed than the rest, General Raddington had an accomplished yet relieved smile when he cheered out with amazement.
I can't believe it, he did it. That crazy little maniac actually did it.
The grizzled old man proclaimed with joyous laughter, still partly in disbelief as it was all still sinking in. However, in the Elean ranks was a combination of disbelief, fear, and uncertainty in their vast army. In their eyes, this contest was proclaimed by their chosen to have been in the sight of their gods, and their champion, who had appeared nigh undefeatable, was vanquished by a young warrior barely over half his height. It should have been impossible. Even still, none of them were in more shock and outrage at the result of this contest than their chosen himself. Stuttering his words through his rage, Razkal spoke only loud enough for the Emperor beside him to hear.
This cannot be allowed. We must kill him. We must kill him now.
He uttered before turning to Mesalem. The Emperor's expression quickly soured as he glared back at the chosen. Intentionally loud enough for the soldiers around them to hear, Mesalem answered Razkal with contempt.
First, you escape your duties by refusing to face this challenge made in the sight of the gods, and then you conspire to break the agreement you made before them. Perhaps we lost this contest because the gods were angry at their chosen's cowardice.
Immediately the soldiers within earshot looked at Razkal, their chosen by the gods, eagerly awaiting an answer to these accusations. Now suddenly nervous, Razkal quickly and loudly rebuked the claims.
I never said that.
And forcing himself to control his seething temper, Razkal exclaimed further.
The gods have chosen that the West's champion should win, and we are duty-bound to hear what he has to say,
he proclaimed, although it was obvious to everyone around him that Razkal was barely restraining his deeply held scorn for the young champion. Though not even a part of their army, it was abundantly clear to Theo that if not for the strife between the Elan leaders, he likely would have never had a chance to speak. He appreciated that, but wasn't about to bring that up now. Who knows, he thought, they might make amends and kill him. After all, if not for their struggle, he might well have had to face down the entire Elan army. That would likely be markedly more difficult than an overgrown mace wielder. With that thought coming across his mind, Theo couldn't help but smile. And without moving an inch from his spot, the young champion started yelling back at the two Elans in command.
As I was saying, I bring news from the Order of the Light.
And Theo continued yelling the following words as clearly as he could manage before his surprising proclamation.
The darkness has returned,
he declared, waiting a moment to ensure there was no chance of his words being misinterpreted. Fully expecting a mixture of reactions, Theo saw an assortment of surprised expressions from the Elan army. Even then, there were only a few. Most of the Elans just simply scoffed at his claim. It wasn't unexpected, though, for Theo knew well enough that all the beliefs of the West were incompatible with the Elan's own religion. Unsurprisingly, The Elan's chosen was the first among them who loudly protested the champion's claim.
That's a lie.
Razkol rebuked.
The light and the beast you vermin speak of and believe in is nothing more than the beliefs of madmen and fools. You only mean to buy yourselves time. But this will not save you, nor will it save your army.
Mesalem sharply interrupted Razkol, exclaiming aloud.
Enough! We will hear him out. The gods have decreed it. They must have their reasons. Or would you rather choose to fight him to get a second opinion?
He goaded the chosen. Glaring back at his emperor, Razkol saw no option other than to let it continue. He angrily bit his tongue before allowing the West's champion to explain himself with a wave. Even if Razkol had requested it, Theo wouldn't pass up this opportunity.
It's true. The Western Temple of the Order is already in ruin. Its defenders slain. The darkness will stop at nothing until it's reclaimed all its power within the Order's temples. Whether you like it or not, this threat involves us all. Before it's too late, we need to unite our forces if we're to have any hope of stopping it.
This request would have likely had him floored if not for the chosen sitting on his horse. Razkol started throwing his arms in the air before he yelled back.
What?
It was a simple but passionate question, shared by all in the Elan ranks before he continued.
This is absurd, and it's clearly a lie. Don't think just because our ancestors made a pact to honor the Order's call to arms in a bygone era, that we're also obligated to follow in step to their foolhardy ways.
Again, Razkol was interrupted by the Emperor, who exclaimed back.
Enough! Do I have to repeat myself? The gods have already spoken. However false these claims may sound, we will honor our agreement. Even if the treaty is ancient, Elans do not go back on their word. But before these calls to arms are answered, we shall see for ourselves if what this man says is true.
Mesalem declared before outstretching his hands to his troops.
Send out scouts to inspect all the temples of the Order. We will verify the heart of these claims. Until then, neither army is to leave the field.
He said as a clear threat, eyeing Theo. Theo didn't mind the Emperor's threats or glares directed at him. Instead, he just pleasantly smiled at the outcome when he replied.
It's settled then,
Theo proclaimed, before nodding in acknowledgement back at the Emperor. And not pressing his luck any further, Theo turned to walk back to his army. As the young champion approached his force's side, he was welcomed back with spirited cheers echoing throughout the entire army. Cherise couldn't help but notice, but as Theo was being accepted back, he seemed more nervous receiving praise from his fellow soldiers than he had shown earlier when intending to face off against the entire Elan army alone. He needed to get his fears in order, she thought with a smile. Before Theo could return to his lines, Cherise ran out to him. She was followed shortly by Obi, as well as several of his comrade-in-arms. All of them happily celebrated Theo's safe return to them. It was hard to hear anyone in particular, but Cherise had heard Obi. Both excited and frustrated at the same time, Obi spoke to Theo.
I don't believe you picked a fight with all of them like that and came out still standing. I swear you're just like Ira. I can't handle this kind of stress,
Obi said before grabbing Theo by the shoulders, shaking him vigorously as he continued yelling somewhat jokingly.
Will you just stop it?
After finally relenting on shaking him, Obi spoke in a somewhat flustered relief.
Geez, kid. In the end, I guess I'm just glad you're okay,
he said before rubbing Theo's head, thoroughly ruining his already messy hair. Cherise just looked on, smiling and giggling, until she enthusiastically spoke to her brother.
You sure know how to make an impression, Theo. Still, I'm just so glad you're safe. Do you realize how worried you had us?
She said pleasantly enough before instantly changing her tone to scold him properly.
Now tell me, what in the world were you thinking picking a fight with all of them like that?
Theo acknowledged her concern with a guilty expression, but left it at that.
Oh, no way. We're not done having this talk.
Cherise made her displeasure with his lack of answer abundantly clear, pouting before she chided him further.
Theo, don't ever do that again. Next time you have the urge to do something reckless, can you do me a small favor and don't, okay? Just don't. Ira doing it is plenty enough, thank you.
Surprised by her adamant protest, Theo smiled back while nervously laughing.
It sounds like almost everything I do nowadays everybody else either calls crazy or reckless.
A little upset he was making a joke out of it, Cherise frowned.
Theo,
she said sternly before pouting again and continuing.
You know what I mean.
Theo shrugged.
Okay, I'll try to remember that next time,
he said unconvincingly.
Sheesh. Oh well, that's probably the best answer I'm going to get from Theo.
Letting out a defeated sigh, Cherise smiled back at her obstinate brother. Obi, however, was compelled to interrupt their conversation.
I don't know, kid. Maybe there's a reason people are calling you crazy or reckless. It may be a warning you should start listening to them. Who knows? You might even live longer.
He said as light-heartedly as he could on the matter. Theo returned a half-hearted smile, no doubt knowing there was certainly some truth to his concern. As the three made their way back into their army lines, Theo was applauded and given pats on the back by every soldier he passed. Not knowing how to handle the attention, Theo just nervously waved as he slowly went on his way. Cherise was surprised to see how much her brother had come. He was hardly recognizable. Eventually making their way back to Raddington, Theo looked up to the proud general sitting atop his horse. Still somewhat in disbelief, Raddington let out a quick chuckle before joking.
"You madman, you actually did it. I can't believe you're not dead,"
he said with delight, before speaking loudly enough so everyone could hear him.
"This kid just walked up to the entire E.C.E.N army and mocked them all to their faces. And not only did he come back alive, but just look at that triumphant, smug grin on his face,"
Raddington mentioned, displaying Theo's smile as his evidence. Still clearly astonished over it all, the general had to finish his thoughts on the matter by saying one last thing to Theo.
"Someone or something must be looking after you, kid."
Now having said his piece, it was back to business for the general, as Raddington's expression became more serious before he spoke to Theo again.
"So, what exactly are the terms the Alans agreed to?"
Cherise was equally curious. So much was riding on it, how couldn't she? However, Theo's wide smile brought her hope, and may as well have been a sufficient enough answer without his explanation.
They've agreed to hold off on fighting us until they've had time to look into what I said about the darkness. You probably saw it, but they already had sent out scouts to each of the temples of the Order. As long as they're honest, and I really hope they are, then the scouts should report back to their leaders, proof I didn't lie. But their emperor did make sure to issue a rather pointed warning. He said neither army is to quit the field. And, well, judging by the way he said it, I think we should go along with that request.
General Raddington went wide-eyed.
"I'm impressed, and you know that I'm not an easily impressed man. However, I must admit, I'm still not certain of the claims your friends made myself."
Raddington likely saw the disappointment in Cherise's eyes before he elaborated.
"Though it doesn't hurt to have them verified by my men as well."
After Raddington said this, he motioned for some scouts to investigate the matter. Cherise's earlier suspicions of the grizzled general subsided after what she saw next. The scouts must have been given prior instructions because each of them immediately left, purposefully heading their own way. It must have been planned when Theo first went out. In the meantime, the army cheers for her brother seemed to have finally died down. They were a lively bunch, Cherise thought, much more so than the others at the Order in any case. Raddington looked back at Theo, likely with something still on his mind. Not leaving them in too much suspense, Raddington asked Theo with genuine curiosity.
"What happened between you and their chosen earlier?"
Cherise was equally curious. What could possess her brother to get so impassioned while staring down the E.C.E.N's entire army for him to pick a fight with one of their leaders, she thought. After Raddington's question, Theo had strangely looked Cherise's way before speaking.
We actually have some history,
Theo said, likely subconsciously gritting his teeth.
10 years ago, he was the man that killed our parents and razed Acorn Village to the ground.
Cherise looked back in shock. She saw in Theo's dead serious expression the proof of his sincerity.
What? That horrible man is really the Elan's chosen? If he's their leader, then how can we possibly trust them?
She openly feared, pulling back as she clenched her chest. Realizing her spoken doubt could undo all that was accomplished, Cherise let her doubts retreat to the safety of her mind. There, a torrent of inner thoughts came at her. She had bore witness to their chosen's true nature years ago. This man, a demon in the flesh through her eyes, was where they were placing their hope. Him, and any of her spoken reprehension of the idea could break this fragile peace Theo had fought so hard for. Cherise felt nauseous, covering her mouth in a desperate effort to hold herself back from throwing up. Obi stepped forward.
Wait, Theo, are you sure? It's been years. You mean to say that the man you three told me about is also the Elan's chosen?
He asked insistently. Theo nodded. After seeing Theo's response, Obi's temper flared up. He swore at the thought of the contemptible man before continuing.
That monster. All this time he's been idolized as their chosen, living a life of luxury. He even makes the nobles of Valinor look like saints. Unforgivable.
Obi vented in angered frustration. Cherise felt better. Well, not really, but enough in the sense that she didn't want to vomit anymore. Still, Cherise's earlier thoughts sickened her. She hoped that paying more close attention to the others would help distract her. With her head lifted, she had a better look at the situation. From what it appeared, Raddington now seemed only to ask Theo his question earlier to find a reason to scold him for his reckless actions. It was understandable, given the general's charge. However, the grizzled old general now looked sympathetic after hearing all the Chosen had done to Theo and her.
Well, just try not to kill him until we're in the clear, all right?
Raddington asked of Theo, but it sounded like more of an order.
If this business regarding the beast is true, then the last thing we need is to give the Alans an excuse to break this unstable truce. Nevertheless, you found yourself quite a formidable enemy, kid, and from what I hear, he's second to none in his brutality.
We're well acquainted with that fact,
Theo said, embittered and angry. Raddington cleared his throat with an uncomfortable cough.
Well, should you care to know it, their Chosen's name is Razkol. Aside from his cruelty, he is also credited for the Alan's newfound abilities to control magic.
Charisse leaned in.
Really?
She asked.
As if his crimes against the world weren't bad enough, he's also responsible for their men having those powers? How?
She asked in a curious yet spiteful way, almost looking for another excuse to resent the Chosen for what he'd done. Shrugging, Raddington looked uncertain himself as he explained.
These are unconfirmed, so bear that in mind when I tell you. There have been rumors that he was once a prominent Elan that dabbled in alchemy. Using slaves in his experiments, Razkal was somehow able to imbue himself and his followers with magical abilities. It has been said that the power they wield at their fingertips is directly weighed by the lives sacrificed in their twisted alchemic arts. I did not bother to ask for the details, for I shudder to think of how he went about it.
Raddington scoffed in disgust.
They call it alchemic arts, likely because it is a convenient term for them, but it is nothing short of sorcery and witchcraft.
And clearly not wanting to dwell on it, Raddington finished his thoughts.
Long story short, Razkal's accomplishments were acknowledged by the Elayans religious sect. In particular, their prophet took notice, and eventually, his influence and power only continued to grow. The man's prolonged alchemic successes eventually propelled him to become the religious figurehead he is today. Their Chosen by the gods, as they call it, has done nothing but cause tragedies since then. I'm sad to say that your stories are not as unique as you might suspect.
Charisse held her face, bottling up her feelings inside. She just wanted to scream.
He's a monster. The more I hear about him, the more I know, the worse it gets. Somebody has to make Razkal pay for his crimes.
Chapter 53, Omen. A few days had passed with the armies remaining camped apart from one another. With both forces hardly moving from their original spots, an uneasy tension lingered in the air. Still wary of one another's intentions, the opposing armies remained ready for battle, prepared to fight at a moment's notice. Everyone was on edge for at least one of two reasons: rightfully worried about the other army breaking the paper-thin truce between them, or the potentially dire news from the returning scouts confirming the suspicions of an ancient threat. Charisse could relate to the uncomfortable feeling. Neither option was exactly promising. However, similar to a fresh stream running into a dormant pond of water, the sights of returning scouts in the distance had brought life back into the camps. Though there were concerns about what news they brought, the uneasy tension had finally passed. Of the two forces, the Elan scouts were the first to return, and almost immediately, their encampment buzzed with the murmurings of the spreading rumors, while the scouts returned to report directly to their Chosen and their Emperor themselves. On the Elan side of the field, the last and highest ranking of the Empire's scouts had just returned to the encampment. Stepping inside his leader's tent, Efer, captain and leader of the scouts, appeared before his superiors as quickly as possible. Presenting himself before Razkal and Mesalem with a salute before presuming to speak, Efer spoke.
Chosen, Emperor, I've come with news from the east.
Mesalem waved Efer on to speak further, which he obliged.
My lords, it appears the West's champion may have spoken some truth.
He spoke cautiously, aware of the need to tread lightly with those he was addressing. After seeing both Razkal and Mesalem acknowledge the nearly unthinkable claim he made, Efer paused out of fear of his leaders, particularly the Chosen. Efer knew that a single transgression could cost him his life. He was right to do so, Razkal thought as he sneered at his subordinate. Although Efer had just arrived, his words were already approaching dangerous territory, close to what Razkal would consider sacrilegious. After seeing they didn't immediately react, Efer cautiously continued.
My lords, out of the 6 temples containing the orbs, 3 have been completely wiped out. My scouts are reporting not one soul remains at the temples, not even bodies. However, there was one exception. Bodies of the Order's dead had scattered the western temple grounds. As for the other 3, the only thing left behind by those who defended their charge were bloodstains. I'm at a loss to explain the discrepancies.
Even with their misgivings, those ominous words unsettled everyone who heard them. However, Razkal could not allow himself to appear weak. He glared at his subordinate.
You're quite bold to tell me such things.
Effa gulped nervously, bowing his head as he hastily replied.
Chosen, I meant no offense. I only offer reports of what my own eyes and that of my men have borne witness to. Please do not be angry with your humble servant.
The man grovelled, begging pathetically to the cold-hearted leader, who dismissively responded to his request.
Continue, but next time choose your words more wisely.
Giving an appreciative nod, E.C.E.N continued telling his tale with a much more notable nervousness of reprisal about him.
There is more, my lords. Where the orbs were once placed, only shattered glass now remains. And we've yet to hear back from my man who was sent to the 4th temple in line from the west. I can only surmise what may have befallen him. But, my lords, as of now, the remaining 2 temples within our sacred lands appear to be the only ones left unharmed. And though I'm sure you know this, the closest is northeast of our current position, and the other lies at the far reaches east of here, upon the shoreline.
I know of it,
Mesalum stated.
It lies just north of the harbour of Akhnuri.
For the Elan leaders, the news was hard to swallow. Watching their reactions with bated breath, E.C.E.N anxiously awaited what may befall him. He wasn't wrong to worry either. Stroking his beard, Razkal was actively considering if he should have the man killed for his lies. But it wouldn't be so. To Effa's relief, with only seconds of consideration, Mesalum dismissed him to leave the tent, which he happily obliged. Razkal would have been annoyed if not for being intrigued by Mesalum's actions. Perhaps, Razkal considered, the Emperor's actions now could be used against him later. Now having their privacy, Mesalum felt free to speak openly with the Chosen.
Based on the time we first heard of this threat, it appears it has been spreading to the eastern temples rapidly.
His passion getting the better of him, Razkal challenged the notion.
And what makes you say that?
He asked in disgust at even the hint of what was being suggested. Likewise, the Emperor returned a similar lack of respect.
Perhaps your ears are failing you at your age, or were you simply not paying attention? The West's champion had only told us of the fate of the Order grounds furthest to the west. If he had more compelling evidence to use against us, he would not have held it back.
It made sense, and Razkal couldn't find a reasonable excuse to deny it. For now it seemed that Razkal was at a loss for words, so the Emperor openly considered the situation further.
Whatever it is, I surmise we won't be able to make it in time to stop it from desecrating the closest temple within my lands. We have no choice but to meet this threat at the Eastern Temple.
The Chosen clenched his teeth and spoke in frustration.
How could we possibly go along with this farce?
Razkal exclaimed.
It's but a myth. This darkness, this beast, does not exist.
Stern-faced, the Emperor replied.
Are you implying I said as much?
Razkal snarled, waiting for Mesalum to explain himself.
With what we've heard, we now know something is attacking the Order as was claimed. I don't presume to know what's causing this disturbance at the Order's temples, but whatever it is, they appear to have the audacity to have their sights set on E.C.E.N territory. My territory.
He reminded Razkal, who sneered at the notion as the Emperor spoke further.
That will not go unanswered, if for no other reason than to have vengeance on the arrogance of this unseen foe. I will see to it this threat is dealt with.
After hearing out the Emperor, the Chosen became increasingly frustrated. He didn't have enough to outmaneuver Mesalum for this sacrilege. Well, not yet anyway. The E.C.E.N Emperor defending his homeland was all too convenient of an excuse that would only garner more support should Razkal openly oppose him.
Curses!
Razkal growled.
Of all times for this to have happened. We were so close to finally ending the last resistance of the West.
He said in bitter anger before conceding.
For once, Mesalum, we find ourselves in agreement. We cannot simply tolerate such vermin having their way on our sacred lands. If they can so quickly deal with the defenders of the Order, then they must have a sizable force. So, What is it you propose?
Razkal asked willfully, after seeing the Emperor's anticipation to respond, hoping any such failure from the choices made here would fall solely on his head. Nevertheless, with tensions high, Mesalam responded calmly.
You already know what we need to do.
Mesalam confessed with a hint of aggravation before continuing.
It appears we're going to honor the requests of the West champion after all. For the moment, we'll let him have it his way. Their army will follow behind our own. And if they should think to flee, these claims will have been proven to be nothing more than a ruse and a lie, and we will eradicate them.
The Emperor said forcefully before taking his leave. The more the Chosen thought of the situation, the more it infuriated him. He stewed in his anger until it finally boiled over. His face flushed red. Razkal stepped outside the tent and headed straight towards his officers, who diligently waited for him. With fierce, crazed eyes, Razkal spoke to his subordinates in a hushed voice.
These vermin will be walking through our sacred lands.
And thinking on it for only a moment, Razkal put on a sinister grin before he continued speaking.
We must do our best to make them feel welcome.
Seeing his men didn't so readily understand, Razkal set his plans into motion.
Gather the slaves, and as for you,
he said while pointing specifically to one of the officers before continuing.
I'll need you to send a message to the E.C.E.N riders. I have special plans for them.
Chapter 54, Crossroads. As the scouts remained in the distance, the entire army of the Free Peoples of the West took notice of the unusual activity within the E.C.E.N encampment. Since no one particularly commented on the commotion beside her, Charisse felt obliged to give her opinion after looking more closely.
The Ayalans are packing up camp.
Before a sudden yet ecstatic realization.
They must have found out the truth for themselves. It must be. What other reason would they do this? I can hardly believe it. They're really going to help us.
She said with a cheerful smile, looking around at the others. Contrary to her own positive outlook, she saw that most of the men around her still had their suspicions, but the sudden change in pace gave them a small glimmer of optimism. However, Charisse's smile returned to her after seeing Theo and Obi's reactions.
At least they're also excited, even if it means we're joining forces with Ayla.
Realizing what crossed her mind, she shuddered at the thought.
If I'm getting excited about this, my expectations may need some examining. Oh, well, their help is better than nothing, I suppose. In any case, it certainly beats the alternative.
After thinking about it, Charisse had difficulty adjusting to the situation, awkwardly forcing herself to smile. She hadn't noticed until now, but her unusual internal struggle showed outwardly. It had caught Obi's attention, who gave her a strange, inquisitive look. She grimaced.
Please don't judge me right now, Uncle.
Obi smiled and shook his head at her reaction before eagerly speaking to the crowd.
The Alans seem to know what's going on. So why haven't we heard anything? And where's that pompous-looking guy who's in charge around here anyway? I'm sure he'd know something.
And as with many earlier situations in Ehya, it seemed almost on cue, Raddington was coming up from behind them. Sitting atop his horse, the proud general responded in an irritated rebuttal.
You must be that obnoxious friend Theo was telling me about.
Charisse didn't quite understand the context, but she had her suspicions, a fact that wasn't exactly flattering should Ira find out. Surprised by Raddington's sudden appearance, Obi laughed as he glanced between Theo and the general before replying.
Ha! Oh, I think I know exactly who Theo was talking about. I wouldn't say he's obnoxious exactly, but when you're as much of a troublemaker as he is, you probably deserve that title anyway,
Obi said, while giving Theo a mischievous grin, who returned his own as the two let out a laugh. With no one there to defend him, Charisse pouted before giving her thoughts on the matter.
Hey, stop it, you two. I can't believe you're both talking about Ira like that behind his back.
Obi grinned knowingly before replying.
We never did say his name, Charisse. You connected those dots on your own,
he said with a teasing look.
Ugh, he's right.
Inadvertently admitting who perfectly fit the description, Charisse's face flushed red in embarrassment. Thinking it best to step away from the conversation, Charisse looked down and twiddled her fingers. Perhaps irritated with the unserious nature of their talk, Raddington grunted in annoyance before proclaiming aloud to his men.
Listen up. The Alans and I have already heard back from the scouts we sent to inspect the temples of the Order. From the news I've just heard, it's likely the Alans are setting out to leave immediately.
The general said with authority, exclaiming loud enough for an abundance of the surrounding soldiers to hear. Almost demandingly surrounded by her guards, the elven princess made her presence known as she came closer.
And what is it that you've heard? What did your men report?
Al-Mahil asked, irritated at her tone, but presumably seeing the merit in the question. Raddington answered the question as he continued speaking aloud to his men.
The word from the scouts is that 4 of the 6 temples of the Order have already fallen.
Intentional or not, the proclamation made those who heard it gasp in disbelief, for Raddington's words gave merit to the idea that the legends of old were true, that the darkness was real. Cherise could see the fear on their faces, a fear well placed. Nevertheless, the general hardly even paused before continuing to speak.
They say that the orbs imprisoning the beast have been shattered, that there appeared to be no survivors. With the exception of the most western temple grounds, there weren't even any bodies to be laid to rest.
Cherise blinked in surprise.
Wait.
Her interruption garnered Raddington's attention.
At the other temple grounds, you're saying their bodies were missing?
Visually confused on the matter himself, Raddington acknowledged her.
Yes, I was curious about it too. But when I asked my men for clarification, they couldn't provide any. And really, how could they? If this really is the work of some unnatural creature, I fear what's happening may just simply be beyond us.
He chuckled at the uncomfortable thought.
If that should be the case, then I see no point considering the possibilities over this matter any further. But, between you and I, little missy, I sincerely hope it isn't what you think it is.
Cherise's hands met, fingers intertwining in a subtle struggle between anxiety and composure.
I wish I was wrong,
she said softly, her words offering no comfort. But giving a lie wouldn't help the general when the time truly counts. Shortly after she said this, the noise from some of the surrounding troops pulled Cherise's attention away. When she noticed what had caused the commotion, Cherise pointed out the small band of men heading towards them from the E.C.E.N front.
General, it looks like you have other things to worry about for the time being.
Flag-bearers held the symbols of 2 crescent moons as they escorted what appeared to be the E.C.E.N's emissary, who was surrounded by a small entourage. No one needed to ask. Their purpose there was undoubtedly meant to request an audience with Raddington. As if it'd help him mentally prepare before setting out, the general gave a brief stretch before looking at Theo.
Well, come on, champion. Let's go see what they have to say,
Raddington instructed. Theo agreed with a firm nod before the two headed out to meet the E.C.E.Ns. As they went out to the open grasslands, Raddington and Theo didn't need to go very far. They remained relatively close enough from their own lines to be within hearing distance of many of the others they left behind. Theo suspected the others he left behind likely appreciated the gesture. This way, there'd hardly be a need for them to repeat what had been discussed. In any case, both Raddington and Theo waited for the small E.C.E.N band to meet them. When up close, it was clear by their expressions and demeanor, the Empire's men weren't exactly thrilled with the prospect of discussing anything with the two. Their impertinence certainly didn't escape Raddington's notice, and it instantly set him off. Not giving them a chance to speak first, Raddington spitefully conversed with the E.C.E.N group.
Well, what is it? What have your masters ordered you to say?
Theo just nervously smiled. The resentment in the air was almost palpable. Theo now found himself in the unusual situation of being the only one there trying to have this meeting be cordial. It was an odd place for him to be. He was so much fonder of the simpler approach of either saying nothing or swinging his sword. On second thought, Theo considered that probably wasn't a healthy way to think. In response to the general's taunts, the E.C.E.N's emissary painstakingly bit his tongue, keeping his real thoughts on the matter to himself before clearing his throat and pulling out an official-looking scroll. Unraveling the document, the emissary spoke.
I have orders from the esteemed Emperor of Ela and the chosen of the gods. You are to...
Orders?
Raddington abruptly interrupted, scowling.
I don't take orders from the likes of your Emperor or your damn chosen for that matter. So skip over the fluff and get to the real meat of what your masters sent you to say.
Immediately, the E.C.E.Ns were appalled by his tone. Theo saw all of the hot-tempered men of the East did their best to restrain themselves. He thought things could quickly get out of hand if this kept up, so Theo did his best to calm them down.
Now, there's no need to get angry. Just tell us your message,
Theo requested, surprised in himself that he was the voice of reason. It wasn't something Theo was acquainted with, and after this experience, he rather didn't like it much either. In either case, since the E.C.E.Ns likely recognized him, they didn't seem too willing to abide by his requests. But they still had a job to do. The emissary exhaled frustratingly and continued to speak without using his scroll.
You likely had similar reports, I assume. For whatever reason, the temples have been wiped out, with only 2 left intact.
My esteemed leaders know we will not arrive in time to defend the northeastern temple grounds, so we will be heading to the Order within the far east of our sacred lands on the edge of the Endless Sea.
Taking only a moment to see Raddington's reaction, the emissary continued.
We are heading out immediately, and since we're traveling through E.C.E.N territory, I was told to inform you of a direct...
The Elan appeared to swallow his preferred word for another.
Request,
he said, snarling.
From the Emperor, Mesolum himself. You are to follow between a maximum of 1,000 to a minimum of 500 steps behind our army. My leaders have agreed to fight alongside you to defeat this unknown threat, but if these conditions are broken, the consequences will be swift.
The Elan said with a hint of spite. Finding an agreement with the plan but not liking the tone in which it was delivered, Raddington issued an order right back.
Go, crawl back to your masters and tell them I agree to these terms.
With a subtle nod, showing more than a hint of contempt, the Elan emissary turned to leave before being followed shortly by his small entourage as they headed back to their side. As Raddington and Theo were returning to their side of the field, Cherise worriedly asked them,
What about the other order? We're not just going to leave them to their fate, are we?
Raddington's opinion came swiftly.
There's nothing we can do about it.
The general tried to say sharply, but Cherise detected the disheartened tone in his voice.
Why? Why are we abandoning them?
The general began shaking his head in disbelief before speaking again.
With our reports coming back with likely the same information, I actually have to agree with the Elean's proposition. At best, only the mounted soldiers from our armies could make it in time to help those at the closest order.
The general stated before immediately killing this prospect by loudly continuing.
But if this threat is truly as grave as the legend implies it is, then we simply cannot risk our men so recklessly on only a chance of saving a few. When the time comes, we may well need all our soldiers ready and on hand.
Cherise couldn't accept that.
But there's still a chance.
She objected, stepping forward.
How can you just leave them to die?
Upset at the accusation but clearly frustrated with the situation himself, with a sharp rebuttal, Raddington spoke in a disgruntled voice.
What would you have me do? Send my horsemen ahead, thereby breaking the agreement with the Empire. This ceasefire hangs by a thread. I will not give the Alans an excuse to attack us.
The grizzled general said at first in a fit of anger, but his face became notably softer the longer he looked at Cherise.
So, that's it then? We're leaving them to die?
She pressed the matter in silent despair.
More innocent lives are going to be lost, and we're expected to look the other way and pretend it's not happening?
Raddington took a few seconds before responding.
Look, I know your heart's in the right place, but my hands are tied. We simply can't risk it.
The general said sincerely after noticing Cherise's dismayed look.
I can't accept this.
Cherise could hardly believe what she was hearing, but she refused to allow this disagreement to simply end like that. And looking around at the others, she pled her case.
We can't just abandon them. There must be something, anything we can do to help.
With authority in his voice, Raddington spoke up again.
The matter is settled, and I have no further time to spend on it,
he said while swiping his hand, dismissing the conversation in frustration.
Now I must leave to make preparations.
Raddington intended to convey his parting remarks while trying to take his leave, but before he got far, Al-Mahil interjected.
Auric, take here this message bearing my seal.
Al-Mahil had said, while displaying to Raddington a sealed parchment, speaking further.
Your horses can travel faster than my Janius. Haste is of the essence. I'd suggest you lend one of my guards a horse to deliver a message to my father. Trust me when I say this is not an offer you'd want to refuse.
Seeing the elven princess's seriousness, Raddington quickly pointed to one of his men.
You heard the princess. See to it that it's done.
Without hesitation, the soldier Raddington pointed out followed through on the orders given, dismounting from his steed. Without delay, the elven guard quickly accepted his princess's token and sprang atop the horse before heading out. After the elf had left, Theo stepped forward and asked the group at large,
Is there anyone else who might be willing to help us? Maybe Valinor?
Obi practically scoffed at the idea.
Not likely. After what I just heard happened to the Alliance's armies in the south, their king won't be sending even a single squire outside their gilded walls to help us.
Obi said with contempt, not withholding back any of his animosity. There was probably some reason for Obi's anger, but asking about it would have to wait till later, Cherise thought. In any case, Obi's abrupt outburst nearly sucked the life out of the conversation. Unexpectedly, It proved oddly helpful. It gave Charisse the much-needed, albeit little, time to think things through before offering her own opinion.
How about the dwarves?
She asked hopefully. In truth, she didn't have much of a clue as to what to expect as an answer. The only experience she had with their kind was in passing, and the dwarf wasn't exactly helpful or friendly. And thinking back on it, the dwarven merchant even managed to make trouble in his short stay. Still, Charisse thought, if they could turn to the Alans for aid, then the dwarves should come naturally as an option. But before having even said it, Raddington's expression alone sent a clear message that he wasn't convinced of that chance ever happening.
I can tell you're not much acquainted with their kind. You see, the dwarves don't much care about anyone other than themselves. Besides, even if they were willing to hear us out, which I doubt they would, who here among us has had relations with their kind before?
An uncomfortable silence fell upon the group with no clear volunteer. However, Charisse remembered something. Clearly Theo did too. Having their suspicions, Charisse and Theo looked at Obi almost pleadingly, but he stubbornly pretended not to have noticed. Charisse wasn't going to let him off that easy. Before long, everyone noticed the stare down the siblings gave the bald man from the Order. Assuming there was a reason, many around them also anxiously stared at the reluctant fellow until he finally gave in.
All right, fine, I'll do it.
Obi yelled out frustratedly, flailing his arms around while getting atop his horse. As Obi put one leg on a saddle to climb his steed, he looked at Theo and Charisse before pointing his fingers at them.
You two owe me big for this.
To which they both smiled back, trying to contain their laughter. Feeling well pleased in himself, even though he didn't offer any advice, Raddington spoke up.
Well, if nothing else, we can at least hope they'll aid us,
Raddington said before taking his leave. While atop his horse, Obi looked down at Charisse with a concerned expression. She had no idea what was going on in his mind, but he looked so troubled. Obi just kept staring with that same worried look without saying anything for a few seconds, until Theo felt obligated to speak on his behalf.
Charisse, I think I speak for Obi and myself when I say this. Please, for our sakes, go west.
But why?
Charisse asked in rebuttal, insistently pressing the matter after seeing Theo wouldn't give up.
No, Theo, I won't. I'm not leaving you and I'm not going.
He tried calming her down.
Charisse, you know why. Head west where it's safe. Maybe even Valinor. Please go somewhere far from the coming battle.
Charisse had a mixture of disappointment from being left behind, anger that they'd expect her to just leave them, and worry over everything. What could happen to them while she's gone, she thought. Who would mend their wounds if not for her staying there?
But I want to help.
Charisse blurted out, her emotions getting the better of her. Obi replied to her comment this time.
Please do this for us.
And pausing for a moment, Obi's face contorted.
Do I have to say it? If it came down to it, the Alans wouldn't leave anyone alive for you to treat anyway. You'd never have the chance. And if the worst comes to pass, light forbid, we'd be in Aelan lands. I might even find myself hoping you don't see the sunrise.
There was weight behind his words, his eyes. Shuddering uncomfortably at the thought, Charisse grimaced. She never wanted to experience what happened in King's Height ever again. Seeing how his words affected her, Obi was gentler when he spoke further.
Charisse, you know how much we both care for you. We just want to make sure that you're safe.
She wouldn't leave it as is. No, rather, she couldn't allow it to end like this.
I won't be a burden. If not for me being there that one time, Theo, you may have bled out. I don't want to lose either of you two like that.
And recollecting the memory, Charisse's eyes were starting to glaze over as she continued to speak while almost sobbing.
It's not fair. I also care about what happens to you two. So don't ask to send me away. What if something like that happens again while I'm gone? What if something were to befall you two because I'm not there to help?
Seeing her heartfelt plea, the others didn't immediately answer. She couldn't say why exactly, but she saw a profound sadness upon them. This may be their last time talking with one another, and the way it was going, it may be ending on bad terms. Biting at her lip, that passing thought tore at Charisse. Adamant in his position, Theo started walking backward, displaying the surrounding army of the West around him when he spoke.
Things are different now, Charisse. It's no longer just us against the world anymore. Now have an entire army standing side by side with us.
His words rang true. She knew that. But Charisse could hardly stomach the idea of leaving them to face this danger without her. Charisse looked down, trying to hide the tears swelling up inside her when she replied,
I just want you two to be safe. I can't bear the thought of either of you dying.
Theo put a hand on her shoulder.
I'm sorry, but not this time.
Wiping at her tears, Charisse looked back at Theo before deciding to reprimand him one last time.
At least promise one thing. Promise me you won't do anything reckless like what you did today.
And seeing Theo's uncertain reaction, she persisted all the louder.
Promise me, Theo. Promise or I'm not leaving.
Noticing that she fully intended to follow through with her threat, Theo answered with a defeated sigh.
Okay, you win. I'll try not to do anything reckless.
The sincerity with which her brother spoke surprised Charisse.
By the light, I think he actually means it this time.
Charisse hadn't suspected Theo wouldn't budge an inch on the matter. However, even if it wasn't expected, it was a small victory. Who knows, she thought. This may even keep Theo alive. With that prospect in mind, Charisse could look back pleasantly through her tears and worry.
Good, because I was serious, you know,
she said, smiling widely. Theo sighed, barely showing a hint of his smile when he did.
Oh, I know you were.
Theo had acknowledged, but some of Charisse suspected he may have been lying. Not that she minded. Charisse grinned mischievously before finishing her thoughts.
Theo, I heard some troubling things from the others while you were fighting that oversized brute.
His eyebrow perked up before Charisse explained her point.
I heard you now have a tendency to try and act like a hero sometimes. And from what I saw today, I can't help but agree.
When Charisse said that, he had an uncomfortable, guilty smile before she leaned in.
But try to remember, Theo, the weight of the world isn't on your shoulders, okay?
Based on his reaction, as he took too long to respond, it seemed that Theo might have been seriously under that impression. But eventually, when he did, Theo only smiled and nodded back in agreement.
I worry for him,
she thought to herself, fighting back the urge to frown. Fearing this may also be the last time she may ever see the two, Charisse looked over to Obi. Before he was about to set out, she spoke loudly but with sincerity to him.
Obi, before you go, I wanted to tell you something.
And getting a little embarrassed and fidgety, Charisse started twiddling her fingers as she continued to speak.
When I call you uncle, I really mean it, but in a good way. You see, ever since that time you found us and took us in, I've considered you family. So I also want you to promise me something too. I want you to tell me that you're also going to try and be safe.
Smiling solemnly back, Obi brought his horse around beside Charisse before ruffling her hair slightly and replying,
"What's all this? You're making it sound like it may be the last time we get to talk,"
he said lightheartedly. And after seeing Charisse's disapproval of him making a joke out of the situation, Obi sighed before continuing.
"You know me. I'm the only level-headed one in our band of misfits, and I have no intention of dying anytime soon. In fact, I intend to outlive all of you,"
he said with a proud grin that got a smile from Charisse. Obi flicked his nose.
"And you don't have to worry about Theo. I got it covered. You can be confident that I'll also make sure he keeps his word,"
Obi said, grinning while Theo laughed awkwardly. Those words were exactly what Charisse needed to hear.
Thank you, Uncle.
After seeing Charisse's cheerful smile in return, Obi felt content with leaving things there. Whipping up his horse, he started heading toward the Dwarven Kingdom, which lay in the furthest reaches of the northeast. Seeing Obi leave in the distance with a disheartened expression, Theo put his hand on her shoulder. Charisse instinctively knew what Theo was implying as he looked at her.
So, this is goodbye. But if what I said earlier is true, it won't be forever. Theo, when it's all over, when it's all finally said and done, I'll keep the promise I made to you. We'll find someplace new where we can belong someday, somewhere we can all call home,
she said with an uplifting smile before turning to walk towards her horse. Glancing back, she saw Theo grinning at the prospect. After all that happened, Theo may have given up all hope of finding a new place to rest his head before he replied,
"It's a promise, Charisse. We'll meet again soon,"
Theo said with a relieved smile on his face before leaving her. Wanting to leave it on that parting note, Charisse got atop her horse and was about to head out. When Charisse had almost gotten her horse to move, a hand suddenly grabbed her robe sleeve. A little shaken, Charisse looked back down in surprise to see it was the elven princess who had caught her.
"You can still save him,"
Almahil said suddenly, her mysterious forewarning making Charisse uneasy. Perturbed and understandably confused, Charisse replied,
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Almahil just replied with a similarly cryptic answer.
"My child, we all have our own part to play in the greater scheme of things."
The elf's words did little to make Charisse understand even as she continued.
"Before you go, I want you to remember my following words. Wherever your path may lead you, do not lose heart and never lose faith. As you saved one, so too can you save the other."
The elven princess had said with genuine worry before letting go of Charisse's sleeve. Cherise was utterly at a loss.
I don't understand.
She regretfully admitted.
Those words were given to me by another.
Almahil said with certainty. It was an admission that had only led Cherise to more questions on the matter, but Almahil didn't pause.
I can see it in your eyes that you want an explanation, but it is not my place to understand the meaning of this message given to me. But I suspect you do.
Cherise returned a confused look, prompting the elf to speak further.
I see. Perhaps in time, you will understand.
It seemed like an impossible conversation to follow, and Cherise now found herself questioning the elf's purpose in stopping her. Nevertheless, Almahil seemed well-intentioned, and it would be rude not to acknowledge her worry. Cherise smiled back.
Thank you for your concern, but I'll be all right.
She said nervously before excusing herself and taking her leave. After Cherise headed out, she couldn't seem to get Almahil's serious expression out of her mind. It was unnerving how the elf spoke, the certainty behind her ominous words. Before Cherise knew it, she was alone on a path heading westward.
If I keep on this path, I'll head to Valinor, a place where it's safe and sound. But what of the others and everything that's happened? I know the darkness has returned. Only I have seen how terrifying it is firsthand.
While still on the road, Cherise worried about the worst possible outcomes. She couldn't help but dwell on thoughts concerning the darkness escaping and its further plans, Ira's disappearance and his unknown fate, to Obi's and Theo's safety, among many other troubling thoughts. As Cherise considered on about this, she felt helpless once again. Then an idea crossed her mind.
What am I doing? I know I promised to head west, but I'm just running away, aren't I? I have to be able to help somehow. There must be something I can do.
As these thoughts flooded her mind, Cherise considered her unique ability to see the darkness, and all that she had learned of its nature through her gift.
Why else would I have been given this gift if I wasn't meant to use it? There must be a reason. As I once did before, maybe I can resist the darkness. Maybe I can even overcome it.
She paused momentarily, shaking her head, as even that thought sounded too outlandish to give much consideration.
If nothing else, I should be able to get to the temple in time to help evacuate the non-combatants out of harm's way. After all, if no one else is coming to their aid, then only I can help.
Now emboldened, Cherise turned back to look to the northeast.
I know what I must do.
She said to inspire herself before bringing her horse around. The young woman then boldly led her steed off the path before heading straight toward the most northeastern temple. Chapter 55. The Shadow of Death. A few days had passed since Cherise went on her lone journey heading towards the Order's northwestern temple grounds. Eventually, she came across a small E.C.E.N town surrounded by a pine forest. From the ever-decreasing distance, it was a quaint and peaceful-looking community. Contrary to its pleasant appearances, a troublesome thought came across Cherise's mind upon seeing it.
From the last Order's location, this town is directly in the path of the darkness. They're in danger, and they don't even know it. I'll have to warn them before it's too late.
Cherise thought to herself while urging her horse into a full gallop as she raced forward. But there was more to consider.
But aren't they E.C.E.N.s? What'll they do if they find me, a so-called heretic in their lands? No! I can't think like that. Even if they do turn me away or worse, I can't forgive myself if I just leave them to die.
Cherise tightened her fists, resolving herself, quickly dismissing any doubts lingering in her mind. She wouldn't allow her misgivings to hold her back from saving their lives. When Cherise reached the town's outskirts, she noticed something was strange, amiss even.
Where is everyone?
She asked, hoping for an answer. No one was in sight. It wouldn't have been too odd if not for what she saw next. Tools were left scattered out on the fields, belongings seemingly abandoned in the streets, and there were no rustling sounds of a town, not even so much as a whisper. Nothing.
Am I already too late?
Unsettled by the unusual scene, Cherise cautiously approached, readying her horse to bolt off at a moment's notice. As she made her way through the empty streets, she spotted the aftermath of a horrendous scene.
Oh no.
Cherise uttered in disbelief. Fear started to creep into her heart as Cherise bore witness to bloodstains on the ground and the sides of the town's buildings. With every step further she entered the town, the more it became clear that blood had been spilled all over.
No, it can't be. There has to be somebody still out there.
She frantically thought, practically leaping off her horse before running from door to door yelling,
Hello? Can anyone hear me? Is anybody still here? I'm a healer. I can help.
She yelled out desperately, with no answer being returned. In a frenzy, Charisse continued checking door to door until she saw something horrifying inside one of the homes. Charisse's face instantly became pale when she realized the truth of what she saw. The lifeless bodies of the most innocent were lying on the floor, deliberately set aside in the corner. Their lives were robbed far too short and lied to rest over a small pool of crimson red. Charisse could hardly believe what she was seeing. Her eyes swelled up with tears, her legs unsteady.
Who could have done such a thing?
She asked despairingly while her legs gave in. Falling onto her knees, she began weeping bitterly at the gut-wrenching sight.
I was too late. I failed them. If only I had come here sooner. It must have been the darkness. What else could commit such an atrocity?
There was nothing that could be done to help them now. Charisse knew that well enough. As she had earlier said in her heart, she was too late. Too late to make a difference. Too late to have mattered. Perhaps her idle time she'd spent first heading west may have been the slight difference between life and death. After a few minutes of letting what occurred sink in, Charisse forced herself to stand before walking out and getting back atop her horse.
I can't change the past, but I can learn from it. I won't allow myself to be delayed any longer. Those at the Order still need my help.
Charisse's internal question seemed to light a fire within her. After seeing firsthand the horrors of what's left after the monster's wake, Charisse was resolved when she looked down the path to the Order before bringing her horse to a gallop. As she went, having had her fill of mourning those lost, the terrible experience in the E.C.E.N town had only emboldened Charisse to press forward. After witnessing the aftermath of such a tragedy, Charisse was set on saving anyone else possibly from this terrible fate. Any lingering curiosity she had regarding the missing townsfolk was simply an afterthought Charisse willed herself to cast aside. It didn't matter, not now, not when so many were still depending on her. A few days after Charisse set out from the E.C.E.N town, she found herself in an unfamiliar forest. Her horse was nearing exhaustion. It was regrettable but perhaps necessary to outrun the unnatural threat. The surrounding scenery in this strange land had ample bushes and shrubs. The forest also had an abundance of strange small trees scattered all around, almost as if they were meticulously placed alongside one another, about 15 feet apart. The leaves and branches of the forest were hanging overhead like umbrellas, as they almost uniformly touched the tips of other trees nearby. It was a mysterious but wondrous-looking place, as the amber-colored leaves continued to fall all around her like a gentle snowfall of copper and gold. As if it were intended to light her path, the sun peered down through the pockets of openings from the canopy above, illuminating a trail through the brush before her. All of these sights she beheld were accompanied by a constant chorus of birds chirping from every which way. It was odd, Charisse thought, how she was surrounded by such a tranquil place, while the world at large was in such peril. As Charisse went on her way gazing at the forest, she had finally found what she'd been looking for. Just ahead, Charisse peered slightly upward through a gap in the forest canopy and saw a large temple perched proudly atop the side of a towering cliff. The sight of it was uncannily similar to that of her own temple she'd come to know over the years. At first glance, there was no mistaking it. By its placement and similar design, Charisse had found another of the Order's temple grounds. Pleasantly relieved, Charisse looked up to her destination.
I finally made it. And it looks like I'm not too late. I'll still be able to warn them in time.
She said to herself with sincere optimism, smiling solemnly. Little did Charisse know, her words would not go unanswered. Something had been waiting for the right time to reveal itself. Charisse felt a malicious presence as soon as her words had left her lips. Like a cold finger running down her spine, an unsettling entity felt eerily close by. Frantically looking around, Charisse tried to make sense of the situation, hoping to find what was responsible for this unnerving sensation. As Charisse's eyes darted around, she noticed something else was amiss.
Where did the sound of the birds go?
She asked herself in the silent security of her mind, after discovering the constant chorus of the birds had suddenly ceased. Alone, Charisse found herself with no sound outside her horse's nervous neighing and its restless hooves pattering upon the forest floor. As she desperately tried to make sense of the situation, Charisse now also found herself tasked with constantly trying to restrain her panicking steed from taking off in fright from the unknown presence. The ice-like sensation was one thing, a possible trick of the mind in her shaken state. However, the unending sound of the animals abruptly going silent was another matter altogether. It was unsettling proof that what was happening wasn't merely her imagination. Whatever was out there, it was real, and it was not something mankind was ever meant to contend with alone.
What's going on? What's happening?
She asked herself, frantically glancing in every which way, seeing nothing, but she felt its hatred.
Something's out there. I know it is. It wants to hurt me. No. It wants to kill me. This sensation, this malice, I can feel it out there. I can feel its eyes on me.
Any hint of Cherise's lingering bravery gave way to fear as unexplainable events started to unfold. The sun's light began to dim at the same time as the worldly colors from the surroundings started to disappear, almost turning into tones of lifeless shades of gray. A swift, icy wind rushed by, freezing the extremities of the foliage as Cherise looked out with a sudden, overwhelming fright filled with uncertainty. Trying to make sense of this unnatural event, she asked aloud, hoping for a comforting answer.
What's happening?
To her terror, Cherise's words were answered once more. A furious and violent rustling came from a large bush not far from Cherise. The loud, continued shaking movements amidst the foliage were almost taunting, as it lingered on with the culprit refusing to reveal itself just yet, as if the anticipation was the purpose. It was as if the delay from this unknown being was meant solely to stoke fear in the young woman's heart. Then suddenly, the swishing of the branches abruptly stopped, and a deafening and terrifying roar surrounded Cherise, seemingly coming from every angle. Holding onto her ears, Cherise screamed in terror. But to her amazement, Cherise's hands blocking her ears offered no relief to the sound. Then suddenly the horse bucked her off as the unseen beast roared in response to its panicked flight. After hitting the ground, Cherise found herself lying on the forest floor. Looking up, she saw her horse fleeing in terror into the brush, abandoning her.
Don't leave me!
She thought, too terrified even to speak aloud, only daring to make the request within her own mind, as Cherise looked in dismay after seeing her best escape bolt off beyond the bushes without her. Immediately afterwards, she heard giant approaching steps swiftly closing in from behind her. Looking back in horror, Cherise caught a glimpse of an enormous black figure, making a tremendous leap over her. The dark creature soared through the air, past her as it headed to the brush where her horse galloped through. Trying to follow the figure with her eyes, Cherise looked back toward the foliage. Her legs frozen stiff in fear, Cherise heard the beast's roars accompanied by the horse's frantic neighing cries. Barely out of sight, Cherise knew a gruesome scene was unfolding just behind the leaves and branches. As if toying with its prey, scraps and fragments of flesh were thrown violently in every direction until the horse's squealing neighing had finally fallen silent. After catching glimpses of the carnage, Cherise was now in absolute terror. The unsettling silence which came after the beast seemed to have had its fun was quickly broken. The bushes started parting ways as if the creature was walking through the branches, heading straight towards Cherise on the other side.
I have to get out of here!
Shaking off her paralyzing fear, Cherise quickly picked herself up and ran for her life. As soon as she started to flee, a loud rustling came up from behind her before she was suddenly and violently knocked down to the ground, face hitting the dirt. Not quick on giving up, Cherise turned her body to face upright to stand. To her dismay, once Cherise did, she was pinned down by two massive limbs of the black lion that stood over her. She looked on in horror to see an unnatural creature staring directly back down at her, glaring deep into her eyes. Not of this world, the malicious entity took the form of a gigantic lion, cloaked in darkness with piercing, glowing white eyes. Cherise instinctively knew this creature was not the darkness, but it was no less foul. As if waiting for Cherise to absorb the sight, the beast waited a moment before leaning its face down towards her own, baring its fangs with a ferocious, terrifying and bellowing roar. In utter fear, Cherise closed her eyes while screaming, bringing her hands to her face hoping they'd offer protection, but nothing happened. Behind her closed eyes, Cherise didn't feel the pressure of the monster's weight, the chill of its presence, or the sound of its heavy breaths. After a few seconds of nothing happening, Cherise mustered the courage to open her eyes again, seeing that the black lion had utterly vanished. Astonished but still shaken, she anxiously looked around her. She saw that not only the sun's light had returned, but also the worldly colors of the forest. In amazement, Cherise considered for only a moment if it was just her imagination, but that doubt didn't last. After seeing some of the remnants of her horse and sprinkled blood on her clothing, she knew the unnatural encounter was very much real. She was spared, but she was uncertain as to how or why. Looking to the sky, Cherise had her guesses.
Was I protected?
She said silently to herself, still visibly shaken by what had occurred, doing her best to get rid of any lingering fear and uncertainty she had. Charisse looked back toward the temple. Every obstacle she encountered in her path had only emboldened her pursuit forward. Picking up where she had left off, Charisse started walking straight towards the temple.
Maybe I was meant for this. Maybe with this gift of mine, I can... No, this isn't about me. I'm no one special. I'm just willing to help.
On her way to the temple, Charisse heard the sound of thunder in the distance and noticed storm clouds rolling in. She thought it suitable weather for such dark times. As Charisse walked through the valley of the shadow of death, she reflected on a great deal, from the fate of the others to the precarious situation of the entire Ehya. There was so much to consider, and yet nearly all of it seemed entirely out of her hands. The more Charisse contemplated on it, the more she worried, for how can anyone ever hope to stand against such awesome forces by their strength alone? Chapter 56, A Noble Heart. In the far west, in the prosperous kingdom of Valinor, there remains a rumor known only by a few. The tale begins and ends with the fate of a noble who once had a chance to wear the crown. This nobleman's story began less than 20 years ago and started with Valinor's king. As tradition dictated in these lands, only those with royal blood could ascend to the throne, and whoever could challenge the claim would be swiftly dealt with, one way or the other. As such, the king's younger brother had gone missing almost 15 years earlier, yet no one batted an eye. After all, events such as these surprised no one in these lands, and though the king had attended his younger brother's funeral and said his pleasantries, suspicions abound. Many talked of the king's brother's so-called disappearance as a direct order from the king himself. All of it was far too convenient, and by now it was almost accepted as a regular practice in these lands. In Valinor, it was the dirty little secret that everyone knew. As fate would have it, no matter how many concubines he'd come to acquire, the new king of Valinor could not conceive an heir, and if one was fond of keeping their head, they wouldn't dare question the royals' more privately held capabilities had allowed. But whatever the case may be, the fact remained in which that another one of royal blood would one day need to ascend to the throne. The king only had one sibling, a sister, who had two young boys, Alum and Kael Albrecht. The kingdom knew that one of the nephews of their king would surely be next in line to ascend to the throne. The younger of the two, Kael Albrecht, was anything but your ordinary noble. Only 16 years of age, Kael used his influence to help anyone he could. He acted kind and justly to everyone, which would more often than not mean he'd regularly side with the common folk. Even if Kael was loved by the people, his actions in time, no matter how sincere or kind-hearted, would earn him the resentment of the lesser nobles. For in these lands, nobility, wealth and rank meant power, and in Valinor, power meant everything. And when the king had finally brought the proclamation that one of his nephews would be next in line to ascend the throne, there was, however, a condition. It was simple, really. Whoever garnered more influence and power by the end of a year's time would adorn the crown. But lest we forget, by any means necessary, there can be no challenger to the throne of Valinor. For the two brothers, everything was at stake. The crown and all its riches and glories, or their heads. It was a cruel and tragic fate for the two closely knit brothers and best of friends. At first, the challenge remained largely hidden from the public eye, when the two were finally forced to face off against one another. While during the process, to Kael Albrecht's dismay, the competition had changed his elder brother and corrupted him. Alum Albrecht resorted to every tactic. During the year, slander, lies and half-truths were wildly spread in attempts to tarnish Kael's name. During this same time, Kael knew the true stakes of the competition and all the lives that would be impacted should he have failed. So, desperately, Kael sought out aid and influence in the most unlikely of places. Throughout the entire challenge, Kael's efforts were stifled and squandered by the nobles he'd so often opposed until eventually his time had run out. The day of judgment was finally at hand, and the two brothers would meet at a summit, bringing with them all the men, women and wealth they had acquired and any other show of power or influence they could muster. In the luxurious courtyard of the palace, the elder brother waited confidently with nobles of every sort and every luxury one could imagine at his back. None expected what Kael had brought. To every onlooker's surprise, Kael Albrecht entered the courtyard with nothing, a competition solely intended to show off one's wealth and influence, yet the young noble had brought neither. Kael didn't even bring a single man, woman or even a shekel to his name to show for it. But for some reason, Kael stood proudly, holding his head high. The nobles at Alam Albrecht's back mocked and scorned the young Cale, but the older brother himself was awestruck. Set aside from the public eye, the young noble awaited his fate and almost certain demise. The day was already lost, and with the strict rules of succession, Cale's life was almost certainly forfeit. But his death would not come so easily. For the remainder of his entire life, Cale Albrecht and most in his kingdom would never know the details, but a bargain had been struck on his behalf. Instead of his life being forfeit, Cale was banished to the Order of the Light, a position held in high regard for any noble, and yet it also served to be conveniently out of place or influence to challenge the throne. In a sense, it was a perfect way out. Herein lies what truly happened. Seeing how his younger sibling had acted, Alam Albrecht was deeply moved and interceded on Cale's behalf. When Cale entered the courtyard, Alam knew truth as to why. Cale did not bring the thousands of lesser-ranked citizens whose support he'd won over the years, for their word mattered little in these lands, and they would certainly face reprisal for such an act. And Cale didn't have even a shekel to his name, because he had given them to those most in need. After all, what good is money to a man whose life is already forfeit? Alam Albrecht was touched by his younger brother's selfless actions, bringing him to shame. Cale had shown something desperately missing in Valinor, a land that so adamantly focused on a noble's ranking and titles. It was quite simple, really, something that no rank or title could ever earn you. Cale Albrecht showed what it was like to have a truly noble heart. But even the noblest of hearts could become embittered, and Cale was no exception. Believing himself abandoned by his homeland and family, in time, he would resent the nobles as a whole, as well as the newfound place he was now forced to call home. With the betrayal he felt in his heart, Cale even went so far as to forsake his own name, seeing it as nothing more than a well-kept prison. The young noble didn't respect the Order's ways, beliefs, or traditions, and after almost 10 years among them, Cale hadn't even become a full-fledged member of the Order when he had a life-changing encounter when fate intervened. One day, while minding his business outside the Order's grounds, Cale Albrecht came across some orphaned children in a merchant's town. The encounter would change his life forever. Many years have passed since then, and Cale Albrecht was now atop his horse, peering out towards a vast landscape of mountains and snow. In his desperation, it was the last place in which he had sought aid for the competition against his elder brother. In the world's furthest northeast regions, and amid the great mountain range, the surrounding terrain was nothing but peaks and gorges. All of these lands were in a perpetual blanket of snow. In the distance, he could see the dwarven homeland lodged into the side of the peak's greatest mountain. All in all, nothing in the sight of the place brought back pleasant memories. The bitter cold stung his face and fingers. The howling winds felt as if they'd freeze his eyes shut. He found the whole lot of it irritating. Squinting his eyes in frustration and sneezing from a newfound cold he'd just acquired, Cale Albrecht, now called Obi, grumbled at the sight of the Dwarven Kingdom's massive doors aside the mountain to himself, complaining aloud to no one in particular.
Ugh, I'd rather be in the scorched dunes.
Chapter 57. Reluctant Allies. In the mountains of the northern heights, freezing winds and the occasional snow flurries had aggravated Obi for days on end before he eventually led his horse within sight to the entrance of the Dwarven realm. Perched on the side of the tallest peak among the northern heights, the dwarf's home appeared to be sealed shut behind its massive doors. The surrounding land was nothing but snow and loose rock in this mountainous region of the world. Grumbling to himself, Obi complained out loud in frustration.
I know dwarves don't like company, but this is ridiculous. Building their home in the coldest regions, on the highest peak, and on one of the furthest mountains from any other race,
he said while continually murmuring his frustration. With ice forming on his large eyebrows, Obi shivered after yet another gust of wind blew.
I hope the hospitality of the dwarves has improved over the years since last time. Not that it could get any worse, though.
Obi grinned mischievously, and shivering, Obi encouraged his horse forward. Several hours later, Obi had guided his steed to the front of the Dwarven Kingdom. Massive stone doors hundreds of feet wide and hundreds taller were barely cracked open for the occasional visitor, few and far between. Genuinely surprised the doors would even be open, Obi's opinion of the Dwarven folk's hospitality was quickly kept intact once he entered through their kingdom's enormous entrance. Once inside the open halls of the mountain's bowels, nearly 50 armed Dwarven guards stood in front of their bald visitor. The dwarven captain of the guard, who was in front of his men, threateningly pointed an axe toward Obi.
On what business have you come here?
The dwarf captain asked to Obi's immediate annoyance, which he made sure his dwarven host noticed. With a faked smile, Obi couldn't help himself when he replied,
Over the coming years, it's nice to see that the dwarven hospitality has made such great strides since last I was here,
Obi said to the frowning faces of all the guards present, which helped to be a sobering reminder for him to focus on his objective. Wasting no time, Obi then spoke as formally as he could manage.
I come on behalf of the Order of the Light regarding the treaty made centuries ago. The time has finally arrived for the dwarves to live up to the promises they've made. The Order requests aid from your kingdom.
All the dwarves were at first puzzled to hear this proclamation as they looked at each other for a moment. But that confusion quickly subsided as the dwarves all together started bursting into laughter. The captain of the dwarven guard then openly mocked their human guest.
And ere I thought that you were going to say something important with your serious expression on your face. But no, all this bluster 'cause you're wanting to ask for help over some human fantasy.
Having just dealt with the unpleasant cold from the mountaintops, Obi wasn't in the mood to indulge in a discussion on the matter. With a deep sigh, the formal royal knew exactly what he needed to do. Looking down at the dwarf with contempt, Obi spoke anew as if he were a different person.
I didn't come here to discuss such matters with you, guard. I can tell by your uncouth behavior, you're just another lowly commoner who's gotten a little too full of himself because of your position. Now, if you're not going to help, then get out of my way.
The dwarf immediately responded.
Oh yeah, how's about you go and kiss me backside? And when you're done, how's about you go on taking yourself back out there and eat snow? Friggin' humans.
The dwarven captain spoke loudly in unrestrained annoyance. Doing the finest performance of his life, Obi remained unfazed by the dwarf's comments. As a proper Valinor noble, or royal at that, the irritations and posturing of commoners would have been simply beneath him. Obi hated the character he had to play, but the difficult situation demanded it of him, although admittedly, his dislike of dwarves didn't hurt his act when he replied back.
Clearly, you do not know to whom you speak.
Obi said proudly, deliberating, giving the dwarf time to figure out the nearly impossible question before continuing in irritation at them, not knowing as he spoke further.
Are you all so ignorant? I am Kael Albrecht, third in line to the crown of Valinor, and I've received better receptions at a pig's market.
He boldly admitted a long-held secret before continuing his grandiose act.
I've not come to trifle with the likes of you. A binding agreement was made centuries ago on this matter, that all would come to aid the Order in a time of crisis. That time is now. As a member of the Order, and by my royal blood, I demand to see your king so he can fulfill the promises made.
The dwarves continued laughing, but the captain of the guard didn't find the circumstances so humorous anymore. It was common knowledge that nobles with enough of a name could make life a living hell if you managed to get on their bad side, even if they lived across the entire continent. For the dwarf, this was especially true for anyone of such high rank as the human before him. By the way his face contorted, Obi noticed the dwarf had clearly considered such things. Begrudgingly, the dwarven captain grunted frustratingly before speaking aloud.
Fine, don't like wasting the king's time, but I know your silly agreement still ain't broken yet.
As soon as the dwarven captain said this, he turned around before continuing to speak.
Come with me,
he said, gesturing for Obi to follow his lead.
Now that's more like it.
Obi said obnoxiously, if nothing else, for the sake of keeping up appearances, even if it was a genuine reaction for a part of him. Rolling his eyes at the thought of this dwarf in particular being his guide, Obi didn't voice any more immediate complaints. Deciding to leave his horse behind after pompously ordering the guards to see to it, he followed shortly after the dwarven captain's lead. The dwarf led Obi through an impressive labyrinth of tunnels, buildings and homes on every side, until they finally reached an enormous open area. The gaping opening was at the center of the mountain, and a small castle was directly at the heart of it all. The structure was precariously perched over a small cushion of standing rock, over a vast hole on all sides, with only a small stone bridge leading to and from its entrance. Obi tried to hide how impressed he was with the architecture from his irritating guide, but failed to do so, which was much to his regret, after seeing the dwarf's obnoxious smirk back at him, almost as if the dwarf was somehow taking credit for all the impressive stonework himself. Obi then realized that even though the paths he took were somewhat of a maze, the castle shouldn't have taken this long to get to. Annoyed, he asked the dwarf plainly on the matter.
Were you deliberately taking me in circles on our way here? I don't recall asking to sightsee.
Obi asked in annoyance. No acting was required this time. The dwarf had the nerve to defensively reply back.
What? I thought it'd be a real shame for a human, so dignified as important as yourself, I didn't show you around. After all, if you come all the way here without being able to brag to your fellow nobles about seeing our exceptional craftsmanship firsthand, then someone might hold it against you.
As the dwarf said this, Obi couldn't figure out if his host was utterly oblivious as to how irritating his comments were, or if it was just petty vengeance for how he had acted earlier. It was probably revenge, Obi considered, as he held back the urge to say something he'd regret. Either way, Obi was certain they weren't likely to become friends anytime soon. After making it across the bridge, the guards who stood at the castle doorway granted entry to their captain and Obi, who was shortly behind. As the two made their way into the palace, they were stopped by a finely dressed dwarf before they could proceed into the throne room. In a dignified manner, the dwarf of noble stock spoke.
Hello, my name is Hegreal. To what is the pleasure of your arrival?
The captain of the guard abandoned any respect he had earlier presented, as he unabashedly scoffed and ridiculed, pointing his thumb back at Obi while tauntingly offering his opinion.
Would you believe it? This bald human heir comes requesting help from that order. Ha!
Some of the dwarves within earshot chuckled at Obi's obvious displeasure before he replied.
Is this the best one can expect from an officer in the Dwarven Kingdom? Surely you can do better.
Obi noted in a distinctly noble pride, which Hegriel quickly picked up on. However, even in denying the request, the noble dwarf remained dignified as he regretfully spoke to their human guest.
My apologies, our customs seem foreign to outsiders, but I assure you that Galom meant no disrespect.
Hegriel stated as a brief excuse for the captain's rudeness before continuing.
I'll assist you here in whatever capacity I can, but as he's currently detained, I'm afraid the king cannot see visitors at the moment. Once my liege is done discussing matters with one of his sons, I'm sure he can see you. And as soon as he's finished, I shall personally request an audience on your behalf. In the meantime, please make yourself comfortable.
Hegriel offered while pointing to some chairs nearby. Seeing the other dwarf didn't even so much as snicker at his comment, but rather undermined him. Galom just scoffed before saying his parting words to Obi.
Well, my work here is done. Try not to embarrass yourself any more than you already have to.
Galom said before taking his leave. His departure put a smile on Obi's face as he exaggeratedly relaxed and sat on the chair to wait for his chance at an audience. However, it was hard to feel comfortable after he noticed the noble dwarf continued to stare. With a genuine curiosity, Hegriel approached Obi to ask a question.
Sir, what is your name, if you don't mind me asking? And regarding your reason here, why would the Order of the Light request aid now? The agreement has been intact for centuries, and not once have the dwarves ever been called upon. So it begs the question, what has happened?
Obi leaned forward as he looked back at the dwarf.
Cale Albrecht. That is my name, though I haven't used it for many years now.
The dwarf seemed stunned. There was no mistaking that he knew the name as Obi continued.
Oh, so you know who I am. Then I guess I can leave my posturing behind then. After all, I've already had enough run-ins with obnoxious nobles to last a lifetime. No need to add myself to that long list.
Hegriel smiled sheepishly, seeming to agree with Obi, but not being so readily willing to admit it. And fully expecting his following words wouldn't be so easily believed, Obi simply stated the truth.
I know the dwarves haven't believed in the light or the darkness for hundreds of years now, so I know you probably won't believe me when I explain why I'm here. However, the fact of the matter is that the darkness has returned. It's broken free of its prison, and it's currently set on reclaiming its full power and becoming whole once again. And as we feared, it intends to do this by seeking out all of its remaining essence that has been trapped in the orbs throughout all of the temples of our order.
Obi explained before finishing his remarks on the situation.
With our current situation, there'll likely be only one temple left standing in the next few days. We already have the alliance of the peoples of the West to aid us, and we somehow even managed to convince the Alans to help in defending the last temple alongside us.
Unsurprisingly, albeit respectful, Hegriel initially gave off the impression he was hearing nonsense. Still, the noble dwarf was somewhat caught off guard at the mention of the Elan Empire giving their aid. Giving it some more thought, Hegriel spoke his mind in return.
I beg your pardon, but as you have said, we dwarves don't believe in such things. But it is strange that Elah would ever consider helping any other nation, That alone, I'd suspect, would give pause to any prudent mind. Perhaps there's something on this matter for my king to be concerned with after all. If nothing else, showing such unity between sworn enemies gives us a glimpse of how important it is to you humans. I'll make sure to discuss this matter with His Highness personally before introducing you.
To the pleasant surprise of Obi, the dwarf seemed to hide no lie when he spoke. It was a stark difference from what he'd come to expect from any of their kind, a pleasant change he hoped for in his subsequent encounter, but that seemed unlikely by what he heard next. Even by just waiting outside in the hall, it was clear that there was a commotion within the king's throne room. But behind the closed doors, the words exchanged were muffled, and Obi couldn't exactly make out what was being said inside. In the chambers of the Dwarven Kingdom's throne room, Falren Ironthrone, king of the dwarves, sat on his royal iron-crafted throne atop a flight of stairs. There, King Falren, flustered and annoyed, just stared back down at his son. He was only taking a moment to catch his breath before continuing to berate the prince.
Out of all my 50 sons, Boldin, you easily bring me the most disgrace.
And pointing his finger accusingly, Falren continued.
Time and time again, you cause trouble. On almost a daily occurrence, you get into brawls at taverns, or get yourself entangled with all kinds of ill-reputable business imaginable. To make matters worse, you can't seem to take any position I give you seriously. And worse yet, you flirt with nearly every other she-dwarf my kingdom has to offer.
The claims would seem exaggerated by any reasonable assertion, but judging merely by his son's undeniably casual attire for his status and unserious expression after said accusations, it appeared to have rung true. At the very least, whether for better or for worse, the prince was proud enough to have well-groomed hair and beard. After hearing his father's complaints, Boldin puffed out his chest triumphantly, and making light of the situation, Boldin responded with a mischievous grin when he spoke.
Well, don't blame me. I just can't be helping the fact that I'm just so irresistible with the ladies that they can't keep our hands off me.
After hearing such a lax response from his son, Falren held out his hands in frustration before covering and rubbing his eyes. The king couldn't bear to see his son for the moment as he grunted in frustration. After about a good 10 seconds, Falren finally calmed down enough to look up. Falren appeared embarrassed at the thought of it, before even speaking about what he had in mind.
You know why you're here today,
Falren said before cringing.
I can't even bring myself to say it aloud. It's so shameful.
Boldin wanted to interject to defend himself, but Falren cut him off with a quick reacting wagging of his fingers. Boldin then chuckled, apparently agreeing with his father's earlier assessment. Seeing his reaction, Falren then began to remorse out loud as he looked upward at nothing in particular.
Just once, I'd appreciate it if when I hear the name Boldin, it was not immediately followed by another story of one of your destructive antics.
Boldin raised his arms to his sides, as he did a poor job of acting appalled at his father's words. Then the prince started pretending to be surprised when he defensively replied,
I would never...
And quickly reconsidering how easy it was to be proven wrong, Boldin quickly added to his remarks.
What about that one time?
Covering his face in shame, Falren almost murmured through his hands when he answered his son.
One accomplishment, no matter how great, cannot make up for a lifetime of destructive acts and foolishness.
Even to the untrained eye, this conversation had become a pattern for the two, as Boldin didn't really appear fazed by his father's harsh scolding. Rather, he just smiled back innocently, knowing full well his father's accusations were undeniably true. However, Falren was growing increasingly more frustrated with every passing second, and after seeing his son's unrepentant, half-hearted smile yet again, the king finally decided that was enough for now. Frustrated with his wayward son, Falren waved his hand, dismissing him with a simple request.
Get out of here, and I don't want to hear any more of your outrageous behavior for at least a month. You hear me? All I ask for is a month.
Still giving his half-hearted smile, Boldin turned to leave as he replied back to his father.
Have a little faith, will ya?
Boldin seemed to say almost out of compulsion, which both he and his father knew that such faith would be unfounded. The king knew his request likely wouldn't make any difference, because if his son was reliable at anything, it would be his constant ability to get himself into trouble. Once Boldin left the throne room, he noticed the bald human sitting on a chair waiting his turn. Obi looked back curiously. The dwarf then spoke innocently enough to the strangely dressed human.
Don't worry, I buttered him up for you.
After walking a little way off, Boldin couldn't help but snicker to himself. And before Obi realized it, he noticed he had kept his eyes fixated on Boldin the entire time while he was leaving. Obi's stare slowly changed into a glare before he spoke aloud.
I know I've seen that dwarf somewhere before.
And thinking on it a little further, Obi remembered. Abruptly standing up, he pointed his hands at the castle doors where Boldin had just left.
Wait a second, that dwarf owes me money.
By the time he'd come to the revelation, Boldin had already left, leaving Obi awkwardly silent while everyone within earshot stared. Without Obi knowing, Hegriel had come up from behind him. The dwarf had apparently felt increasingly uncomfortable with every passing second until he was finally noticed. Clearing his throat to get Obi's attention, Hegriel spoke in a dignified manner.
Well, I should go check if His Highness can see you now, so please wait here in the meantime. And please do try to refrain from screaming inside the palace. Thank you.
Speechless, Obi's jaw dropped after the dwarf had said this. Saying his opinion on the matter, Hegriel left Obi to head into the throne room. After entering the throne room, the noble dwarf noticed King Fulren was still frustrated after having dealt with yet another altercation with his troublesome son. After seeing his liege's state, Hegriel nervously spoke to his king.
Your Highness, another guest is waiting to speak with you just outside. Kael Albrecht, he's a high-ranking noble from Valinor who has come to request aid on behalf of the Order of the Light.
After hearing this, the frustrated king was slightly amused, but his response could easily give an impression otherwise.
What in the world could they possibly want after all this time?
The king's servant answered him to the best of his abilities, repeating everything Obi told him down to the last detail. After hearing Hegriel out, King Fulren let out a loud laugh as he started waving his hand dismissingly while replying,
Those silly humans. They only wish for us to indulge in their fantasies with them. Send this Kael Albrecht away. We have more pressing matters to deal with.
And with his decision, Hegriel gave the nod in farewell before turning to take his leave. After giving it some more thought, Fulren yelled to his servant before he could leave the throne room.
Stop.
The king proclaimed before pausing to ensure he had his servant's full attention before continuing.
I just had a fantastic idea,
Fulren said with a crooked smile as he gestured to the dwarf eagerly to come closer so he could speak more privately. Once Hegriel came close to lending an ear, the king shared his plans. Moments later, Obi saw Hegriel opening the throne room's doors, hurriedly walking. Practically jogging towards the castle's doors, it was as if Hegriel was trying to remain undetected by his human guest. Only a few feet in front of Obi, it was doubtful that it would ever succeed, but it didn't mean the dwarf didn't try. Obi lifted his hands up in frustration at the great offense of simply being ignored. However, this only made Hegriel even more flustered in his quest to quickly flee the castle. Before Obi knew it, Hegriel had already scampered away through the castle's doors, leaving him behind and completely dumbfounded. After nearly an hour of irritating wait, Obi saw Hegriel returning, but he wasn't alone. Walking alongside the noble dwarf through the castle doors was Boldin. When the two came closer, Obi could tell that the prince had been complaining incessantly about having just been dismissed and immediately being summoned back. Boldin's complaints to Hegriel finally relented when he caught Obi angrily squinting his eyes at him. The staring from Obi made Boldin feel uneasy, compelling him to ask about it.
I'm not really used to humans, but are you by chance glaring at me?
Obi didn't leave the dwarven prince in suspense for long.
You don't remember me, do you?
That perked Boldin's interest, and he instinctively seemed to presume the worst before Obi explained.
It was nearly 19 years ago you promised me and a handful of other dwarves both fame and fortune. Remember that? Well, how did that turn out, You led us straight into an ogre's den. But now, thinking back on it, maybe I should consider myself lucky compared to what happened to the others.
He said in frustration, waiting a second for it to sink in.
So do you recognize me now?
After Obi said this, Boldin's eyes widened, almost seeming to bulge out of their sockets. The dwarf obviously remembered. Likely noticing his expression was giving away too much, Boldin quickly looked away to cough. The dwarf waved his hand dismissively.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You must have me mistaken for someone else.
Momentarily stunned by the dwarf's audacity, Obi could hardly believe what he was hearing. And letting his emotions get the better of him, Obi grabbed Boldin's shirt collar. That riled up the dwarven prince, but not nearly as much as what happened next. Having a firm grip on the obnoxious dwarf, Obi started shaking him vigorously as he yelled in desperation.
Don't you lie to me. Where's the treasure and life of comfort you promised me, huh? If I had half the wealth you promised, I might have been a noble again.
After being shaken around for a bit, Bolden exclaimed back after knocking Obi's hands off him.
Okay, sheesh. I recognize you, you loony buggard. But let's be reasonable here. We both know if there was any treasure in those caves, our merry band of treasure hunters sure as the stone didn't find 'em. So, if you'd like to get reacquainted with those ogres to double-check, you go ahead and be my guest.
Bolden said in his dismissive defense, spitting on the ground in frustration at the thought of his own wasted effort on that venture, perhaps forgetting he was inside the palace walls. Obi closed his eyes in a desperate struggle to contain an urging desire to take a swing at the insufferable dwarven prince before Hegrael intervened.
Please do refrain from spitting on the carpet,
Hegrael said, upset enough about the vulgar display that he momentarily seemed to forget something. Clearing his throat, the noble dwarf spoke further.
Ahem. Under the king's command, I have brought you both here to have an audience with him.
That piqued Obi's interest as he looked to Bolden for a second opinion. It could have been more helpful, Obi later determined. Bolden probably had no idea what to expect, but he replied in a disgruntled tone nonetheless.
Fine, whatever. Let's get this over with. I have places to be and don't intend to be here any longer than I need to.
Seeing that the more difficult of the two so readily agreed, the matter seemed settled as Hegrael escorted them both into the throne room. After the two were led inside the throne room, Bolden couldn't help but notice his father's wide, mischievous grin. Annoyed at the situation in general, the dwarven prince complained to his father.
Well, get on with it. Why'd you call me back here?
Obi couldn't help but notice that Bolden's obnoxious behavior had strangely given the dwarven king an even wider grin before he cheerfully responded to his son.
As respectful as ever I see.
And pausing only briefly, the king gestured towards Obi to speak further.
This man with you comes from the Order of the Light. From what I hear, he came seeking aid for his order while referencing a treaty we made centuries ago.
As the king said, it was also partly a question for the human to confirm this was true. Getting the hint, Obi added to the king's comments.
There's more to it than just that. But yes, that sums up why I'm here.
Seeing the human reaffirm what he'd been told, Falrun was all the more delighted when he then turned his attention back to his son.
Not as your father, but as your king. I have decreed that you will be the one to help this man.
After hearing this sudden order, Bolden let out an abrupt outburst.
What?
His overly loud voice reverberated across the entirety of the palace halls. Not giving him a chance to continue complaining, Falrun simply ignored his son's protest to elaborate.
You will be allowed to bring with you any 10 dwarves of your choosing, all of which will be accompanying you on your quest.
Much to the king's surprise and displeasure, the news was not only obviously disappointing to his son, but also the human.
10 dwarves,
Obi asked, amazed at the suggestion.
The entire standing army of the free peoples of the West, and almost the entire might of the Alaean Empire are facing this threat together. And what does the Dwarven King offer? 10 dwarves, and this guy.
Obi boldly protested, gesturing to Bolden in general as if it was all the evidence required to make his point. The prince just squinted his eyes back to Obi, looking like he just tasted something foul, but at the same time didn't want to undermine the human's objection. After hearing Obi out, the king didn't look like he wanted to admit it, but he did give the inclination that the human had a valid point, especially when referring to his son. Bolden tried his best to ignore Obi's complaints when he turned to his father to make his own objections.
You can't be serious. Every Stonekin knows these stories of this order group are nothing but human fiction.
Genuinely surprised to see that both parties denied his decree so adamantly, which Obi considered he really shouldn't be, Falrun defensively replied.
Human, this is the best I could do under the circumstances. In the meantime, I'd ask you to wait at the entrance of our kingdom. The others will be with you shortly.
Obi just shook his head in a fit and threw his arms up in the air in frustration while he began to leave, exclaiming for everyone to hear.
The world's at stake, and you can only send a handful of dwarfs and the village idiot.
Obi complained before leaving the throne chambers. After hearing Bolden be called that, the king couldn't help but have a mischievous laugh.
Ha 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 ha.
When Obi left the room, Bolden gave his father a look of utter disapproval.
You must be joking. You're sending me away to help stop a threat that doesn't even exist. I can slay ogres, but you can't expect me to fight fairy tales.
Trying his best to look serious on the matter, Falrun replied.
In all the centuries the Order has existed, they've not once called for our aid until now. As king, the agreement we made will not be broken on my watch. We must answer their call to arms.
Unconvinced of the sincerity of his father's words, Boldin was clearly unamused after hearing his verdict. Fearing that he'd lose his resolve, Fulren hastily proclaimed his following words.
And the matter's settled. You have 3 hours to make your preparations and choose your men. Good luck, son.
Fulren Ironthrone said, while making a quick getaway through a hidden passage in the back of his throne room, leaving Boldin utterly shocked and unable to object. Waiting at the Dwarven Kingdom's front gates for much longer than he'd like, Obi was increasingly growing impatient. Not even so much as hearing a word back on what had transpired, Obi grumbled to himself.
11 dwarves. Maybe I should just leave.
But it wasn't long after Obi had said this before, a just as disgruntled Boldin came within his sight. As expected, the prince approached Obi with 10 dwarves following shortly at his back. All the dwarves rode on very peculiar hairy creatures, 2 of which of these animals were dragging a cart carrying a huge machine. The machine had large wooden boards bolted together, but for the most part, at the moment, was almost entirely unassembled. Obi hadn't the faintest idea what it was, but it looked impressive. Curious as he looked at the strange machine, Obi pointed at the cart before asking,
"What's all this then?"
He nearly regretted the question after seeing Boldin's wide, obnoxious grin in return. As Obi should have expected, the Dwarven prince triumphantly bragged about it.
Well, you see, my father ordered me to help you. But he never said I couldn't be bringing our kingdom's greatest warriors. And he also didn't say I couldn't borrow our kingdom's finest example of dwarven ingenuity.
Boldin claimed, quite proud of himself when he did it, before continuing to speak on the matter.
Even disassembled, she's a beaut, ain't she? Newest design, I'm told, with exceptional destructive capabilities, and also very valuable.
As the dwarf looked over the machine, one could almost imagine the prince judging it by its immense weight in golden coins alone. And with another loud burst of laughter, Boldin pointed out some crates in the back of another cart.
And my father also didn't say we couldn't bring his finest rum and ale. Bwahahaha!
The obnoxious prince proudly declared, having had the last laugh over his father. After Boldin had finished saying this, another dwarf came up from behind him. The other dwarf had terribly messy and overgrown hair, nearly covering his entire face. After noticing him, Boldin felt obliged to introduce his hairy companion.
Oh, I almost forgot. This here's my shaggy friend. His name's Sir Scruffa Delka Stonebound. But let's face it, it sounds ridiculous and it's a mouthful. So we just call him Scruff.
Obi found himself smiling at the honesty behind that comment before Boldin continued.
You will not find a better drinking partner nor a more unreliable fellow in your life.
Boldin laughed after saying this, but Scruff didn't seem to mind the slight. Instead, Scruff seemed to give only a slightly worried expression in return, which could only be discerned by his raised eyebrows, since his face was so heavily covered with his loose hair. Clearly having something on his mind to share, Scruff started mumbling something incoherently to Boldin. Obi couldn't help but look at the hairy dwarf in confusion, curious if anyone could possibly understand what he was trying to say. But to Obi's surprise, it turned out Boldin did. In fact, the Dwarven Prince seemed to be the only one around who could fully understand the incoherent, muffled speech coming from Scruff. Suddenly worried, Boldin replied to the hairy dwarf's apparent concerns.
Oh, bollocks! You're right! We've got to get a move on before he finds out!
Boldin said in apparent fear, surprised by his reaction, but too uncaring to be bothered asking for details. Obi pretended he didn't hear the prince's sudden outburst, and making an excuse for the lot of them to escape a rather unpleasant situation Obi suspected, Boldin spoke with conviction to the group.
Well, come on then. Let's get a move on. If my father knew I took his prototype weapon and his vintage collection of rum, it's a wee bit unlikely he'll just stand for it. And there may be another thing or two that I didn't mention, but that's neither here nor there.
Thinking on it for a bit longer, Boldin panicked before speaking to Obi.
If he finds out, I'd probably be sentenced to aid ye alone.
The Dwarven Prince said aghast, openly dreading further.
Just thinking about it upsets me.
The obnoxious Dwarf Prince said in complete sincerity, oblivious to how insulting he was, which was the least of Obi's concerns, as the prospect terrified him even more so. Looking distant after thinking of this terrible possibility, Obi looked relieved as he came to an inevitable conclusion before responding wholeheartedly to Boldin.
No, wait. I'm positive I just leave you behind.
Obi had said stone-faced before starting to make his way out the massive front doors of the kingdom. Confused and upset, Boldin angrily caught up.
Don't suppose you mindsplaining what the blazes that's supposed to mean?
His voice trailed off after noticing Obi deliberately ignoring him. As Boldin brought his mount beside Obi, he spoke aloud.
Oh, ho, ho. I can tell with your charming personality we're going to become best friends, you and I. The best of friends. We're going to have loads of fun together. It'll be swell.
Obi just rolled his eyes after that comment and did his best to avoid eye contact. Just outside the kingdom's doors, the two waited for the other dwarves to catch up before Obi spoke to them.
We make our way to the Eastern Temple of the Order. There's only one thing that we'll need, and it's also the one thing that we're short on, and that's time. We can't spend it dawdling around. We have to move quickly.
Boldin just shook his head disapprovingly, still sour at Obi's earlier comment, and now that he's acting like he was in charge.
Fine then, you silly human. The sooner we're finished with whatever it is we're doing, the sooner we can go home.
Obi sighed, but decided not to do anything that'd encourage the dwarf. Accompanied by his new dwarven companions, Obi led their way. Chapter 58. Indifference. Several days after passing the scorched ruins of King's Height, Theo and his army crossed the mountain ranges of the Great Divide. Throughout his venture forward, Theo continually ventured further into unfamiliar lands, all of which were now under the control of the Empire. Rocky and arid, it was a stark contrast to the lush green landscapes he'd become so acquainted with. Led by Raddington, the army of the West had been traveling over a wide dirt road. The Ellen forces were far ahead at their front. Just the thought of this unsteady truce would have been something that Theo would have never dreamt could ever occur. But as fate would have it, this was his reality. As they continued their arduous walk for days, they now found themselves in the former territory of the Tauride clan. The only hint of the former civilization in these lands was the desecrated remains of cities and villages. All that once stood of the Tauride clan was now nothing more than ash and dust. Even the remnants of the once great clan cities they passed by were only discernible by their known locations in the world, and the fleeting memory of those who walked by to bear witness to their ruins. In their travels after coming across this site, Raddington was visually disheartened when he spoke to Theo.
You may not have been around for all of it, but it was more than 30 years ago when the Tauride clan had first requested aid from the nations of the West. Their pleas were ignored. Days became months, and months became years, with no answer. Even as the E.C.E.N cut down every last man, woman and child left of their civilization, still no aid ever came.
Stopping for a moment, as the thought seemed to churn his stomach, the general continued.
If the West and the Tauride clan had joined forces to fight off the E.C.E.N, things wouldn't have gone this far. We would never have found ourselves in a similar situation of losing our own cities, towns, villages, and innocent lives.
Getting even more upset at the thought, Raddington continued speaking.
Out of fear of the E.C.E.N, the West did nothing. Thinking they could appease evil, they allowed it time to thrive and grow to a power beyond what we could contain.
Looking at Theo to ensure he had his undivided attention, Raddington spoke further.
From this mistake from the nations of the West, I learned a valuable lesson on the nature of fear. What I discovered is simple, but easily forgotten. We should not fear the schemes of those seeking to do evil, but rather we should fear the indifference of good men who stand by and do nothing. These supposed good men of the West have turned a blind eye for far too long, and have only started caring when the problem lay at their doorstep.
Listening to the general's words, Theo found himself unable to respond, especially after seeing the remains of the cities for himself. It gave rise to a thought Theo didn't want to dwell on, that perhaps the tragedy of Ira's first home and their village could have been avoided, but he had little time to dwell on the matter, as Raddington pulled his attention again. Raddington noticed something up ahead from atop his horse before pointing it out.
I have some dust caught in my eye. Can you make out what that is just ahead?
Raddington requested after rubbing his eyes. At his request, Theo peered more intently at a group of objects lined up beside the road, between them and the E.C.E.N army ahead. After only catching a glimpse, Theo's face grew pale.
I'm going up ahead to get a closer look.
Theo responded with grave concern, surprised that his champion seemed so uncharacteristically worried. Raddington just gave him a quick nod in acknowledgement to leave. Theo didn't waste a second as he bolted on ahead of his army to investigate. After having run a few hundred yards in front of his forces to see the objects up close, it was to Theo's dismay that his suspicions of their true nature were confirmed. Theo knelt in remorse, waiting for the army behind him to catch up, helpless to prevent what had transpired. When Raddington and the rest of the West's army finally caught up to Theo, it was apparent that the sight of the objects unnerved them all. Disgusted, Raddington ordered his men to stop just short of reaching Theo. Riding his horse up to where he was, Raddington looked up with a mixture of sadness and burning anger at one of the objects. Before them was one of many men and women who had been killed and strung up. Slaves and all recently placed alongside the road they traveled, the work of a twisted mind. Theo didn't ask. He already knew it was none other than Razkal's personal way of greeting the free peoples of the West's army into his empire's so-called sacred lands. With contempt, Raddington spoke in a dismayed voice.
Just to send us a message they'd go this far? Was it not enough to have enslaved these poor souls? Monsters. What kind of deprived soul could be responsible for something like this?
Looking back towards Raddington, Theo was able to answer with assurance.
There's only one person I know of who's capable of this.
His voice inadvertently trailed off before continuing.
With a man like him being their so-called chosen, we should prepare for the worst.
After hearing his opinion on the matter, the general firmly responded.
I know full well not to trust the E.C.E.N, and I don't like the idea of working with them any more than you do. But our situation isn't any worse than what it was just a few days ago. However,
he paused after taking in the sight a little bit longer.
This is a sobering reminder of what our hosts are capable of.
Having seen this display before them long enough, Raddington looked back at his men and ordered them aloud.
I want these poor souls cut down and buried properly. If the E.C.E.N get upset that we're slowing them down, then all the better. Those cretins will just have to wait.
His words would find no disagreement among his men, who wholeheartedly followed through on his order. Keeping true to his word, Raddington kept the E.C.E.N waiting while they did their work, and after having buried those they found, the West's army encountered on the side of the road, the army of the Free Peoples of the West continued walking for 3 more days before they had yet another unexpected encounter. Just in front of their army, and off to the side of the road in the open plains, was a small band approaching them. Accompanied by 11 dwarves riding their strange, hairy creatures, was Obi at their front. As the army marched on, they crossed paths with this ragtag group. Considering it best not to pry, possibly because of the company he had kept for the past few days, Theo couldn't help but notice that Obi looked utterly drained. Before Theo could say his greetings, Raddington spoke aloud to Obi.
I'm impressed. You brought back 11 more dwarves than I would have expected. Well done, sir. Truly, we are in good hands.
With an annoyed and mischievous grin, Obi replied back.
Actually, I only brought back 10 with me. That one there doesn't count,
he said while rudely pointing out the Dwarven Prince specifically. That comment really riled up Boldin, who frustratingly exclaimed back.
The lot of you have no respect at all. Me and Kin Heir are easily worth hundreds of you scrawny humans. Besides.
And having his hand atop of his puffed-out chest, in an attempt to try and act dignified and important, Boldin proudly proclaimed,
Ye are in the presence of Dwarven royalty, so show some proper regard when speaking to me.
Boldin's claim didn't impress anyone in particular, as Scruff excitedly and loudly mumbled something incoherent, which made Boldin laugh.
You're right there, buddy,
Boldin said, laughing.
They have no idea.
It appeared that Raddington's inability to understand the insult offered only seemed to make it sting worse. Raddington shrugged before confessing his true feelings to his dwarven guests.
Don't get me wrong. We appreciate your support, even if there's only 11 of you.
He cringed before pulling himself back from their group to speak further.
I was just hoping King Falren would have taken this threat more seriously. Just try not to upset the E.C.E.N if you can. As it is, they're not the most welcoming of people. I'm sure they're looking for a reason to start a fight.
Boldin looked slightly annoyed at the human general for even feeling the need to give him a warning, let alone say it. The general then ordered his army to continue their march forward. When Raddington was well ahead of the group, Theo overheard Boldin speaking to his dwarven companions.
What's all this then? This is the welcome we get? And they say dwarven hospitality is terrible? Bah, what rubbish.
Shortly after Boldin said this, Almahil approached him. Theo was expecting another international incident, but he was pleasantly surprised. With her entourage of guards behind her but far enough to alleviate the others from their threatening appearance, the elven princess sincerely spoke to the dwarfs.
My apologies, Bold and Iron Throne. Do not mind Auric. for you see he has much weighing on his mind. On behalf of everyone here, I sincerely welcome you and your kin to our company. I know your aid will be most valuable.
The stout prince proudly acknowledged the praise with a cocky grin.
Well, now that's more like it,
Bolden said, quite pleased in himself. Theo was impressed at how quickly the short-tempered dwarf was calmed down. Afterward, when she spoke, Almahil pointed out the cart with the disassembled weapon.
I see you've brought something of great worth with you.
Bolden looked at his cart of lumber, iron and gadgets, before looking back toward the elf suspiciously. Seeming to expect that the elf had alternative motives, Bolden stared at the princess with a hint of annoyance. She, however, didn't take offense, as Almahil looked directly back into the dwarven prince's eyes as she confidently spoke further.
Before we are done here, I am sure you will have earned your father's respect.
Seeing the confusion on his face, Almahil continued with a smile.
Even if you had taken his finest liquor and his newly crafted weapon of war with you.
The elven princess had so uncharacteristically teased. From Theo's point of view, judging by the dwarf's reaction, Almahil clearly seemed to know far too much more than she should have. The elven princess left the dwarves stunned and speechless as they watched her depart cautiously. After the elves had left, Bolden spoke to his fellow kin.
How did she? Who could have?
And Bolden was surprised even further after coming to a realization.
So it's true. That's unsettling. Well, lads, it looks like the pointy ears really can use that thing called magic after all.
They sure can,
Theo said, gaining the dwarves' attention briefly.
Trust me, you don't get used to it.
That appeared to give Bolden an uncomfortable thought. Looking somewhat nervous, the dwarven prince glanced back at his companions.
Right then. Best try to keep any dirty thoughts to yourselves, lads. We don't want any pointy ears to be using their foul powers to find something they could use against you.
With that comment, all the dwarves went wide-eyed after considering his warning. Thinking on it himself, Theo cringed at the prospect. Still, after seeing the dwarves' reaction, Theo forced himself to hold back a laugh. Not long after their unusual encounter, the band of dwarves seemed to settle in well enough as they continued on their journey eastward. Chapter 59. Unyielding. In one of the more desolate regions of E.C.E.N, Ira traveled in a solitary march heading towards the Far East. The influence of the darkness had visibly taken its toll on him. His eyes had changed, now unnaturally blackened, with only a tiny speck of light remaining at its center. However, even that extraordinary change paled compared to his newly acquired haggard appearance of a broken man. One thing was left to sate the void of his innermost desires, which Ira still desperately longed for. His thirst for vengeance had not yet been quenched. With this last chance at resolution fueling him on, Ira had all but been consumed by his innermost rage. Like a shadow never leaving his side, the darkness loomed over him, but it had done so unknowingly to Ira's notice as it lingered beside him. With its sinister grin, the enormous fiend continued whispering into his ears, egging on his grief, hatred, and desire for bloodshed. With a lifeless gaze, Ira continued his long walk forward as he despairingly spoke to himself.
How much do I have to suffer before the end? The E.C.E.N started this, but I will be the one to finish it. I set out to claim the power to put an end to them, and I'll be damned if I don't see it through to the end. I'll have my revenge. If not for them, I would have never lost my family. I would have never left my homeland and...
Ira paused for a moment in silent grief. The anguishing thoughts raced through his mind, lingering, haunting him with every passing second as if to keep Ira in a firm grip of overwhelming pain.
How many have died because of them?
He lamented, clenching his chest in regret. The darkness held back its laughter after hearing the young man's cries of torment, while it leaned in further to offer more poisonous thoughts to consider. Ira opened his eyes in realization.
It's because of them I'm alone. It's because of the E.C.E.N that I've lost everything. I'll kill them for this.
After Ira said these words, the darkness behind him let out a painful groan as it dissipated into thin air. Just noticing what was behind him, Ira couldn't even turn before he saw a hand on his shoulder. Illuminated in white light, a hand had pierced through the foul entity of the darkness's bodily form. The light shined through the darkness, and the darkness could not overcome it. After making its way through the shadowy fiend, what was left of the unholy monster was momentarily gone as the supernatural hand rested gently on Ira's shoulder. All of it had caught Ira by surprise as an otherworldly entity spoke to him.
Have you forgotten me?
Now partially turning back to see who touched him, Ira saw a man-like figure covered in radiating light. There was no mistaking who it was. Since Ehia's inception, there had been stories of this being, especially from the Order, and Ira was well acquainted. Yet after seeing him now, Ira's expression quickly changed from astonishment to that fierce anger. Without warning, he immediately looked down to reach and grab a hold of his black fangs. Turning his body around fully, Ira swung his blades at the entity as he cried out in resentment.
Where were you?
To his amazement, the being enveloped in light was already gone before his blow could connect. It had left as quickly as it had appeared. The disappearance of the entity had left Ira stunned, speechless for a moment, as he stood there dumbfounded for a few seconds. Seeing that the supernatural being did not think itself obligated to answer any of his questions, Ira clenched his hands in angered frustration. The question Ira implored, however simple it was from the innermost place of his heart. Ira wanted answers for everything that had transpired up until this point, every single tragedy that he, his family and his people had endured without supernatural aid. After a few seconds of silence, it was clear to Ira that he would receive no answer at this time. Embittered that his demands for an explanation were not met, Ira gritted his teeth.
Fine, don't answer. I still intend to kill them all the same. It doesn't matter who it is. I'll slay them all. Everything was taken from me. It's about time I returned the favor. I have nothing left to lose.
And turning again to face the east, Ira spoke menacingly.
I will end the Alliance. Every last one. No matter what happens, I will have my revenge.
Ira promised to himself in a cold rage, with determined eyes before continuing his walk east. He headed to where destiny demanded of him, to where it all would come to an end. Chapter 60. Hope for the Future. The Order of the Light's last temple grounds was their destination, but after days of marching, it still wasn't within sight. Finally, their efforts had begun to show some promise. After a few days of what felt like endless marching behind the E.C.E.N's army, Theo and the others found themselves in a much greener environment. It was a good sign to indicate their location. It wasn't much later that Theo caught a whiff of a peculiar scent in the air. Though in all his life, it was an unfamiliar aroma to him. Theo had heard of it before from others. Smiling, he turned to Obi and Raddington to fill them in.
Do either of you two smell that?
Raddington didn't quite seem to understand what he was referring to just yet, but Obi was quick to point it out.
Well, I'll be. It's been some time since I last had a whiff of that salty smell in the air,
Obi said with a knowing grin.
We can't be too far off from the ocean now, which also means the temple won't be much further either.
Sure enough, it was only a little longer until the temple was within sight. Among their army, Theo saw Raddington taking particular note of the surroundings that would undoubtedly play a role in the fight to come. He felt obligated to make a mental note as well. After getting to the top of the last of the rolling hills, Theo noticed a wide-open grassland sloping downward from the west to the vast ocean in the east. The great mountain ranges were still to their north, and to the south of the plains laid a small E.C.E.N port town. The temple here was unlike any other of the Order, as it stood tall and narrow like a tower. At its base were small temple grounds, dwarfed by the towering structure above. The temple and its grounds were snugly nestled onto a cramped island connected to the mainland by a single stone bridge. The island itself was located just north of the town of Elan, providing a safe distance from potential fighting. There was one last detail in the tower which struck Theo as odd. The towering temple stood almost like a great lighthouse, looking down upon the rushing waters below. Theo pointed out the temple that stuck out like a sore thumb.
That must be where the last orb is.
It was a comment that was really just intended to strike up a conversation, one which Obi obliged.
It's just too obvious. It's almost as if they want to advertise to the world that's where one of the orbs of darkness is. Would have saved money if they just bought a sign.
Confused, Theo looked at Obi and questioned the idea.
It wouldn't matter where the orb is, right? From the stories I've heard, the darkness would know exactly where to look to find its lost essence, no matter where they may be hidden.
Obi just shrugged before speaking his suspicions.
Who's to say if that's true or not? I mean, it's not like this has ever happened before.
Obi's own comment got him to openly ponder on something else.
And to think not too long ago, I didn't even believe the darkness was real.
Likely realizing he was undermining his own comments, Obi quickly stated his following remarks.
Either way, it wouldn't hurt to at least try to hide them, would it? After all, the best plan the Order had in place was to spread the orbs from the far east to the far west. Well, how'd that turn out?
He asked in partial frustration before answering his own question.
before we could even gather an adequate number of men to face this threat. Besides one left, all the other temples have already fallen.
Obi's comments on the matter made Theo express his own concerns.
To tell you the truth, Obi, I don't know which I'm more worried about, the darkness or the E.C.E.N. We all know they can't be trusted.
Raddington overheard Theo before sharply responding to his champion's troubling remarks.
That doesn't matter right now. We'll have to deal with these problems one at a time. If the darkness is as great of a threat as they say, then I don't need these pointless speculations about the E.C.E.N.'s intentions being so carelessly thrown around and spreading amongst my ranks.
He said while giving Theo a condemning eye before continuing.
Until this threat is over, the truce with Elia must stand. We can't have anything jeopardizing that.
Raddington reminded before turning his attention forward again, having felt he had made his point abundantly clear. But the general's words certainly didn't help bring any comfort to Theo, as Raddington never did quite deny his suspicions of the Empire. Shortly later, Theo saw the E.C.E.N. army slow to a halt in front of them. The E.C.E.N. started to make preparations to set up camp near the coast without bothering to inform their guests from the western lands. Seeing this too, Raddington yelled out to his soldiers.
We'll be making camp soon, men. Make sure to give yourselves a good rest in preparation for the coming fight ahead.
His army heard his orders loud and clear as they continued to march a little further before setting up their encampment. Hours had passed, and the tension in the camps from both armies was stifling as they waited for the coming battle ahead. Being unable to take it anymore, Theo walked out onto the open grasslands just further mainland of their encampment and the temple grounds before sitting down. Theo was there in deep contemplation for quite some time before Obi came up from behind him. Theo hadn't even noticed Obi's presence until he spoke.
So this is what the so-called champion of the free peoples of the West does in his free time. Sits alone in grassy fields while staring into empty space. Fascinating,
he said with a wry smile before continuing.
I may be mistaken, but I'm sure it's not as exciting as your fans might have hoped for.
His smile and a light-hearted jest made Theo laugh a little, helping to ease the mood. Theo hadn't realized how much he needed that right now, and trying to keep a positive light on their situation, Theo expressed his sincere opinion on the coming events.
I don't know why, but I feel that it'll all be settled after tomorrow. That the fighting will end and there'll finally be peace. That we can finally return home. Even if it's not going to be the way I was expecting.
He said with earnest optimism, which only seemed to make Obi feel uneasy. But nevertheless, Obi decided to pry for more information.
And where exactly does the great and powerful champion of the West intend to go once it's all said and done?
That question really got Theo thinking, as he took it unusually seriously before answering.
If I have a choice, I think, I'll be heading back to Acorn Village and start rebuilding it into what it once was.
In no simple terms, Obi was incredibly disappointed with Theo's answer. Scratching the back of his head in mild frustration, he gave Theo a piece of his mind.
This again? Even now, as a Western Kingdom's hero, you're still living in the past. Look, you can't hope for a better future if you keep allowing yourself to be dragged down by your memories.
Obi said in a rather blunt way to convince Theo of his plans. Not knowing how to immediately respond to the criticism, Theo laughed nervously. And seeing that Obi didn't very much appreciate the half-hearted reply, Theo sighed before giving a proper answer.
If my idea is so bad, then what is it you intend to do after we're done here?
He asked primarily as a deflection from the previous question, but Obi happily obliged.
Oh, I'll tell you. Assuming we're not all dead by this time tomorrow, I intend to move to an up-and-coming town that's not Acorn Village.
Genuinely surprised, Theo interrupted to ask,
Really, Obi? Coming from you, I would have expected something, well, grander in scale.
Taking offense, Obi squinted his eyes.
I don't know exactly what you're implying by that, but I'm not sure if I'd like it.
Giving a perplexed look back, Theo mischievously ignored Obi's concerns when he replied.
So, what is it you actually intend on doing in this up-and-coming town?
Theo asked with a playful smile but was also genuinely curious. As if symbolically dismissing the insult Theo possibly made, Obi swatted away open air before continuing. Though it was a relatively easy decision for Obi to ignore the slight, as he obviously wanted to share in his future plans.
As I was saying,
he stated simply to be difficult before speaking further.
I'm going to be the town's only baker. Find myself a wife, have a family. You know, the regular stuff. And being the town's only baker, others won't have any other choice but to indulge me in telling my grand stories of everything that's happened.
Obi said with a mischievous grin, but Theo awkwardly smiled back, believing every word of it. Audibly sighing, Theo looked out to the empty plains before responding.
Well, If they have enough room for you, I hope this town of yours has enough space for 3 more.
He said while glancing back at Obi with a hopeful smile. Almost as if he didn't want to dampen Theo's optimism, Obi responded, albeit unconvincingly.
What are you talking about? Of course it will. When we're done here, we'll find the others and drag them with us if that's what it'll take. We'll find a nice town and a new job that doesn't require waking up before the sun rises. Even though Charisse has already been doing that for years now.
Obi noted, almost laughing at the thought. As if unable to keep a serious conversation going, Obi continued to speak lightheartedly.
I'm sure things will work out, Theo. Even if you and Ira have a tendency to destroy everything you touch.
Ignoring his joke with a guilty laugh, Theo quickly changed subjects.
That may have been the first time you called me by my name.
Theo said with a smile. Obi instantly replied.
What was that, kid? I'm getting older and my ears don't work like they used to. So I have a hard time hearing sentimental drivel.
Obi said with a smile. Both of them got a chuckle out of it all.
By the light, Obi, you never change.
After some guilty laughter, Obi continued where he had left off.
I can tell you one thing's for certain, kid. I'm sure as heck not going back to the Order. Don't get me wrong, they have great taste in uniforms, but you'll likely never find another group of people with sticks so firmly planted up their bums in your entire life.
Obi said jokingly, but with a well-deserved hint of frustration to it. Knowing all too well the truth in that comment, they both let out a good laugh. Still smiling, Obi gestured with his head back toward the camp before saying,
Speaking of people with sticks up their bums, that general of yours wanted to see you.
And poking a little fun at Theo, he continued.
Well, come on, hero. You don't want to keep your adoring fans waiting now, do you?
The young champion just shook his head, smiling at the comment before replying.
Yeah, I'm coming,
Theo said before standing up to follow behind Obi's lead. Chapter 61. Stubborn as Stone. At the time when the army started setting up camp, the dwarves had another plan in mind entirely. Under Boldin's command, he and his kin headed straight to the closest tavern in the town nearby. As the dwarves drank merrily, Boldin was surprised to see Almahil walk in through the tavern's front doors. Instinctively, the dwarven prince squinted his eyes suspiciously at the pointy ears, knowing full well that the she-elf brought nothing but trouble for him. Her demeanor somewhat warranted such a reaction, as after seeing Boldin's unwelcoming glare, the elven princess still had an accomplished smile after seeing Boldin. It was common knowledge to both races that the only thing they appreciated about one another was that their kingdoms were so conveniently far apart. It wasn't the best thing to agree upon in terms of mending their relationship, but if one were overly optimistic, it at least was a start. And during this encounter, the strain between their races showed, as merely the elf's presence was an already unwelcomed sight to the dwarves. Accompanied by their unpleasant reaction to their guest, the ample amount of booze they'd already ingested started taking effect on the lot of them. Walking up to Boldin, Almahil spoke in a confident tone.
I knew I'd find you here,
she said with a pleasant smile, no doubt hiding her true intentions, Boldin thought. As a response, the dwarven prince practically grunted back. Making unnecessary hand gestures as he replied to the elf's intrusion, Boldin didn't attempt to hide his displeasure when he finally answered her comment.
Yeah, well, what of it? Both me and me fellow dwarves are under my command. Don't report to that human lot. And we sure as stone don't answer to an elf. We drink whenever we sodden well please.
Probably expecting him to gripe, without so much as saying a word, Almahil sat herself down in front of Boldin anyway, and just smiled back at him. That annoyed him, and he was more bothered by what she did next. The elven princess silently waited across the table as if to goad him into saying something. She wouldn't have to wait long. Not knowing what to make of the elf's stare down, Boldin threw his arms to his sides in frustration.
So? Out with it. What business does a pointy ears have with me?
The elf looked like she was waiting for precisely that question. Almahil leaned over the table, edging closer to Boldin. With a confident tone, Almahil confronted him when she spoke.
I know why you're here at this tavern, young prince. Have you no intention to honor your father's wishes?
Aside from the fact that only an elf could call Boldin young, the she-elf once again displayed more knowledge than anyone could know by sight alone. Both points Almahil made annoyed the dwarf. After all, who was she to pry into his personal business, the business of a dwarven prince? In a fit, Boldin stood upright before slamming the table with his hands and complaining loudly.
That bloody magic again! Will it kill you to stop invading others' thoughts with your mind-reading shenanigans?
He said while twiddling his fingers, in an attempt to mimic the magic himself before continuing to speak.
How's about you make yourself useful and try to use some of that power of yours to give old Baldy some hair instead of messing with me?
Boldin said in frustration, before leaning back towards the elf and complaining further.
Hear this. I get sent air on a mission, nay, a punishment, to fight against some human myth that I'd remind you doesn't even exist. I left the comfort of me home thinking that I'd as well humor me old man's request. And what do I find air? A mythical creature in sight? No! Any credence to the bald human's request? No! Instead, I see two human armies at each other's throats, and I have no sodding intention of getting us mixed up in the middle of it.
Boldin vented before calming himself down with a quick drink from his goblet. Letting out a large, wheezing, satisfied sigh, Boldin sat back down to finish his thoughts.
Looky, in case you haven't found out by now, I have no intention of getting dragged into some human war. That's not what my father agreed to. By the stone, I've already caused enough international incidents for 10 lifetimes as it is. And let me tell you from experience, that's not a list you want to be willingly adding anything to. There's no medals or glory for being the top dwarf in that.
After patiently hearing the dwarf out, Almahil had an uncharacteristically mischievous grin before she started openly taunting the prince.
I'm surprised to hear this coming from a dwarf, no less. That's quite an elaborate excuse you've come up with for cowering out of a fight.
Boldin was stunned as the other dwarves with him started laughing at the accusation. Overhearing all this, Scruff decided to lean over towards Boldin to begin uttering something. Almahil was undeniably bothered at the notion of being clueless about what Scruff was saying. It wasn't the first time something like that had happened in Boldin's experience, but seeing the elf looking uncomfortable had brought a smile to the dwarven prince's face. But that didn't matter too much to Boldin at the moment, as he closely listened to Scruff's opinion. After hearing Scruff out, Boldin agreed with his friend before he proudly replied to the obnoxious elf princess.
That's right! What do these pointy ears know? I've seen my fair share of combat. I'm no coward.
After hearing the dwarf defend himself so ardently, Almahil put on the same mischievous grin. That struck a nerve. After seeing that smirk again, Boldin had just about all he could take of the elf's presence. Shooing her away with his hand, Boldin gave her a piece of his mind.
Go on now, get. Being a gentle dwarf and all, I hope you know that if you weren't a she-elf, I would have been less agreeable in our parting,
he said while slamming his goblet on the table. But clearly his actions and his tone didn't really faze the elf, as Almahil challengingly responded.
How about a contest then, dwarf? If I win, you and your companions stay to fight the coming darkness.
With a raised eyebrow, Boldin was definitely intrigued as he asked back.
Stay to fight something that doesn't exist? Ha! And if I should win, what's in it for me and me, Kinnair?
At this point, all the dwarves intently listened as Almahil leaned back to her side of the table to give it a moment's thought.
My dear Boldin, you're not the only one here with royal blood. I am a princess of the Elven realm. If you should win our little challenge, you and your fellow companions will leave here with more wealth and gold than you can each carry.
All the surrounding dwarves gasped in unison with excitement, as Boldin's eyes seemed to bulge at the prospect. Thinking about it for only a second, the dwarven prince skeptically asked back,
I don't know, princess. You'd be surprised how much me and the others can carry if we're talking about treasure.
She just smiled back innocently before replying.
Well, if you win, we'll just have to wait and see about that, won't we?
Without an immediate answer, the dwarves started to excitedly gather around Boldin. The promise of such wealth seemed to be far too much of a tantalizing offer, as Scruff, in particular, feverishly shook Boldin around, excitedly mumbling nonsense in an attempt to goad him on to accept the elf's challenge. But Scruff forgot who he was talking to, Boldin thought. As the dwarven prince, he wasn't about to lose to some point ears. If Boldin were more honest with himself, he was far too rash to have possibly needed any encouragement from his friend, or anyone else for that matter, before slamming the table in excitement and proudly proclaiming,
I accept your challenge, elf. So go on then, what'll it be?
Boldin eagerly said with a wide grin, and the princess smiled at the dwarf's confidence.
My, aren't you a bold one? Accepting my contest without so much as finding out the terms of it?
Almahil said somewhat teasingly to worry the dwarves for a second before continuing.
No need to fret, though. I'm sure that you'll find it quite agreeable,
she said while touching the rim of Boldin's rum-filled goblet. Not leaving them in too much suspense, Almahil finally stated the terms of the contest.
A drinking challenge, and quite a simple one, really. Whichever one of us two passes out first loses.
Boldin couldn't be bothered with containing a boisterous laugh.
You think just because I'm a wee bit tipsy that you can drink me under the table? Ha! Just before we came here, we drank a whole month's worth of liquor in only 4 days.
Something was off, Boldin thought. The elf was pretending to be impressed when she responded.
Oh my, that is impressive. Well then, there shouldn't be any complaints.
Almahil said pleasantly enough, proving it was all preemptively planned. Almahil started waving down the barkeep to bring over the drinks. But Boldin and the other dwarves hardly cared, as all of them confidently grinned. They eagerly awaited the prize they were sure to win. The two were a few hours into their drinking contest, and to Boldin's astonishment, the elf somehow seemed unfazed. It seemed impossible, he thought, losing to a pointy ears. He'd never let it down. From countless drinks of liquor of all sorts to the best of his abilities, Boldin defiantly tried to keep alert. He occasionally found himself swatting at invisible flies. At this point, he wasn't even sure if they were in his head or not. But looking at the others with him, if they hadn't already, the remaining dwarves who were gathered around the table were just about ready to collapse from drunkenness. But getting another look at Almahil, he was sick to his stomach. The she-elf's complexion looked completely unchanged, or at least he thought it was. It was getting hard to tell. Scruff leaned in over him, speaking up in genuine surprise. The hairy dwarf started mumbling his usual incoherent nonsense, laughing tauntingly towards his friend before slapping Boldin on his back. Upset when he looked back at Scruff, Boldin then exclaimed through his slurred speech,
Scruff, I've told yez once, I've told yees 1,000 times. No one's can understand yez when you're drunk.
His fumbled speech almost made Almahil laugh. Noticing the elf nearly giggle, in both a mixture of being genuinely impressed and frustrated, Boldin spoke while slurring his words.
You sure can hold your liquors.
The dwarf noted while taking yet another swig of booze. Almahil twirled her finger around the rim of her chalice innocently when she answered him.
Who said anything about liquor?
Boldin spat out what he'd been drinking.
Hey!
Boldin managed to get out, nearly choking on his drink while he exclaimed aloud. Boldin wanted to kick himself for trusting an elf. He should have known some foul trick was at work. With a playful yet mischievous smile, Almahil determined it was about time she revealed what had happened.
I already knew for some time. You and your fellow dwarves had no intention of fighting. So, all I needed to do was go to the closest tavern in town before you did and tell the barkeep beforehand to bring me their juices, and you dwarves their strongest liquor after I waved them down upon my return.
After hearing this, Boldin pointed his finger accusingly as he defiantly replied back.
Yees tricksmez.
And with his consciousness fading, Boldin said his final aggravated words on the matter.
Dirty elf. Hey.
He managed to utter before falling backward, hitting the ground, and being knocked out cold. With a victorious smile, Almahil gracefully stood up and congratulated herself.
Looks like I win,
she said light-heartedly, much to the disappointment of the only remaining conscious dwarf, Scruff, who continually hit his head against the table in frustration. Chapter 62, Before the Storm. Back at the Army of the Free People's encampment, Obi and Theo had nearly made their way to Raddington's tent before the general noticed them. Raddington's arms were crossed as he impatiently awaited their arrival. Seeing the demeanor of the general, Obi leaned over to Theo and whispered,
Someone really should help him with that stick problem.
Theo struggled to contain his laughter before Raddington demandingly spoke out to them.
Where were you? It's one thing to have time to yourself, but it's another for our army's champion to be gone for hours on the eve of battle.
Theo just gave Raddington a nervous smile in return. After that lackluster response, the general let out a sigh before continuing to speak.
Maybe it would do us some good to have something to ease the tension a little before the battle tomorrow. Follow me,
he curiously suggested while gesturing to the others to come with him. Raddington then turned to walk towards the town as Obi, Theo, and a few of his officers trailed behind. A short while later, Raddington had led the group to the front of a tavern before turning to them to speak with a hopeful grin.
With the constant battles, it feels like ages since I've had my last beer. Just one glass won't hurt,
Raddington said while cracking the tavern door partially open, and without any warning, he had suddenly frozen in his tracks. After a few seconds had passed without Raddington saying or moving an inch. A bit curious as to what could deserve such a response, Theo walked beside the general to see inside for himself. Behind the tavern doors were the dwarves, all of which were passed out from drunkenness. Some of them were lying on the floors, others on the tables, and to everyone's amazement, one of the unconscious dwarves somehow managed to find themselves dangling from a chandelier 20 feet in the air. As they stared in amazement, suddenly, the chandelier hoisting the dwarf snapped from its hinges, falling along with the dwarf to the ground, who let out a strange grunting noise upon hitting the floor. It was a surreal sight, the likes of which nobody witnessing had ever seen before, or likely ever will again. And unintentionally making the moment even more awkward, Raddington slowly closed the tavern's door without so much as uttering a single word. Perhaps seeing the whole ordeal as some kind of sign, Raddington looked back at the group. With a disheartened sigh, Raddington spoke to the others in a defeated tone.
On second thought, we're on the eve of battle, and it'd be irresponsible to drink right now. We must set a good example for our men. Let's all head back to my tent, where we can discuss our preparations for the coming battle,
he said with a false sense of duty before walking off, pretending as if nothing happened. In fact, no one among them ever mentioned a word about what they'd seen as they followed the general back to his camp. In the end, some things are better left unspoken. Back in Raddington's war tent in their encampment, a wooden table was already set up for use before them to discuss the coming battle. Not needing any invitation, his officers took to their places after Raddington positioned himself at the head of the table. Theo appreciated Raddington going into meticulous detail regarding the army's placement before the coming battle, and how he wanted his men to be positioned on the northern side of the E.C.E.N forces. Furthermore, he discussed having his spearmen not only at the front pointing westward, where the attack would likely come, but also at the southern front, facing towards the E.C.E.Ns. Theo had to verify he heard correctly.
Wait, I thought you didn't want us doing anything that could hinder the truce.
Raddington only partially conceded that point when he replied.
By this time tomorrow it will no longer matter, will it? Besides, it should give the E.C.E.Ns something to think about if they are considering attacking us before the coming battle. In the end, if and when the darkness is defeated, we should expect the E.C.E.Ns to make a move. It's in their nature, and I have no intentions of being caught off guard.
Theo nodded, and the others silently approved as well. Raddington certainly wouldn't find any disagreements from anyone there as he continued to speak.
Oh, and Theo, I have a special task in mind for you,
Raddington said earnestly to the young man with subtle respect. Obi felt the need to protest.
I know what trouble sounds like, and that's it,
Obi said before looking at Theo.
Before you agree to anything, Theo, remember your promise to Cherise. You said you wouldn't do anything reckless.
Raddington sharply responded.
This is war. Theo, like every other man under my command, is putting their lives on the line for something greater than themselves.
And in the heat of the moment, the general waved Obi away before exclaiming further.
On second thought, go. You have no business being here anyway. We have battle plans to discuss, and I don't need my orders second-guessed by someone who's not even under my command.
Angry after hearing this, Obi stepped toward the general to protest further, but Theo blocked his path with his outstretched arm. Even if promises had to be broken, and Obi should have to worry, Theo knew Raddington was right in this. The expression he returned to Obi was neither angry nor disappointed, but it was determined. It was a silent but clear way to display that he was fully prepared for whatever was to come. Caught off guard by Theo's intervention in all of this, Obi backed off before looking down. Rubbing his head vigorously, he grunted in frustration. When Obi finally looked back up at Theo, he put a hand on his shoulder before sternly speaking with concern.
Just don't do anything needlessly crazy, okay? I'm still holding out hope that both you and Ira will come back out of this alive.
And with a rough shake, Obi spoke further.
You hear me?
Theo nodded solemnly in return, and forced a reassuring smile.
Same goes for you, Obi.
After Theo said this, Obi moved a little forward a few times over, but stopped himself every time. Something still clearly weighed on his mind, as Obi restrained himself again and again, as if coming to a conclusion the words he wanted to share would only burden Theo if spoken. Finally stopping himself for the last time, Obi turned around and left without offering any other word. Chapter 63. The Coming Darkness. At the same time that plans were being discussed by Raddington and his men, on the southern side of the grasslands where the E.C.E.Ns camped, Razkal was likewise in his own war tent, busy plotting. Unlike most of his army, who awaited the coming fight by trying to rest, Razkal wanted to discuss his plans with what little was left of the sun's light. Surrounded by the chain of command beneath him, the Chosen was nearly finished making his preparations. When Effa stepped out towards the Chosen from amongst his officers, Razkal stroked his pointed beard in contemplation before glancing at the man and speaking.
It was foretold to us by the gods that in 6 years' time, the Ahia would be under our banner.
And with a sudden realization, the Chosen grinned before speaking further.
This unknown threat is probably nothing more than some rogue human force. In the unlikely event it's something else. It's safe to assume that these stories we've heard of the beast are vastly exaggerated. There has been no greater army in history than the might of our own here and now. We would easily crush any new threat.
Now pointing to the captain of the scouts, Ephir Razkul spoke further.
Send out our finest scouts to assess the true nature of this threat. Only once we've heard back from them can we make an appropriate strategy.
One of Razkul's generals nervously stepped forward to offer another opinion on the situation. But before he could speak his mind, Razkul's glare towards the general was enough to send him, and all the other men there, a clear message that he wasn't interested in any other advice. The Chosen then turned his attention back to Ephir to issue his further demands.
You will personally go with your men to see the nature of this threat yourself. I expect results, Captain.
And to solidify his point, he continued with a threatening tone.
Do not disappoint me.
Ephir gave a salute back before replying.
It will be done, my lord,
he said dutifully before hastily making his departure. Night had already come by the time Aoife and his fellow scouts had ridden off atop their horses and headed west. With only the light of the 2 moons above to guide them, the scouts rode over a small path that cut through the heart of a small thicket. Their captain included, there were a total of 6 men in all that pressed their steeds forward. Aoife looked back towards the majority of his men behind him, before speaking loudly over the stomping of the horses' hooves.
Men, we're only here to investigate the nature of this threat. By no means is anyone to engage.
And with a synchronized response, all his men yelled a single word in unison. Sir! After seeing his order was acknowledged, Ephir turned his head back forward again. Only seconds after him doing so, he heard a loud thud coming from behind. Looking back, Ephir asked a simple question of his men.
What on Ahia was that?
To his and the others' astonishment, they were all staring at a horse trailing in the back of their group, which was now frantically galloping without its rider. Ephir needed answers.
Where is he? What happened to him?
Immediately after speaking these words, a bellowing roar rushed past him, followed by a loud thud from the front of the group. Anxiously looking forward, Ephir saw that all that remained of the rider up front was his horse fleeing ahead of the group. There was no question in his mind what happened to the first was a similar fate. The captain's face grew pale in terror. Wide-eyed, Aoife yelled back to his remaining men in a panic.
Don't stop! Whatever you do, don't stop!
He cried out in a frantic panic, whipping his horse to pick up the pace. Frantically looking around at the surrounding thicket, Aoife and his men were all horrified of the unseen threat as they should be. One by one, the scouts were spirited away into the night. The captain looked back at his last scout, who broke down, pleading to him.
Captain, no! I don't want to die! Not like this! I don't want to...
He'd never have the chance to finish. To Ephir's horror, he heard a booming roar as an enormous black figure jumped from the side of the path towards his last subordinate, before landing on the thicket's other side. In an instant, the man was gone, and Aoife was now the only one left. Alone and terrified, in a desperate gambit, Aoife redirected his horse to break free from the path, heading deeper into the wooded brush. After some time, Aoife let out some nervous laughter, surmising he may have escaped from the beast's clutches. To his dismay, once he broke free of the trees and brushes of the thicket, his horse came to a sudden and abrupt halt. Looking forward, Aoife saw that he had led his steed straight toward the precipice of a cliff. As he looked down the sharp drop, Aoife once again heard a thunderous roar coming up from the thicket just behind him. His horse neighed in fright, bucking off its rider before bolting off alone. Struggling to get to his feet, Aoife looked at his fleeing horse in dismay while he exclaimed aloud,
Worthless creature! Get back here!
He cried out, but his attention quickly turned to the growling sound edging ever closer from amongst the bushes. The scout captain drew his sword, but his arms trembled as he stood to defend himself against the approaching creature. Its figure was obscured by the growing darkness, but its massive size was unmistakable. The otherworldly black lion entity drew nearer and nearer to the captain until, with a deafening roar, it leapt great bounds at Ephir, who let out a final scream of terror. It was late into the night as the Elan's Chosen waited impatiently in his tent for the return of his scouting party. Razkol's demeanor brought nervous tension to all the officers and guards, with none daring to leave or speak up. To their relief, the sound of rustling horses and men dismounting outside their tent was heard. The captain of the scouting party had returned, entering the tent alongside the 5 men who had ventured out with him to assess the threat. Aoife's arrival into the tent with an optimistic smile had not gone unnoticed by Razkol and the others there. Aoife's outlook surprised the others, but none more so than the Chosen himself. With an accomplished grin, Razkol leaned forward before asking his captain,
"Out with it, Aoife. What news do you bring with you?"
Still smiling, Aoife saluted back before answering.
Sir, it was as you said, the threat of the darkness is greatly exaggerated in the stories. We were even personally attacked by the beast, but even with such small numbers we were easily able to escape.
Aoife claimed while displaying one of his men who had a sizable claw-like rip on their clothing. Brimming with confidence, the captain of the scouts continued to deliver his report.
The beast is alone, and after our brief skirmish, I believe you need not commit more than 100 men to deal with it.
Aoife said almost gleefully. The Chosen leaned back, nearly laughing, before responding excitedly.
"That's not for you to decide, Captain. Nevertheless, I am amazed to hear such a creature actually exists."
And leaning forward with a knowing grin, Razkol continued to speak.
"However, it's as I suspected. With the gods' blessings, Ayla is destined to rule the world in only a few years. It's no surprise this creature would be no threat, though from the stories I've heard of the beast, time seems to have taken its toll on it, while the power of our empire has only grown."
Razkol's grin turned sinister.
"There's no way this foe would be the end of us, not when the gods had promised us the Aya so soon."
And pointing to one of his officers, the Chosen quickly ordered,
"We will set the plans we discussed into motion. Send word to the Aijin riders. When the battle ensues, you know what to do."
Prepared for the command, the officer saluted before promptly leaving to follow through on his task. Razkol took a moment in self-reflection. Everything was now perfectly in place. Nothing would stand between him and his goals. This moment was his, and tomorrow would become a day of legend. With a distant look in his eyes, Razkol shared some of his lofty goals with those who stayed behind.
"This will be the beginning of the end. In one fell swoop, we'll bring down this so-called beast of legend, and we can continue where we left off,"
he noted before speaking further with a fierce desire in his voice.
"We'll demolish any last remnant of resistance the West has left to offer. And once we put down those vermin who seek to deny us our rightful claim of dominion, it'll only be a matter of time before we bring the other races to heel."
Razkol had said with unflinching confidence, inspiring all those gathered around him. Chapter 64, The Present Darkness. The fateful day had arrived, as the sun had shone overhead for many hours, while both the armies of the Free Peoples and the Aelans stood guard, waiting anxiously for the coming fight. Both forces held their positions for much longer than they bargained for, as evening approached, while the armies remained in their formations. With the endless sea at their backs, the two great forces were only a few yards apart from one another, with the bridge to the temple grounds being a dividing point between them. As Raddington planned, the army of the Free Peoples of the West was on the northern front of the grasslands, and the Aelan forces were to their south. In general, the multitude of fighters faced the west, where their enemy would likely appear from atop the rolling hills. However, the slopes were not only to their west, but also stretched out to the north and northeast, eventually rising up to the mountain ranges of the northern heights and the Dwarven realm, concealing the presence of what may linger beyond. Both armies were anxious about the coming conflict, and were likewise just as wary, if not more so, of one another than any other impending threat. Obi was stationed slightly further north than even those of the army of the Free Peoples. Accompanying him were the dwarves, who had been grumbling incessantly amongst each other for a multitude of reasons. They were in a large, freshly dug-out hole, as the dwarves were continually engaged in reassembling their wooden machine inside. Due to the dwarfs' impressive digging prowess, accompanied by the army of the Free Peoples obscuring the view, the dwarfs' efforts had remained hidden from the Aelan army. While they were bickering and arguing with one another, Boldin in particular complained to Obi.
"That sodding pointy ears thinks she's so clever. Who does the she-elf think she is, making us dig in the middle of the night before we were even sober? Well, just you wait and see this technological marvel in action. It's truly a marvel of dwarven ingenuity."
And pointing at the mostly constructed machine, Boldin continued bragging.
I can't wait to see the look on her smug little face then. Ha ha ha! She won't think herself so high and mighty once we get this baby going.
Obi, who had been curious about the whole ordeal, finally felt compelled enough to ask the dwarf in return about it.
Why are you complaining about the elf anyway? When she asked, you could have just said no.
Stalling for time, Bolden rubbed the back of his head and decided to leave out a relatively large portion of what actually happened.
Listen, heir. The elf somehow convinced the general to have us dig up this hole in the middle of the night and construct our weapon in secret. The dainty, pointy-eared princess apparently schemed up some crazy plan from what I hear. All I'm saying is a little warning would have been nice.
Bolden said while shrugging and leaving the story at that before speaking on another matter.
Anywho, you must all have your heads in the clouds or something, taking this fairy tale so seriously and all.
Obi rolled his eyes at the dwarf's comment, fully intending to ignore it. Soon after, Obi heard murmuring from the army beside them, which grew louder. Peeking his head over the edge of their hole, Obi's fixated his eyes on the west. Bolden walked up beside him before asking,
"What's all this commotion about?"
Bolden asked before seeing the same sight and gasping in sheer amazement.
"Oh, bollocks."
To the west was an unnaturally dark and low-hanging cloud. It was vast and stretched completely out of sight towards the far west, north, and south. As it continued heading eastward, the massive phenomenon was rapidly heading in their direction, and like a thick blanket, it covered the land behind and underneath it in its darkened shade. As the cloud started covering the grasslands of the coming battlefield in front of the two armies, their adversary finally appeared within sight. Too far out from the armies for anyone among them to make out any discernible features of this lone man. Yet at the top of the hills in front of their forces was Ira, who stood in opposition to this unlikely alliance. Meanwhile, the Alan Emperor and Chosen were on their horses beside one another. Both of them took notice of this lone figure arriving from the west. Razkul's grin quickly escalated into outright laughter as he looked over to Mesulum to proclaim his thoughts.
This is the second time now where one man stands against our might. It's just as my men have said.
He confidently proclaimed, making sure his emperor listened in before continuing.
We have nothing to fear from this. It isn't even worthy of being described as a threat for us to dispatch.
I know that look in your eye, Chosen,
Mesulum said with a stern glare.
I will not have you subverting my honor with one of your schemes. You will wait for my word before you act.
Relishing his following words with a twisted smile, Razkul replied,
Mesulum, your hand has already been forced.
The emperor clenched his teeth.
What have you done?
He demanded, to which Razkul eagerly explained.
I've already sent word to my men. The Aegean riders will attack the vermin from their northern flank.
The emperor was speechless at such a rash action, as Razkul continued with a delight that became increasingly deranged as he spoke further.
What's the matter, Mesulum? Don't have the stomach for it. The fate of the world will be decided in these next few hours, and we few will bear witness to the coming of a new age. I will personally see to it that all will serve the gods or be crushed underfoot, and I will become the herald of this new world.
And by this time, Razkul looked up to the sky as if he were proclaiming these words to the gods themselves, sure in himself that what he'd spoken would soon become a reality. The emperor stared back in disbelief.
You're completely insane.
Contrary to what one might suspect of him, Razkul was not upset by the remark when he turned to face his emperor. Ever confident in himself, the Chosen spoke with an assured grin.
Before the sun sets, dear Emperor, even you will see the signs of the new age which is to come.
With those words spoken, the Chosen looked back toward Ira, amused that his dream would be so easily realized. Standing alone and looking down the slope at the armies before him, Ira held his hand upon his sheathed black fangs. Showing no emotion, he silently spoke to himself in disgust.
How many more intend to stand in my way? The Eilons were to be expected, but even the West would ally themselves with those scum.
The mere thought of it encouraged his rage. Ira then ferociously yelled at the top of his lungs, loud enough that it could be slightly heard by the front lines of both armies in his path.
I will not be denied my revenge!
A moment of pause came after Ira's proclamation, but soon after, laughter erupted from the Aelan army's ranks. Without his power displayed, he must have appeared like a fool. But Ira knew that would soon change. Looking at the Empire's army, with his head slightly slanted, the lone warrior spoke to himself.
Those filthy Alans think this is funny, do they? They think they can make a joke out of it?
Ira grinned menacingly.
Well, that's just fine. I'll send them laughing to their graves.
Arising from beyond the hill's peak just behind Ira were hundreds, then thousands of men and women walking into both armies' sights. The unknown force then started making its way ahead of the unassuming leader it found in Ira. Most of the men and women of this newfound army were wearing clothes generally associated with that of E.C.E.N villagers, while some of the men were unmistakably in the attire of the Order of the Light itself. In total, there were only a few thousand. However, they were still vastly outnumbered by the hundreds of thousands brought together by the two armies at their front. But with their arrival, the laughing in the E.C.E.N ranks had completely subsided after seeing that there was an actual force behind the lone man. Although the sudden appearance of the small army in front of them worried no one in their army, in particular, its mere presence had infuriated Razkol. The Chosen then outstretched his hand to his men, demanding to see E.C.E.N and the remainder of his scouts. When the captain of the scouts and his 5 men were found, they were roughly thrown at the feet of their 2 leaders. Razkol looked down from his horse in disgust at E.C.E.N and his men.
If I remember correctly, you said the beast threat was greatly exaggerated, that you and your men alone were able to escape this single threat.
And pointing while looking out to the new army, the Chosen yelled out,
"Do my eyes betray me? Does that look like one lone entity?"
In response to the question, E.C.E.N and his men looked down. They offered not a single word in their defense, which only infuriated the Chosen even more. He yelled back furiously,
"Speak, worms! If you like to keep your head attached to your shoulders, you'll answer my questions."
E.C.E.N started twitching violently, near convulsing, as he and his men, all in unison, started laughing as one. The deriding laughter only grew louder as Razkol exclaimed back in disgust,
"What arrogance!"
After the Chosen had said this, the men before him all fell silent in unison. And E.C.E.N suddenly started speaking in an unfamiliar, yet monstrous voice that seemed to come from all directions when he spoke.
Arrogance, that's exactly what I was thinking, the arrogance.
As the unknown being spoke through the captain of the scouts, a dark essence enveloped E.C.E.N and his men, stoking fear into the hearts of those who bore witness. Letting out a few more seconds of hideous laughter, E.C.E.N stopped to look up. His eyes were pitch black, darker than coal, as he glared at Razkol. With a confident grin, the unnatural presence continued speaking through E.C.E.N in its inhuman and terrifying voice.
You think you can stand against me? Your pride, it truly knows no bounds. Human, you contend with a being beyond your understanding. Since time immemorial, I've roamed this world. In ages long since past, I've seen nations rise and fall greater than that of your own, none of which could stand against my might.
As E.C.E.N spoke, his scouts fell to the ground behind him, while an unidentifiable force caused him to choke. Despite this, the voice persisted, uttering chilling words that echoed through the air like a chorus of malevolent voices merged into one.
Everything you all did will be blotted out. The world, as you know it, will end.
To the horror of all witnesses, E.C.E.N was being lifted off the ground by an unseen force. The captain desperately grasped at his throat, and with a loud booming voice, the evil presence continued to speak.
The skies will blacken, and all will fall into ruin. When hope becomes nothing more than a fleeting memory, only then will I feel my true power.
And laughing a truly monstrous and sinister laugh, the foul entity cried out,
The world will fall into darkness.
E.C.E.N's neck snapped on those parting words before the invisible entity released his lifeless body, letting it fall to the ground. People were shaken to their cores all around after what they had just witnessed. Regaining a sense of himself, Mesolum looked to Razkol, whose fear-stricken eyes remained fixated on E.C.E.N's corpse. In dismay, Mesolum spoke to him.
You already sent word for the Aegean riders to attack the Westerners?
The Chosen's lack of an answer was telling enough as the Emperor continued.
What have you done?
After Mesolum asked this, the shock Razkol felt started to fade, as the reality of their situation slowly sank back in. Clenching his fist and gritting his teeth in rage, the Chosen defiantly spoke aloud to those around him.
"It's a lie. The beast only has a few thousand men compared to our 500,000.
And the Chosen continued speaking with genuine confidence and hatred.
This creature will be put in its place. The plan remains unchanged. Today, we will wipe out both this ancient threat and the army of the West. The Prophet wills it.
The Chosen seemed more than assured in himself when he said this, giving confidence to the soldiers around him. There was no intended deceit in his words required. This was his calling. This day of victory was at hand. Nothing, not even the West's greatest fear, could change that. But his words did nothing to shake the feeling of uncertainty Mesolum was now overcome with. Looking back at the army of the darkness, which stopped its advance forward, Mesolum pointed outward towards the unnatural force.
By the gods, what's that?
The Emperor said in renewed fear, bringing the attention of those around him to the west. Before the two armies was a new unnatural black fog to add to the one that lingered overhead. The new phenomenon was just arising from behind the hill in the west, as the first cloud had finally covered the entirety of the landscape under its wide shade. Shortly after its appearance, the black mist slowly crept up from behind Ira and his small army. The unsettling sight was only a few feet high, nearly hugging the ground as it glided its way forward. And as if it were a living entity, the dark vapor seemed to be clawing its way across the land as it headed eastward. Now passing Ira and his army in front of him, the unnatural fog continued making its way across the open field as it purposefully headed to both forces ahead. Having the ocean at their backs, with no possibility of escape, the soldiers in both armies were all on edge as the undeniably unnatural occurrence approached ever closer. Eventually it was upon them. The black essence of the fog leapt outwards toward the men in the front lines, enveloping the soldiers before moving further into their ranks. Panic ensued. The warriors engulfed in the mist erupted in violent coughing fits, while the fog continued to press forward. Where Obi was, he and the dwarves looked on in disbelief after seeing what was taking place. Begrudgingly, Boldin spoke his inner thoughts.
Well, Baldy, I might be owing you an apology. Looks like they weren't all fairy tales after all.
As the fog approached closer to the dwarf, Boldin nervously continued.
This reminds me of the Battle of Ogre's Hill.
Scruff seemed to protest that comment, saying something back to Boldin, which naturally only the dwarven prince understood. Whatever it was, Obi couldn't help but notice Scruff's insistency. Defending himself from the hairy dwarf's comment, Boldin exclaimed back,
Oh, bugger off, I'm not exaggerating.
Obi felt apprehensive about discovering what was discussed while he gazed at the fog, but he gathered the courage to ask Boldin for details.
Mind telling me what you two are talking about?
The proud dwarf looked back at Obi before answering.
This hairball heir says I always exaggerate the Battle of Ogre's Hill because I'm the only survivor to say anything about it.
Clearly, the dwarf had no idea how unsettling his remarks were, and Obi could only respond half-heartedly.
Oh, I see. So you're saying we're all gonna die. That's a comforting thought. I really appreciate your words of encouragement.
Boldin just gave Obi a mischievous grin before responding.
Well, it's not all bad.
Obi looked back with a hopeful glimmer which Boldin quickly dashed.
After all, if it's anything like last time, at least I'll make it.
Nice.
Obi groaned. After saying this, the unnatural fog was almost upon their little group. The paranormal phenomenon continued creeping through the ranks as it lunged at every soldier's face, making them gag and wheeze for air. Only the elven guard, including Almahil, were unaffected by the otherworldly substance. The black mist continued moving eastward, only stopping after reaching the ocean's edge and stopping short of crossing the bridge to the island. After several minutes, the coughing fits finally subsided, but the fog still remained. Its dark presence lingered waist-high above the ground around the surrounding plains. As the men returned to their feet and into their formations, everyone in both armies found it strange that the mist only seemed to give them a coughing fit. And as fate would have it, the unnatural fog helped to obscure the dwarf's presence in their hole, as well as their prized weapon. With the groundwork laid, the small army of the darkness began to charge forward. Following after, Ira began slowly walking behind his forces. His eyes were set straight ahead upon his destination, the bridge to the temple grounds. Chapter 65, Betrayal. Even after the fog's effects had seemed to pass, and the Dark Army had started to charge towards the unlikely alliance, still, the Chosen remained unimpressed. Composed as ever, Razkol looked back to his men and raised an arm for their attention.
Is this all the beast can muster? I had expected more.
His assurances to his men did not quite have the same effect as they did before, as the Darkness's army approached ever nearer. When the strange force was close enough to be seen more clearly, Everyone could tell that their entire army was altogether unnatural. The men and women all had blackened eyes, with apparent wounds across their bodies that no one could live. Fear set in, as the supernatural threat set itself upon the armies of E.C.E.N and the free peoples of the West. As the minions of the darkness started clashing openly with the two armies, the corpse-like humans were all murmuring aloud peculiar things, depravities of their innermost natures, their unsated greed in life, their hatred, and their vile cursing for the world they deemed unfair. All of them were reliving the misery of their former lives and laying bare for the world to see their most corrupted thoughts and crimes. As the battle raged on, Al-Mahil noticed something that would instill an even greater terror upon those present. Soon after one of the soldiers of the Free Peoples had been struck down and fallen into the fog's depths, they shortly rose again to join the ranks of their unnatural enemy. Looking to Raddington, Al-Mahil frantically cried out,
"General, every time one of your men falls, they arise again as a minion of the darkness."
The news sent shivers down Raddington's spine, but he would not let his fear undo him. Looking out to the army, Raddington saw the truth of the matter himself and proclaimed the dire information of utmost importance to his men.
Soldiers, be wary of your fallen comrades. They'll rise again from out of this accursed fog to join the ranks of the enemy.
As it did so for the General of the West himself, Raddington's proclamation prepared his men as much as it stoked fear into their hearts. The situation had fared little better on the southern front, as the E.C.E.N's faith was being shaken by this foe. By their held beliefs, this foe shouldn't even exist, and it was later promised by their chosen to have been nothing more than an insignificant threat. As time passed, the power from the supernatural army was rapidly growing in strength from among their own fallen ranks, and in so doing, had also proved the chosen's words to have been false. Razkal, their Emperor Mesolem, and the E.C.E.N soldiers knew that if things didn't change, it would only be a matter of time before the odds tilted. As they were peeking above the edge of their hole, the dwarves and Obi just looked on in horror at the unfolding scene. To make matters worse, they spotted an even more significant threat to their lives. E.C.E.N riders were fast approaching from the north. Before they could be noticed by the approaching riders, Obi exclaimed,
"Get down! We can't afford to be spotted now!"
Obi wouldn't allow any room for argument from the other dwarves, as he abruptly pulled Bolden down into the hole alongside him. In the chaos, Raddington somehow noticed the E.C.E.N riders approaching from his northern flank.
E.C.E.N, the fools, so they've betrayed us after all.
The grizzled old general silently despaired to himself. Steeling himself, Raddington proclaimed aloud to his men,
"Spearmen to the northern front."
His men's focus, till this point, had been completely fixated on the unnatural force in front of them, and just now, at the beckoning call of their leader, had they even become aware of the E.C.E.N riders approaching from the north. The soldiers of the West were rightfully more unnerved at mounting a defense against these beasts than that of the supernatural forces. With no other option available to the men of the West, they prepared themselves to face down the fierce creatures approaching them. All the spearmen stood by in a defensive formation, a solid line of men with elongated weapons that most would not dare to face down. But E.C.E.N riders were something else entirely. Al-Mahil saw their hearts were faltering and ordered her guards.
"Without magic, the humans cannot hope to stop an E.C.E.N charge,"
she declared before realizing what must be done.
"We must go to them."
Speaking for the others, one of her elven guards stepped forward and revealed their true purpose when he spoke.
"No, my princess. We have orders and will not leave you unguarded."
She was shocked by their actions.
"Then you will come with me."
She instructed, but there was an unusual resilience from the guards again as the first one answered.
"I'm afraid not. Being with the army is one thing, but charging at their front is another. We cannot allow it."
The proclamation stunned her, but at the same time, she knew who was responsible for their order. And trying to force their hand, Al-Mahil made an attempt to make a break for the front, but the elven guards held out their weapons, blocking her path. After obstructing her way forward, one of the other guards quickly spoke.
"I am sorry, Princess, but we can't let you be put further into harm's way."
She saw their hindrance to her actions as detestable.
"So you'll do nothing?"
Al-Mahil asked demandingly of them, but they refused to answer. The elven princess now knew she had to bide her time. Eventually, an opportunity would arise that would require her guards to take action. And when it came, Al-Mahil was ready to act on it. Beholding the chaos that was unfolding, the darkness saw that its time had now come. Ira's walk hastened to a jog, and a jog to a run, as he started making his way to the temple by first charging towards the direction of the bridge. Both armies now stood in Ira's way, one from the north and the E.C.E.N from the south. And though the two forces had similarly shared a growing panic and disarray among their ranks, Ira's advance didn't go unnoticed by either side as they sent more men forward to bolster their defense and strike him down. Using the battle-hardened forces of the Order, who were now in the darkness's ranks, Ira and the others easily slew those who stood in their path. And as before, it was also with every foe that was cut down that they would soon be raised anew to join the ranks of the darkness's army. With this advantage, the supernatural force continued to grow in strength as they pushed their way through to clear a path forward for Ira. During this same time, the few hundred charging E.C.E.N riders stormed closely by the dwarves' hiding place. Thanks to the mist, the dwarfs' presence was not noticed as the riders raced straight toward the army of the Free Peoples. The spearmen were as prepared as they could be for the E.C.E.N riders, but it was for nothing. As they collided, the E.C.E.N effortlessly swept their way through the front lines of spearmen, trampling over the soldiers like grass underfoot. The creature's outer armor even snapped the spearmen's wooden spears like twigs upon contact, before they plowed through the front lines and started decimating the ranks of the army of the Free Peoples. The fearsome beasts quickly laid waste to any soul unfortunate enough to be caught in their sights. And even though it was not the unnatural forces that dealt the killing blow, it was still with every lost life that fell into the murky fog that they would soon be replaced by yet another minion of the darkness. The situation was quickly becoming hopeless. Though the E.C.E.N were quickly eradicating their army, Al-Mahil took notice of a single man in the pandemonium. Rather, her elven eyes had seen the touch of the darkness's presence upon Ira as he pressed through their combined army's ranks. And she saw he was making his way towards the temple's grounds. Gesturing to Ira, Al-Mahil exclaimed aloud to Raddington,
"General, the darkness is breaking through. If it makes its way to the orb, all is lost."
Raddington quickly surveyed his surroundings. His eyes focused north as his expression soured.
I can't afford the men. If I don't give them all our attention, the E.C.E.N will be the death of us all.
Raddington nervously yelled back. He saw no other way. Al-Mahil knew that. Her pleas to stop the darkness's advance to the temple had to be ignored. The E.C.E.N had already required far too many of Auric's men, and he could spare no other soldiers for the temple's defense. However, the elven princess wouldn't allow things to end like this. She saw her chance to act. Using unseen magic to knock her closest guards off balance, Al-Mahil made a break for it, riding her Janyu towards Ira. To her dismay, she wouldn't make it far. Violently struck from the side, Al-Mahil landed several feet away from her Janyu. On the ground, the elven princess saw the aggressor. An E.C.E.N without its rider had already made it this far into their lines. The unyielding creature quickly tore into Al-Mahil's Janyu's neck, ending its life before turning its bloodthirsty gaze to her. The E.C.E.N charged toward her, and at that moment, one of her guards leapt from their steeds to her defense. The elven warrior brought his spear down upon the creature's head and pushed it back with the unseen magic, which had only temporarily stunned it. The E.C.E.N immediately rushed the elven guard and clawed at his face, killing him instantly. Now all of Al-Mahil's elven guards were beside her, as more E.C.E.N riders came onto the scene. Al-Mahil's eyes focused on Ira, sneering in disgust. She glanced at the tower, then the threat before her. Her limited power of foresight had yet to give her knowledge of these events. Something had changed what she had foreseen, from the E.C.E.N rider's attack to her own guards stopping her. It was clear now. Another force had altered their fate. Nothing in this was certain anymore. Knowing this, the outcome was anything but certain, defying Al-Mahil's expectations only moments earlier.
Fight!
Al-Mahil warned her guards and all who'd listen with an evident dread in her voice.
Fight with all your heart and soul, every one of you, or all is lost.
The elves stood in formation and prepared to defend Her Highness at any cost. On the southern flank, though the army of the Free Peoples of the West couldn't offer any more men in defense of the temple, the E.C.E.N still had ample strength to spare, and Mesolum had noticed Ira's advance.
The taint is on him. He must be their leader. Kill him. Bring out the divine warriors. Have them focus all their attention on this scourge. Show the world the power of the gods, the power of Elah. Do not relent.
Mesolum decreed to his men. The magic wielders went out to face Ira on their emperor's order. However, The skills with the blade of the last warrior from the Tyride clan were exceeded by none. Ira tore through the elite forces of the E.C.E.N with almost as much ease as he had done with those of the Order before them. Making his way to the bridge, the darkness had now acquired more skilled warriors to add to its defensive barrier. For the dark entity of legend, those who'd fallen were now nothing more than a useful tool in preventing further passage across the bridge behind its wake. As Ira pressed forward, only those in the Order who remained in defense of the temple grounds stood in opposition before him. Ira approached boldly, unable to help himself from having a confident yet menacing grin, knowing he'd dealt with their kind before. Chapter 66, The Name of Evil. The battle raged as one of the E.C.E.N riders noticed the hammering sound amidst the struggle. Investigating its source, he discovered the hole the dwarves had dug out. Inspecting inside, the rider saw the dwarves, along with Obi, were well prepared to defend themselves. Knowing the ferocity of his beast, the E.C.E.N rider taunted the group.
You thought you could hide from us? My pet will feast on your flesh.
The Elan proclaimed while ordering his mount forward to attack. As Obi feared, the rider's E.C.E.N immediately made short work of one of the dwarves before charging further into their hole. Obi cried out to the others.
Their armor is weak between its joints and belly.
Obi yelled while he and all the other dwarves charged toward their foe. Finding an opportunity, Obi managed to thrust his spear into the rider's side, killing him and unshackling his now rampaging beast. Such an act hardly reduced the danger of the situation, which Obi had quickly found out. The E.C.E.N had struck down 2 more dwarves before leaping straight at Obi, who had the war machine at his back. Ducking down, Obi put the blunt end of his spear into the ground for support, as he aimed his pointed end upward, piercing the E.C.E.N's stomach and killing the foul creature. However, the momentum of the creature's leap was not so easily stopped, as its lifeless husk of a body rammed into the side of the war machine, making a large snapping sound upon its impact. In clear disappointment after seeing the state of his prized weapon, Boldin yelled out in frustration.
Oh, bollocks! We weren't even finished assembling it! Scruff! Do you think you can fix it?
The hairy dwarf returned an unassured-sounding grunt to accompany his shrug. In an irritated tone, Boldin answered his friend's response.
Dang it, Scruff, don't give me excuses, give me results.
Scruff just rolled his eyes and groaned before getting back to work, inspecting the damage to the machine. And with the few dwarves and the E.C.E.N rider, who had just recently fallen, now arising slowly before them, Boldin nervously spoke to Obi and his remaining dwarves.
I don't like the idea of having to fight off against me own kin. But if that machine isn't fixed in time for when we need it, these lifeless husks of our kin are going to be the least of our troubles.
Obi saw how Boldin and his fellow dwarves were clearly unsettled, all of them mentally preparing themselves to face off against their just recent comrades. There was hardly any time given before the unnaturally risen warriors charged. He couldn't relate to such a situation, but Obi had suspected this was just the beginning. As the fighting between them started, Boldin exclaimed,
"Steady on! We need to give our shaggy friender as much time as he needs,"
Boldin said in hopes of inspiring the others. At the top of the tower-like temple, the room that held the last remaining orb was circular, 20 feet wide in diameter, with openings on all sides. As it turned out, earlier suspicions were correct about this place. This temple was, in fact, a repurposed lighthouse. At the center of the room was a stand holding the orb, and just beneath it on all sides was a sizable unlit oil brazier. The room had only one entrance, which came from a large circular staircase below. The stairs spiraled up the tower, eventually leading to a wide stone wall, which was only on this singular portion of the circular room, as spacing for such walls was limited for the lighthouse's windowed openings. The quick sound of footsteps approached ever closer, ascending ever higher up the flight of stairs until Ira appeared within sight. Being slightly cautious, Ira slowly made his way fully into the highest level of the tower. Contrary to how little emotion Ira had previously shown, he stood still after seeing who was already inside the room. But even standing awestruck, Ira's expression was still almost void of emotion. Ira was looking directly at Theo, who was standing beside the orb, holding a torch in his gauntlet hand and his greatsword in his other. Staring right back at him, Theo, at first, didn't quite recognize Ira. From his hair dangling over his face to his cold disposition, Ira almost looked like an entirely different person, but it only took Theo a second to find out. He was utterly stunned when he did. Ira could see it written on Theo's expression, how he must have thought of now of all times for their reunion. Why was it here? Ira loathed that innocent reaction, how he'd come to a situation where he'd be forced to stand before his old friend like this. When the shock subsided, Theo likely assumed the best of the situation when he asked Ira curiously to confirm his suspicions.
Can it be? Ira, is that really you?
Ira let out a long, exhaling breath. The slight hint of surprise on his own face changed to that of a determined glare as he peered back into Theo's eyes, saying nothing. Theo felt an unsettling malice as he looked on in his lingering bewilderment. It was different, but no less foul than the presence he felt from the Black Lion. It was then upon this realization, even in this dark room, that Theo had noticed Ira's eyes were pitch black, except for a hint of light at their centers. Seeing the unnatural taint, it was as he had feared. His old friend had succumbed to the darkness. Physically drawn back after seeing Ira's state, Theo accusingly yelled,
"Wait! No! No, you're not Ira! Who are you?"
Ira then looked down as he began to laugh softly, and slowly his laughter became inhumanly monstrous. The sound of his chuckling was slowly becoming similar to that of thousands of ill-intentioned voices laughing in unison. After hearing this sudden shift from his old friend, Theo's suspicions had all but been confirmed. He threw his torch into the brazier, igniting the great flame. The newly lit fire helped reveal the truth kept hidden in the tower's shade. Looking on in amazement, Theo saw that the shadow Ira had cast on the wall behind him was moving of its own volition as it slowly began changing into a monstrous form. Back on the ground and still in the heat of battle, Boldin saw the brazier become alight. The dwarven prince frantically pointed it out quickly to the others as he exclaimed,
"That's the signal, lads!"
Boldin cried out while quickly glancing at his shaggy friend before frenziedly asking,
"Gruff, are you ready?"
The hairy dwarf just gave a half-hearted grunting-like murmuring as his only response. Understandably frustrated, Boldin exclaimed back,
"What do you mean you just need a few minutes?"
Boldin complained while blocking a strike from one of his previous comrades before he continued to yell out,
"In case you hadn't noticed, we don't have that kind of time."
After just landing the final blow on the risen Elan Agin rider once again, Obi looked around to see the situation of the other dwarfs. As if making up his mind on something after seeing them, Obi nodded before taking the opportunity to step aside towards the edge of their hole. Looking back at the group, to the amazement of the others, Obi shared his thoughts.
"You all can handle the rest."
To which, in shock and disappointment, Boldin, specifically among the dwarfs, yelled back his grievances on the matter.
"What? And just what the bloody heck is that supposed to mean?"
Seeing Obi running off, Boldin exclaimed further,
"By the stone! Are you daft? Where in the blazes do you think you're going?"
As Obi was about to depart, he yelled back a few words that'd be certain to encourage the dwarfs.
"There's something you should know first. That elf princess told me she didn't think you'd make it. So don't you go dying without me and prove her right."
Boldin was really riled up after hearing that.
"What? She's the bloody one who told us to stay!"
Boldin exclaimed, going ballistic. The dwarf then continued to swear up a storm that any reasonable person would not see fit to put from ink to paper, before sharing some choice parting words with the bald human, then stating his point.
"No way I'm going to give that pointy ears the pleasure of being right. I'm gonna live through this and show her a piece of my mind. But as for ye, Baldy, when you get back, I'm shoving my axe right where the sun don't shine."
Obi couldn't help but grin proudly, after seeing that his few words of unsuspecting encouragement seemed to fully distract his dwarven companions from their fear for the moment. With that done, Obi said his parting words right back to the irritated dwarves.
"Now that's the dwarven stubbornness I've come to know. You'll do fine without me. I'll treat you all to a round when we're done,"
Obi said with a grin, and following through on his words, he left them. Boldin was painfully disgruntled after the human left and yelled at his other dwarves.
"This is the last time, you hear me? The last time I'm gonna risk my neck for some humans."
And looking back at his fallen comrade staring right back at him, the dwarven prince found himself somewhat in disbelief before speaking aloud.
"Still, this is going to be one ground-quaking story we're gonna tell the others when we get back. Though they're going to have a bloody hard time believing this one."
Boldin admitted with a nervous grin, before turning his attention back toward his adversaries and pressing his attack. Back on the tower's uppermost floor, Ira's casted shadow on the stone wall was wholly alive and independent in its actions. The shadow cast on the wall was changing its form before Theo's very eyes, manipulating itself into some unknown entity. Throughout this entire time, the sinister laughter of thousands continued around the tower's corridors, coming from every which way. Theo's question remained unanswered. The young champion once again demandingly yelled out his questions about this unknown presence.
What are you?
The presence answered him in an unfamiliar, menacing voice, only responding once its monstrous form was fully visible through Ira's casted shadow. The sounds remained similar to that of thousands of ill-intentioned voices speaking as one. The terrifying chorus came from all directions as it spoke.
You wish to know what I am?
The presence cackled a sinister chuckle before explaining.
I am the darkness in the hearts of mankind. Like a shadow, since the time of your birth, I have lingered by your sides.
The darkness raised its voice as it continued to speak.
You oppose me in vain. As long as humans exist, I shall remain. I will never die.
The darkness then started reaching out of the wall, slowly revealing its true form. The twisted entity continued to jerk itself forward from the stone as it outstretched portions of its body, piece by piece, and with each thrusting motion, it yelled anew.
I am the unchecked lust in the eyes of mankind.
It proclaimed as its hand clawed out, yelling further.
I am greed.
It said while reaching out with its other arm.
I am pride.
It declared while forcing a leg through.
I am malice.
It roared while kicking its other leg free.
I am wrath.
And upon those words, Ira looked up at Theo while the darkness started pulling forth the remainder of its body from out of the wall. Its full form in plain view, the ominous presence of pure evil towered several feet over Ira. The darkness then stretched its arms far to its sides as it revealed its true nature and name, proclaiming it to the world.
I am sin.
Theo was astounded by the magnitude of what he now contended with. The darkness's form was somewhat human-like in structure, though it had elongated arms and legs. Its outer body was darker than the impenetrable blackness of the dead of night, which even the light from the flame could not touch. Similar to the other malicious dark entities, the one exception to this supernatural monster's dark form was its glowing white eyes and wide, sinister grin. Every joint upon the darkness was jaggedly pointed like rusted metal, and the elongated hairs on its body stuck out like sharp-pointed quills or enormous thorns. As Theo saw the true nature of his enemy in the flesh, fear began to set in, and he pulled his sword out in front of him to prepare for the imminent fight. In his heart, Theo couldn't help but hope that his resolve alone would somehow aid him in fighting back against the terror he now felt. Even though it was not yet completely whole, the darkness's presence was overwhelming. The creature's appearance matched the hopelessness in the atmosphere it had now released in the room. Theo suspected the malice and dominance it emanated would strike fear into the most steadfast of hearts. Fearing he could not hope to win this and pained to even need to ask, Theo made a request of his old friend.
Ira, if there's anything left of you in there, tell me why. Why would you do this?
His question would go partially unanswered, as Ira replied back with dogged determination.
Step aside, Theo. I need the orb's power to avenge our families. You, of all people, should understand.
His words pierced Theo. He didn't want to believe what he was hearing. Still in partial disbelief, Theo despairingly spoke back.
You can't be serious. You don't mean that.
After seeing Ira's unflinching reaction, Theo clenched his teeth before he angrily cried out.
How much are you willing to sacrifice? What about all those soldiers out there from the free peoples of the West? Are they just necessary casualties?
Ira's cold stare towards Theo slowly turned to a bitter glare before he spoke back in resentment.
It would be you, wouldn't it? I truly do need to lose everything I once held dear in order to achieve my vengeance.
Ira's statement at first confused Theo, but then the possibility of what he'd implied finally sunk in. Theo looked on with dread.
Ira, what do you mean by that?
His question was met with a few seconds of no response back. Instead, Ira looked down in shame, holding his head in remorse. Seeing his reaction, Theo frantically persisted.
I said, what do you mean? Tell me, what's happened to Charisse?
Now showing some regained emotion, the taint of the darkness was lifted when Ira looked back up at Theo before he started speaking despairingly.
I didn't mean for it to happen. It's not my fault.
The words Ira spoke were vague, but there was an immense pain-filled regret in his tone. Theo's face grew pale, knowing in his heart exactly what Ira had meant. Chapter 67, Grace. At an earlier time in another place, night had fallen on the land. Not even the shine from the stars in the sky above could pierce through the curtain of dark clouds overhead to reveal the surrounding landscape below. It was an overcast of pouring rain clouds nestling above. The constant streaks of lightning making their way across the sky were the only brief moments that offered clarity to the ground below. The deluge of pouring rain pounded against the marble tiles of the temple grounds underfoot. Drenched from head to toe, Ira slowly walked forward. The rain wasn't the only thing wetting Ira's face, as he brandished his blood-stained black fangs with malicious intent, daring any foe who'd think to cross his path. With merciless eyes to match his demeanor, it was plain to see that Ira wouldn't allow anyone to interfere. Laid strewn all around him were dead bodies and faces from that of another temple's warriors of the Order of the Light. Alongside their fallen comrades were others within this order, who still valiantly fought in its defense. Each of them was steadfast in their opposition to the man touched by darkness. Having no fear of the last few warriors before him, Ira charged. One by one, without showing so much as a hint of emotion, Ira ruthlessly and brutally dealt with the others of the Order who dared stand in his way. And as Ira stood there, he noticed this temple was unlike the others. Beyond his understanding, only the combatants of these Order grounds remained for some reason. However, Ira had considered this matter of little consequence, as those who stood before him now would be dealt the same fate as the others who tried and failed. As Ira was getting too close to the temple's doors to be allowed further, in a desperate gambit, all the remaining defenders of these temple grounds rushed at him all at once. Their final attempt was swiftly and mercilessly dealt with, as Ira ended their lives in just a few quick movements, only making his approach to the temple doors that much quicker. With those who stood in his path vanquished, Ira looked towards the temple, eager to claim his prize. Accompanying the relentless violent cracking of the thunderclaps above were the constant raging lightning strikes that illuminated his path ahead. Walking towards the marble structure, Ira made it to the temple's doors. Still, even as Ira was right about to claim yet another one of the orbs, he showed no hint of emotion. Sheathing his blades, Ira slowly pressed on both doors, opening the way gradually to reveal the contents inside the temple's hall, made visible by the lightning through the ever-widening crack in the doorway. This temple was different from the one Ira had grown to know. It had skylights instead of torches to help illuminate the interior. With the crackling of a lightning strike, it was revealed by the light shining through the temple's openings that one last person stood in between him and his goal. Standing before him, in front of the temple's orb, was none other than Charisse. She looked back at him with the same shock Ira showed when seeing her. Both were momentarily stunned as they stared at each other in disbelief. After seeing Charisse, Ira's recent appearance of being void of emotion quickly eroded as he stood wide-eyed. Stepping inside for a better look to confirm his suspicions, Ira slowly walked toward her.
It can't be! Not Ira! This isn't real! I refuse to believe this!
Charisse considered in distress. Partly unbelieving of his own eyes, Ira spoke up.
Charisse, is that really you?
That voice she had heard confirmed her fears. It was him. What she saw was real. This nightmare was happening. Quivering for a second after hearing Ira call out to her, Charisse could hardly bear the agony she had within. Charisse clenched her chest. It felt like her heart was being torn out.
Don't come any closer!
She painstakingly cried back. Seeing that Ira had stopped, Charisse started speaking more softly as her eyes began swelling up with tears.
Don't get any closer.
And forcing herself to ask, Charisse spoke further.
I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. Ira, how could you? How could you do this? How could you have killed Keller? And why? Why did you give in to the darkness? Why'd you let it inside of you?
She said while looking above and past Ira. Through a mixture of pain and disappointment, Charisse pointed out the fiend lingering at his back as she exclaimed,
I can see it on you, looking back at me with malice in its eyes. The darkness, evil incarnate, it's as monstrous as it appears. It only seeks to kill and destroy. Why, Ira? Why? What could have happened for you to have done this? Why would you give in to this monster?
The foul being clung to Ira's back from Charisse's eyes, towering several feet over him. Behind him was death and evil in physical form, the corruption in the hearts of the world made manifest, the dark creature known to some as the beast of legend, and to others who believed in its existence as the darkness. But yet, the darkness seemed worried, troubled, even frightened, as it looked back at the lone young woman. Hearing Charisse point out the darkness lurking over him, looked to have astonished Ira. Turning his gaze upward and slightly behind himself, Ira stared at the enormous figure in black. He clearly saw it. Yet Ira didn't show a hint of being surprised in the slightest in seeing the monster of legend she mentioned. Ira looked aware of the darkness's presence when he spoke.
In all this time, no one else has noticed it. Those times you said you could see the darkness, they were real after all.
Ira said in wonder before continuing to remorse.
If only I had listened to you. If only I hadn't cast aside your warnings, maybe things would have gone differently.
Heartbroken, Charisse looked at him, and unable to hold back her tears, she pleaded for an answer.
Why?
She simply asked, hoping beyond hope that Ira's actions were somehow justified. Looking back at her with genuine regret, Ira answered,
You were right back then, Charisse. Something was wrong. For my last trial, they led me far from the Order's grounds with the sole purpose of killing me. But not only me. When they heard you trying to warn me of their plans, they also intended to come back for you.
Ira said desperately, trying to justify himself, getting angrier the more he thought about it.
It was all Keller's plan. He saw me as a threat to the Order and sought to kill me.
Charisse asked him back in near disbelief.
So you killed him and the others?
They were all in on it, Charisse. It was self-defense. That old fool would have killed me over a dream.
He proclaimed aloud, still in a seething rage. She recoiled back at his yells. For the first time in her life, Charisse looked at Ira, afraid. Even as she gazed at him with fear, Charisse still had a sound mind, noticing that he was showing a similar rage he'd shown earlier at King's Height. His temper was once quelled then, so she thought there still may be hope for him yet. Closing her eyes to organize her thoughts, Charisse was determined to help Ira turn away from his dark path.
What about the other temples in the Order?
Stopping briefly to bear the pain of the next words she'd speak.
And what about the Elan town? Even the children? Ira, why did they have to die?
Ira exhaled in frustration before answering her with the same conviction.
How could you say that? You should know more than anyone else why I did it.
Ira's tone changed to utter disgust as he continued.
They're Elans. They are a blight upon the world and must be destroyed,
he said determinedly. Charisse was aghast at his callousness. She had failed him. She knew that now. The crimes he committed were inhuman. But even now, was he truly beyond redemption? She thought. Was anyone, for that matter? Charisse shuddered at the idea of giving up hope on him of all people, the man that she loved. But seeing him now, Charisse was astonished by how deep his scars were beneath the surface.
The deepest scars a person can ever have often are the ones that you can't see. But those wounds can also be healed. Just takes love and patience. Wasn't that what you said, Mother?
Charisse considered in silence before whispering to herself.
I'm having trouble seeing it.
Calming himself down and regaining his composure, Ira continued to speak.
Charisse, I finally found a way to do it. By using this gift, I'm the only one who can.
Charisse looked back with unbelieving eyes as he spoke further.
Before I met you, my people stood in opposition to Ayla for years. I was there when our last city fell to the terror of the Empire, while my city was still burning around me, right before I was sent away with my mother. Do you know what my father's last words for his son were?
Knowing full well Charisse couldn't possibly know, Ira answered his own question.
He said Allah must never be forgiven for what they've done to our people, that they must be avenged.
Ira paused before letting out a loud burst of bitter laughter before speaking further.
Can you believe that? The whole weight of my people's lives was put on my shoulders. Who would say that to their son as their parting words? For the longest time, I tried to drown out that memory with the ones we shared. but throughout all the years, it still remained. That unrealistic request just kept rolling around in my head. Well, that was the case until now.
Until what?
Cherise forced herself to ask back. Ira was more than willing to explain himself.
Cherise, I now have that power, and I will make the E.C.E.N pay in full for what they've done to us.
Ira then spoke more quietly and menacingly.
Don't you see? They annihilated my people. It's only fair that I return the favor.
Distraught to hear this, Cherise edged closer to him, pleading with Ira when she replied.
Ira, please, don't do this. Don't let your anger define you. Do you remember that time when you came for me? The E.C.E.N who was there saved me. The E.C.E.N are still people like you and me. They're not all cruel. There's still hope for them.
Her voice trailed off after seeing his cold reaction.
Can't you find it in yourself to forgive? Can you not find it in yourself to show mercy?
He sharply yelled back.
And what mercy was given to my people, to my mother, to us? No, Cherise, I can't find room in my heart to forgive them. I can't, not after what they've done.
After seeing Ira's enraged reaction, with every passing second, Cherise was becoming more distraught.
This is him now. I can't deny it any longer. The Ira I once knew may already be dead and gone.
Cherise whimpered to herself at the thought of what she must do. Slowly, she started forcing herself forward, step by step, to walk closer to him. Seeing that she was approaching him, Ira desperately spoke back.
There's no use trying to stop me. I've gone too far to turn back now.
Undaunted by his protests, sobbing as she went, Cherise continued her approach.
Cherise, stop! I don't want to hurt you too. You're all that I have left.
He despairingly pleaded. Ignoring his requests, Cherise only came to a stop right in front of him. Crying, she put her head on his chest and leaned on him. Caught off guard by her actions, Ira didn't know what to make of the situation as she softly begged him.
Please, no more. You don't have to fight anymore. It's time to stop.
Cherise said while gently wrapping her arms around his body, embracing him. Through all the pain he had endured, Ira closed his eyes. Trying to hold back his tears, he firmly hugged Cherise in return and spoke bitterly.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I never meant to hurt you.
Seeing Cherise at this moment, Ira considered the weight of his crimes. With immense regret, he barely uttered his next words.
What have I done?
Ira asked, holding on to Cherise longingly, openly weeping on her shoulder. During this time, the darkness remained behind him, its sinister grin ever widening as it fixed its gaze on Cherise in particular. Being unable to bear what she would do next, Cherise closed her eyes so as to give herself the conviction to continue. With a steady hand, she reached behind her back and firmly grabbed the hilt of her dagger. Upon grasping her weapon, memories she had spent with Ira raced through Cherise's mind as her eyes snapped open. The torrent of thoughts flooded into her mind's eye of all the wonderful time she'd spent with Ira. Cherise couldn't stomach the thought of what she had planned to do. Her hand's grip began to loosen until finally she let go of the dagger entirely. After releasing the blade to the floor, Cherise reached around to hug Ira, wholeheartedly embracing him back. While squeezing a hold of him tightly at this moment in time, Cherise was adamant about never letting go. If there was a chance to save him, even the slimmest of hopes, she couldn't allow herself to give up on Ira. Seeing Cherise release the dagger and hold Ira close made the darkness seethe in anger. It roared in a loud and furious burst of rage. At a blistering speed, the supernatural fiend reached its arm through Ira's body as effortlessly as if it were wadding its arm through the water. Though the shadowy figure's arm pierced through Ira, it left him unfazed. The darkness's limb continued reaching out from Ira's body before grabbing Cherise by her neck, tightly holding onto her with tremendous force. Once its hand lay a hold of the young woman, its grip tightened as it pushed her out of Ira's embrace. Lifting Cherise into the air, it held her at a distance as she dangled several feet off the ground in front of Ira. After seeing Cherise struggling to pull the darkness's hand off her throat, Ira pleaded, yelling out in protest from the innermost part of his soul.
No! You leave her alone! I didn't want this! I never wanted any of this!
He cried out in utter desperation, but to no avail, as the darkness would not relent in the slightest. The monster's grip continued to tighten on her neck with every passing second. And somehow, through the pain and strain for air, Cherise managed to say a few words from the bottom of her heart that left Ira and the darkness momentarily stunned. Her words answered a question that Ira had not yet spoken. Her words infuriated the darkness. as it let out another bellowing roar before reaching out to grab Cherise's throat with both of its monstrous hands. Panicked, Ira fumbled when he reached for his black fangs, and in one last plea of desperation, he screamed out. No! As he screamed out, the darkness had clenched down its grip upon Cherise's neck with its enormous full force, and with the sound of a bone-snapping crack, her body became limp. Ira stood still in disbelief as he watched the fiend drop Cherise's lifeless body to the floor in front of him. Seeing her now, Ira wasn't sure if it was real, but the pain he felt was the agonizing reminder that it was. The most important thing he cherished, his closest friend and the love of his life, was now dead, and it was all his fault. The guilt, sorrow, and bitter despair were more than he could bear. Now a broken man, Ira couldn't stand the sight of seeing Cherise like this any longer. He turned himself around and started stumbling back toward the temple's open doors. Letting out disheartened cracks of laughter in sheer disbelief, Ira staggered when he walked. The aching pain in his feet from days of walking to the pain in his hands, from days of fighting, had all become numb. The sound of his footsteps was becoming ever silent to him with every passing step. The torrent of raindrops and even the crackling sound of the raging thunder above had become mute. There only remained one sound, replaying itself over and over again inside his head. Upon stepping outside, Ira collapsed onto a stone wall beside the temple's doors. In his misery, he clenched his fist and teeth tightly. At the moment, the despair that gripped him like a vice was far too great for him to carry, as he lost the strength to stand, falling to his knees. Kneeling down, Ira screamed in bitter agony from the bottom of his heart. His cries of anguish were also silent to him, lost in the torrent of his despair. The only sound that remained was Cherise's final parting words, repeating themselves in an endless loop in his head. Just as the first time the words had crossed her lips, Ira was still just as unable to understand how Cherise could have said them. After all that had happened, after what he had done, Ira could hardly fathom how she could have spoken those words to him. As the life was fleeing from her body by the very same darkness that Ira himself had set loose, Cherise said with a sincere smile through her final breaths, "I forgive you." Chapter 68, Reckoning. At the top of the temple, which secured the last orb of darkness, after discovering that his sister was gone, Theo could hardly hold back his tears as he yelled out in anguish. Afterward, the champion of the West had a mixture of great anger and overwhelming grief as he spoke to his once closest friend.
Ira, even now, you can still find forgiveness, but you'll have none from me. Not after what you've done.
Theo said in a tempered rage, with dead serious eyes, positioning himself to fight, with the full intention of being the one to end Ira's life. The darkness still lingered closely behind Ira, as it scoffed at the young champion's gesture before outright laughing. The fiend's eyes were now on Ira.
Forgiveness. After everything he's done, it's too late. Even a life will never forgive you. There can be no redemption for the likes of you.
And with a sinister grin, the diabolical fiend continued to say in a lowered voice,
"Not after all the innocent blood you've spilled."
After the supernatural being said this, the cries of the innocent Ira had slain came rushing into the room. Like wailing spirits coming from every direction, they tormented him, reminding him of what he'd done. Cringing as he heard their voices, Ira closed his eyes and covered his ears in a vain attempt to ignore their presence. The last voice that echoed in the room was that of Cherise's final words,
"I forgive you,"
which pierced Ira like a dagger as he held his face in a mixture of shame and agony. When the torrent of voices finally subsided, Ira took a few seconds to get a hold of himself before looking back up at Theo. The taint of the darkness was upon him once more. With a lifeless void expression of a man with nothing left to lose on his face, Ira spoke with a cold seriousness to his childhood friend.
"I've gone too far to be forgiven, Theo. And I've sacrificed too much to stop now,"
he said while quickly unsheathing and displaying his black fangs to his sides, getting into a battle stance of his own. Preparing to fight, Ira spoke to the malicious entity that lingered over his shoulder.
"Don't get involved. This is between me and him."
The darkness looked down at Ira, then Theo, and let out a sinister laugh that seemed to be never-ending, as it appeared to find amusement in these once close friends, now having to face off with one another to the death. As the entity was cackling, its laughter started to silence as it matched the fiend vanishing into thin air, until the darkness and its voice had entirely disappeared. The once close friends now stood off in opposition to one another, both regretting that it had come to this, and both in common having a more incredible determination to stand their ground than to step aside. They both knew that one way or another, this was where it was all going to end, that this is where it would all be decided. With lightning speed, Ira lunged forward, swinging his blades into a single strike Theo had preemptively prepared to block. Surprised his attack was stopped, Ira looked directly into Theo's eyes. It was then that Ira noticed that this wasn't the same sparring partner he'd once known, and that his victory would not come so easily. As the duel to the death had begun in the temple's tower, the situation on the ground was becoming dire. As their numbers continued growing with every fallen warrior, the minions of the darkness started to overwhelm both armies, and seeing his men fall left and right, Raddington could no longer idly stand by watching. With all his courage, Raddington yelled out to his soldiers,
"This will not be the end of us, men. We will hold out. We will fight, and we will survive."
After he yelled this out, Raddington let out a war cry, rallying his men before charging without fear directly into the heart of the unnatural army. The general's bravery instilled hope and courage into the hearts of his own men, who proudly charged right after his lead. Though the Elans had a much greater multitude of men at their disposal, they were faring little better than the free peoples of the West. Razkal didn't understand what was happening. The darkness the people of the West spoke of was real, and his army was steadily crumbling before his very eyes. Seeing it now, Razkal considered if this was a test from his gods. Though many amongst the Alayans were openly yelling out in panic, this foe was promised to be easily overcome, as well as others who cried out, "The gods have abandoned us." The Elan morale was in peril, as some of the men started retreating. Their chosen would not have any of that cowardice. Razkal snarled down from his horse at those who showed fear. He yelled out at them, who openly despaired.
"Cowards and fools! This is merely a test to prove we are worthy of the new age."
Others looked to him for guidance as Razkal proclaimed further.
"I am your chosen. As long as I am here with you, the gods have not abandoned you. And for those who choose to flee, you are not worthy of the promise. And I will personally see to it that you are put to the blade."
Razkal and the others saw yet another abnormal event take part. Several hundred deserters had made quite some distance from the battle as the dark fog slowly wrapped around them. To the terror of all those who witnessed, against their chosen's warnings, some still had begun deserting from their ranks. Out of their sight, those who stayed heard the unnatural bellows of a malevolent animal's roars. The monster's continued bellowing growls and sounds were accompanied by the death-chilling scream from those who had fled, until there was nothing else that remained of them, only silence. The supernatural fog lifted briefly, revealing an enormous black lion that stared back with ravenous eyes. And just as quickly, the fog covered the creature and receded to only a few feet from the ground, the lion vanishing into thin air. Nervous at first, Razkal grinned widely at the sight of it. The beast veiled in black had returned to him once more. Truly, he thought, this was their most glorious hour.
"There it is. See it!"
Razkal proclaimed.
"Behold, a messenger of the gods appears before us. Let none of you deny them now. Let none of you flee. It's their will you fight. Submit to it or die."
The chosen then saw one of his men nearby, who backed away in fear of the black lion and the unnatural army. Oblivious of the chosen's presence, the soldier came too close for his own good. Razkal drew out his sword and cut the man's head clean off with a single swing of his blade. The other Elans looked on in fear after seeing their comrade die at the hands of their own chosen. Razkal paid their concerns little mind as he pointed out the unnatural forces, continuing his demands.
"You will either fight or you will die. The prophet wills it."
His words now stoked more fear than inspiration from his men, but for now, it gave them the push they needed to continue fighting. The duel at the top of the tower was going on for several minutes, as Ira had just blocked one of Theo's heavy strikes, and as a result, was pushed back up against the wall with great force. After hitting the stone, in a split second, Ira managed to dodge to the side, narrowly avoiding a killing blow as metal clanged against the rock. A feeling of nervousness Ira had never known started overcoming him when he got back up to his feet again. Snarling as he looked back at Theo, Ira asked in frustration,
"When did you get this strength?"
The champion of the West got back into a battle stance before answering.
It's simple, really. All those times we sparred, I did the one thing you never could. I held back.
Ira's face contorted with a mixture of emotions. Not wanting to believe it, he scoffed before responding.
It doesn't matter. You seriously don't think that'll be enough to beat me, do you? For forever, you've always followed my lead, trying to match me. And just like then, you'll always be in my shadow.
Theo was calm and collected before he responded.
Prove it.
Ira became infuriated and charged forward while yelling out.
It ends here and now.
Now up close to Theo, Ira let out a devastatingly quick flurry of strikes that the champion of the West could barely manage to deflect. Often Ira's strikes were cutting and scrapping against Theo's skin, and before he knew it, Theo was backed up against the wall as Ira reached back, preparing for the final blow.
It's over!
Ira cried out while swinging his right-handed blade widely, positioning his greatsword pointing upright in defense. Theo had barely managed to block this single blade from Ira, leaving his right flank exposed. Ira seized the opportunity and thrust his other black fang toward Theo's chest. To Ira's surprise, as he was about to propel his left-handed sword forward, he caught a quick glimpse of Theo's grin, but it mattered little to Ira. In his eyes, Theo's fate was already sealed. Before Ira's blade could pierce his heart, Theo held out his armored right hand in front of the strike, knowing his gauntlet was not strong enough to stop the might of a black fang entirely. The blade stuck through Theo's shaking palm, but the strike was slowed enough so the champion could change the sword's trajectory. The nigh unbreakable black fang fully pierced through Theo's palm and landed outward against the wall beside his face. The momentum of Ira's sword was only stopped after his weapon made contact with the wall's stone. Ira was in shock and awe to see how his attack was stopped, but more so that it seemed deliberate. Ira tried recoiling his left blade and noticed it was firmly stuck. Only a foot away, Ira faced Theo, who grinned. Mustering all his strength and ignoring the pain, Theo clenched his pierced armored hand down tightly, holding Ira's weapon firmly in place. His expression grew dead serious with a determined certainty after seeing that Ira had fallen into his trap, and now it was time to spring it. Now aware it was Theo's plan all along, Ira forsook his left-handed blade, trying to jump back while still keeping his sword at bay. But Ira could not withdraw quickly enough as Theo propelled himself off the wall with his leg. And with the weight of his greatsword to aid him, Theo slashed his sword down upon Ira, missing his main body but nearly cutting off Ira's right arm in the process, slicing deep into his flesh. While Ira's right arm was getting struck, he released his last remaining black fang in his escape. Barely managing to evade the death blow, Ira yelled out in pain while tightly holding onto his limp and bloodied arm. Theo pried out Ira's blade he had been clenching in his hand with his teeth, dropping it to the ground. He saw Ira's other blade was now in between them, but much closer to himself, and hopelessly out of reach of the last man of the Tauride clan himself. Staring at his old friend, Theo saw that Ira was now completely unarmed and on his knees in pain, looking back at him in frustration. The two stared at each other for a few seconds without saying anything, remorseful of the hand fate had dealt them, before Theo forced his injured right hand to grasp onto his greatsword. The champion of the West then started walking forward, holding his sword high in preparation for the final blow. He spoke regretfully but sincerely.
I'm sorry it had to end this way, Ira. Goodbye, old friend.
Theo said, before swinging his greatsword down at Ira, who had closed his eyes, accepting his fate. An ear-shattering shriek came from all sides, screaming,
"That's enough!"
The darkness manifested itself from Ira's body in a blink of an eye, and just as quickly, it slammed Theo against the tower's rock wall. With such force, it cracked the very stone. Immediately on impact, Theo coughed up blood from the tremendous blow as the darkness screamed out,
"I will not be denied. This world belongs to me."
The sudden intervention caught Ira completely off guard as he looked on to see Theo starting to sputter up blood. With cracked bones and internal bleeding, the hit Theo received dealt him unrecoverable damage. Theo knew that, and no matter how much he wanted to fight back, he just couldn't will himself to fight with a broken body. Unable to stand, while leaning against the wall, Theo's legs failed him as he slinked towards the ground. Now lying down with his back against the wall, the champion silently and despairingly spoke to himself.
What's taking them so long?
Theo asked silently. All the while, the monstrous figure inched ever closer toward Theo before reaching its hand out to finish the job. Ignoring the darkness's presence for only a moment, Theo looked just beyond the foul creature to Ira as he pleaded through exasperated breaths.
Ira, it's not too late,
he said, groaning in pain.
You can still do the right thing.
After hearing this, Ira was in complete shock at the words. However, the darkness's reaction to Theo's comment was entirely different. Hearing what the champion had said made the darkness stop in its tracks and burst into hysterical laughter. Paying the monster's taunting of little mind, Theo continued to plead to Ira.
Even now, you can still find forgiveness. Just turn back to the light.
The words spoken were hoarse and strained, but they appeared to shake Ira to the core as he asked back in dismay.
How? After all that I've done? If it wasn't for me, Cherise would still be alive.
Ira admitted in bitter agony, full of regret. The darkness continued its mocking before looking back to Ira, proclaiming,
You think you can be forgiven, do you? After all the bloodshed, who could have any use for the likes of you? The light will never forgive you.
It loudly proclaimed, before delivering more poisoned words in a hushed tone.
You've lingered in the darkness for too long. The only path left open to you is through me.
The words brought Ira further into despair as he clenched his teeth, looking down to hide his shame. After momentarily reveling in Ira's suffering, the darkness looked back at Theo before deciding to take one step further to finish where it left off. With an evil grin, the darkness reached out its hand towards Theo once more as it gleefully spoke.
And now you will die.
Right when the creature's hand was almost upon Theo, it let out a scream of pain as it recoiled back and held onto its belly. With a quick turn, the darkness looked back to see Ira had picked up one of his black fangs and stabbed himself in the gut. The unnatural black taint that was once upon Ira's eyes had been lifted and returned to his normal state. Broken from his shackles, Ira gave the darkness a confident grin after seeing that the foul creature was injured by a desperate gambit.
Not so cocky now, are you?
He taunted before twisting the blade further into his stomach as the darkness screamed in agony. But Ira found the pain to be nearly unbearable as well. Losing the strength to stand, Ira turned to his side before collapsing to the ground face down. And while lying on the stone floor, Ira only had the power to lift his head upwards. The darkness was infuriated, and it lunged back toward Ira. Once over him, the darkness leaned down so its face would be in front of Ira's vision before it spoke.
Do you think it will matter? That interference could stop me.
Theo didn't know what to make of what he saw. The darkness's shouting taunts, for some reason, didn't seem to reach Ira, who outstretched his hand towards something beyond its presence. Filled with regret, Ira's eyes began to well up with tears as he pleaded to something beyond Theo's sight.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
His anguished words only infuriated the darkness more as it yelled out in unbridled rage.
It's too late,
the darkness declared.
In this late hour, I no longer need a living host. If only for a minute, I'll use your lifeless husk to regain my full strength. Your sacrifice means nothing.
Theo looked on in near disbelief as once again the words of the darkness and its presence entirely was utterly ignored by Ira. Suddenly, Ira started crying tears of joy as he started uttering in disbelief and gratitude to an unseen entity.
Thank you.
Before he could finish speaking, the darkness let out a terrifying scream of rage that shook the very foundation of the tower before reaching down, and bearing down the full force of its hand onto the back of Ira's neck with a quick twisting motion, the malicious fiend snapped it. Seconds later, Theo looked on in dismay after seeing that the darkness's words were true. His old friend's body was slowly being enveloped in a dark shadow before his very eyes. Its unsavory essence slowly dissipated into the air and converged back into Ira's lifeless husk. With what little strength Theo had left, he slowly reached into his pocket before pulling out and holding onto a small but precious object and rolling it around slowly in his hand as a small means of comfort. Seeing the darkness rising to its feet in Ira's lifeless body, Theo almost completely succumbed to despair as something caught his attention. Looking upward through one of the openings in the tower towards the sky in the east, Theo let out a short burst of laughter before speaking in a weakly voice.
You were always there, weren't you?
He said hopefully, letting out a smile. Without Obi, the situation below where the dwarves were had only worsened. Having fended off their former comrades, they now had to contend with a seemingly never-ending stream of minions of the darkness that strayed off from the larger battlefield. Bolden was not shy to hold his opinion back from Scruff. As he continued fighting off the multitudes of enemies, Bolden yelled back to his hairy friend.
What in the blazes are you doing, Scruff? By the stone. If that elf is proven right by us dying here, I swear I'm going to personally throttle you in the life hereafter. And that's a promise.
While the fighting was still going strong, Scruff let out a loud but confident-sounding mixture of grunts in response. Looking at a large number of enemies fast approaching him as Scruff said this, Bolden yelled back,
"It's ready? Well, don't mind us, we're fine. Take all the time you'd like."
He obnoxiously added while stopping a strike from several opponents at once, before yelling out again with notably more frustration and panic in his tone.
"But if you don't mind, shoot the sodding weapon!"
Scruff heard the message loud and clear. With a confident grin, the hairy dwarf kicked some knobs, pulled some levers, and with a loud jolting action, the weapon fired. Back in the tower, the darkness assumed full control of Ira's lifeless husk as it rose to stand. Taking care of some nuisances, the twisted entity violently snapped its host's neck back into place before slowly removing the katana from its stomach. Looking back at the monster, Theo spoke through strained, raspy breaths.
"You've lost, haha,"
he said, smiling, before letting out a slight chuckle. Through the guise of its fallen host, the darkness confidently laughed back.
Doubly fool, you cling to hope when there is none. The light has abandoned you.
The malicious entity paused and continued with its sinister laugh before speaking further.
I've decided to let you live for the moment, so you can bear witness to the very end that everything you fought for is lost.
The darkness stated triumphantly before turning its attention to the orb, its prize, outstretching its hand over the flames, only inches from it. All the while, Theo looked back out the same opening in the tower to the east, seeing a bright light shining through from above. The glaring white radiance enveloped all around him before it continued spreading rapidly, piercing through the very rock of the tower's stone walls and ceiling. The light seeped through solid stone, honing directly over the darkness, burning the monster like a hot flame and causing the fiend to recoil in pain. But the darkness refused to move. With a furious glance at Theo, it screamed out in defiance.
It's too late.
The monster roared before reaching back towards the orb. In a fraction of a second, the darkness's eyes widened as it witnessed something just outside another one of the tower's windows to the west. A large boulder was barreling straight toward the upper floor at a dizzying speed at that. With an enormous burst of power, the slab of rock crashed through the tower's wall, flinging stones everywhere before slamming itself upon the darkness's lifeless husk of a body. The inhuman being was thrust into the air as it was helplessly flung back. The boulder carried the darkness until it made an impact with the opposing tower's wall, and with a loud crash, it pinned the sinister entity down. The massive blow of the boulder against the tower had also made the orb fall from its pedestal, landing only a few feet from where it was placed, and rolling closer to the darkness, but just out of its reach. Although in Ira's lifeless husk, still with the burning, focused light on it, the darkness started to use its unnatural strength to frantically push the boulder and fallen stones aside to reach the orb. After seeing all this transpire with a small laugh and smile, Theo looked down and silently spoke.
Took them long enough?
Before trying to look back up fully towards the darkness, but was unable to find the strength to do so. As the darkness was frantically pulling the boulders and stones aside, it caught wind of Theo's relieved smile. The supernatural evil was livid after seeing his reaction, as it yelled back in a fearsome, roaring frustration.
It's not over. I'll be whole once more, and all that you cherish and hold dear will come to ruin.
The monstrous creature screamed as it was pulling itself free, all while the piercing light continually scorched the fiend's flesh as yet another boulder hit the side of the tower, frantically shaking the upper floor. With the vision of his tear-stained eyes going black and his hearing also failing him, even if he wanted to, Theo couldn't hear the darkness anymore. He looked down at his hand, which still clung to his small yet precious object. His strength had finally failed him in full. Theo's eyes started slowly closing, and with a hopeful smile, he spoke through trembling breaths.
Cherise, Ira, I'm coming home.
After saying this, his hopeful smile gave way to a long, soft, exhaling breath. Theo's head slumped forward as his grip on the precious item he held so dearly loosened. The life left in him had gone, but the hint of his last smile was proof he went in peace. The object he held was released from his hand as it rolled out onto the floor beside him. A little beaten up over the years, but it was nothing more than a modest but decent-looking acorn. The darkness had finally broken free from the rubble it was trapped under, and with a victorious grin, it reached out toward the orb. Just before the malicious entity could grab its prize, the tower shook violently once again, causing the sphere to bounce from side to side on the upper floor, tauntingly remaining just out of reach. With a loud cry of frustration, the darkness lunged at the orb, but yet again, a loud crash hit the side of the tower from the continued bombardment. The highest floor was now slanted, as it continued to lean towards the east over the endless sea below. From the outside, it was clear the spire had sustained more damage than it could possibly manage. The tower's upper floor had started collapsing into the rushing waters beneath it. Grasping at the floor to remain upright, the darkness had finally caught the orb that flew beside it, just before it was thrown out one of the tower's openings.
Yes, it's all over.
The darkness cried out victoriously, as the dark essence inside the orb poured back into its original host to make itself whole again. The room's ceiling gave way. Stones and mortar rained down onto the darkness, who cried out in agony as it released the orb from its grasp and out of the tower's opening behind it. The upper floor of the structure was now in freefall, as the monster of legend fell out of the tower, screaming in agony and frustration as it desperately tried to reach the falling orb to reclaim its full power. The burning light from the sky above pursued the foul entity in its descent. As the fiend was in a freefall and writhing in pain, it shrieked out unnatural sounds that echoed across the lands for miles on end, before looking in the direction of the light above and defiantly crying out,
"It's not over. I am the darkness in the hearts of mankind. As long as they exist, I will never."
Its yells were cut short with a loud crash as the malicious entity slammed backward against the sea. The pain stunned the darkness only for a moment, as its eyes widened in terror when it looked above the surface of the troubled waters, seeing the massive upper portion of the stone tower was now falling directly towards it. The giant stone structure hit the water with a loud crash, and a tremendous upsurge of the ocean burst forth from the impact. Like a molten flame, the blinding light peered down more intensely on the scene as the supernatural burst of radiance exploded below the water's surface. The expanding light rapidly spread out, far and wide, reaching past the furthest reaches of the battlefield. In that one moment, the dark clouds and fogs dispersed, as all the minions of the darkness suddenly collapsed. Everyone on the plain stood still in awe and wonder as they observed the supernatural light beaming in every direction emanating from the defeated darkness, an entity of an entirely different kind. As the unnatural fog cleared, the black lion in the open fields glared back before vanishing into the wind. A monster to be dealt with at another time, but until then, it would continue to roam the world like a roaring lion, seeking who it may devour. The unnatural beam of light shined brightly above upon the darkness's ruin, and still remained even after the radiant expansion of its power. With one loud cry, every member of the army of the free peoples of the West cheered victoriously as they beheld the glorious sight. The reaction was vastly different on the Elan side, with all the soldiers on edge as they saw the strange events unfolding. Some of the Elans cried out what all the others were already thinking.
"What's going on? This wasn't foretold. This isn't the work of our gods."
Dumbfounded, their chosen could not answer them as he looked on in a similar fear to the supernatural light. Even Mesolum looked at Razkol, hoping for encouragement that would never come. Gazing at the flight of the black lion, Razkol had no answers. As the chosen looked at the tower's ruins in disbelief, he heard one of his men yell out in dismay.
"The elves have come! The gods have abandoned us!"
Now looking towards the west, Razkol saw the entire might of the elven armies had gathered, led by Adolin. The Elan army's morale had all but crumbled. Their emperor was no exception, as Mesolum frantically yelled out to his men.
"Retreat! Retreat!
Mesalam's terrified words sent his army into complete disarray and into full retreat. Each man scrambled in an unorganized fashion in a mad frenzy as they each fled for their lives. As the chaos ensued, Razkol's horse was somehow struck by a rock in all the mayhem, thrusting him off and onto the ground before racing away. The Chosen looked up and yelled out to his men in heated frustration.
Cowards! Curs! I'll see that you're all gutted!
Now standing, Razkol continued to yell aloud.
I am chosen by the gods! Our victory is assured as long as I am here!
His words would go unheeded as the soldiers frantically ran past him, looking at his men fleeing all around him, and back at the unnatural light beaming down. Razkol was overwhelmed with dread. As fear set in, he ran with all his might in the opposite direction of the light, fleeing alongside his soldiers who were all around him. As he fled, Razkol's gaze was back on the light the entire time. He paid no heed to what lay ahead. As Razkol continued running for his life while still looking back, he passed Obi, who had stood beside his chosen path, feeling a sudden jolt of pain. Razkol knew something was wrong, but his fear kept him going. His vision was becoming blurred while his running was slowing to a jog, and his jog was slowing to fatigued walking, and his walking had slowed to a stop. Looking down, Razkol saw that blood was pouring out of his gut. Behind him was Obi, who was looking back at the Chosen, saying nothing but carrying with him a recently bloodied spear. Inspecting the wound, Razkol reached down before pulling up a bloodied hand, his face contorting with anger and disappointment.
What's this? I am the Chosen One. Was I not promised by the gods both glory and riches beyond counting?
He looked skywards before continuing to speak in bitter disappointment.
Was I not chosen? Where were you?
With nothing to answer in return, he began sputtering blood from his mouth. Filled with resentment and hate, Razkol spoke his final words.
Curse you! I deserved more.
The Elan's Chosen had spitefully proclaimed before falling face forward to the ground, dead. Seeing that Razkol was now vanquished, Obi's serious expression changed to that of remorse. Looking back towards the beaming light that had vanished just as abruptly as it had seemed to have arrived, Obi noticed the tower had completely collapsed.
Theo,
Obi said remorsefully, and a few seconds later he continued to speak.
What am I going to tell the others?
After Obi said this, he thought about the matter, and his eyes started swelling up with tears. Before he knew it, Obi had a slight smile, full of pride after seeing the man Theo became. Chapter 69, Coming Home. Theo's eyes were shut as he rested, and all was silent. Although his eyelids were tightly closed, he could clearly hear his sister's giddy voice.
Wake up, sleepyhead,
Cherise said. With Theo offering no response, not even opening his eyes, she spoke even more cheerfully.
Didn't I promise you that no matter how long it takes, we'd find a place we could call home? Well, when I make my promises, I keep them.
Now asking in a playfully anxious voice, she spoke further.
So, open your eyes already.
Theo was still fast asleep, but oddly enough, he had heard her words stirring only a little. He was too comfortable to be bothered to get up. Shortly later, Theo heard yet another familiar voice as footsteps approached ever closer. Ira lightheartedly spoke.
Don't worry, Cherise. I'll wake him up for you.
With a thud sound, Theo groaned, feeling a sudden pain in his side as Cherise audibly gasped.
I don't believe you just kicked him.
Cherise complained.
What?
Ira said innocently.
He'll get over it. Besides, it worked, didn't it?
As Ira implied, that unwarranted kick did the trick, with Theo feeling compelled to start waking after that, if nothing else, to avoid another one. Opening his eyes slowly, before he could see clearly, Theo heard Ira's excitement.
Come on, Theo, don't keep us waiting.
Rubbing his eyes, Theo found himself resting on the ground, still bruised and bloodied in his armor, with his sword lying beside him. Remembering what happened, his eyes widened in amazement. Looking around, he was surrounded by an open, empty and flat terrain that was a perfect snow white as far as the eye could see. From the ground and even to the sky above, there was no hint of any different color or change in texture. But strangely, something was even more amiss. Theo pulled himself to sit upright before asking in disbelief.
Cherise, Ira?
He asked, looking towards where the voices had come from, but to his surprise, there was nothing there but pure white. In amazement, Theo looked all over, gazing in disbelief after seeing this unfamiliar landscape of nothingness. While his back had turned away from where he had first heard the voices, Theo once again heard Cherise's voice, matching Ira's earlier excitement when she spoke.
Come on!
Cherise encouraged. Theo turned back once again quickly, but again he saw nothing.
What on Aya is going on?
Theo curiously asked himself before grabbing his sword and starting to stand. Once up, Theo looked around, scratching his head in puzzlement, trying to make sense of his situation with nothing discernible within sight. And as he aimlessly searched, Theo noticed a staircase ascending upward, where he was sure he had heard Cherise's and Ira's voices earlier. Theo gazed on curiously. He knew he had just looked there only seconds ago and saw nothing. Without warning, in front of his eyes, a bright light came from just higher up the flight of stairs before dimming, revealing in its place a golden gate that was slowly cracking open. Staring in awe and wonder, Theo saw a figure of a man appear just beyond the newly opened gate. Their features were obstructed by the immense light that seemed to have radiated off of him. The man then started outstretching a welcoming hand to Theo. Although there was a great distance between the two, the man didn't yell out, but spoke softly with a comforting voice that Theo could somehow still hear very clearly.
Come, Theo.
The entity had spoken, somehow knowing Theo's name. After hearing this, Theo felt a strange relief arise within his sea of emotions. Theo couldn't help but consider whether he was finally done with all the fighting. Would all the strife and heartache of all that had befallen him, Cherise and Ira, finally come to an end? Would his weary heart finally find rest? After taking a moment to ponder this, Theo had a hopeful smile. Dropping his sword to the ground, Theo started walking toward the human-like figure. When Theo reached the stairs, he looked up in astonishment at the man and wondered if this was the light itself. With each step up the flight of stairs, Theo gazed in bewilderment, utterly oblivious that with every passing step he took, his bruises faded, his cuts were mended, his bloodstains vanished, and his armor was replaced with that of a white robe as he kept looking up at the entity beaming in glorious light. With a reassuring, warm smile, the man then spoke again.
Welcome home, my son.
Theo's eyes swelled up with tears of joy as he grabbed a hold of the light's outstretched hand. Looking down for a moment as if to make sense if this was all real, Theo looked back up at the light, crying openly with a joy-filled smile before replying,
I'm home.
At that moment, a soft glow enveloped Theo, the man in light, and the stairs. After all the strife Theo, Cherise and Ira had endured in life, all the pain and suffering they endured were now just things of the past, and their weary hearts had finally found rest. You've come to the end of the shadow of death.
If you can all please stay for a while, we'd like to give proper attributions to those who made this audiobook possible. After all, almost all of the sound effects and music throughout the story are thanks to some amazing contributors.
What are you doing, Cherise?
Just reading the names of all those amazing people who made this all possible.
No need to be saying my name, lass, and I'm a wee too humble to ask for it.
All right, thank you. Anyway, the author says he'd like to thank God first and foremost for the opportunity.
Can't forget him.
And of course, there were some amazing musical scores you all heard throughout this program. We'll start with Noel Malachar, whose work you can find on YouTube at Noel Malachar Music. You can also find him on Instagram and SoundCloud under the name cinematicnoel.
Oh, I know his work. There's this amazing one called Beginning of Freedom.
It's my favorite. Even if many of me kin didn't make it till the end of the song. Well, still quality work, that is.
This next one is one of my favorites. It's called Born for Revenge.
Wonder why.
Coincidentally, a lot of me kin didn't make it through this song either. Also, me favorite. Starting to notice a trend there.
Then there's this one called Abandoned. You might remember hearing it when the Black Lion came around. Oh, and this next one was played in a very special place, called the Voice of Prayer. You all might remember it when we entered the Forest of Giants.
Wasn't fun for me.
Was for me.
Anywho, this next one seems interesting. The Dream Realm, eh? Sounds a little magic-y, if you ask me.
Oh, that was the theme of the Stairs to Heaven. The next one, well, it looks like the author got a little excited and used it throughout the story. It's called Ave Maria.
Very dramatic.
Once again, thank you, Noel. Now, as for the next amazing contributor, I'd like to thank Jason Shaw at Audionautics. As one might have guessed, his vast array of works can be found at his website, audionautics.com. Please give it a view if you have the time.
His first one was for an epic battle scene, and unsurprisingly, it has epic in the name, and it's called Epic TV Theme. But sadly, there was still no dragons.
Trust me, dragon hunting is overrated. In any case, Charisse, what's the next?
No forgiveness.
I remember that one.
Well, maybe next time you get the inclination to get up in the morning and destroy the world, you take a wee moment to reconsider your actions.
Noted.
Moving on. Oh, this next one was used so much during such inspiring moments. It's called Opus 1.
Also very dramatic. Next one on the list is called, quite aptly I might say, The Angels Weep. I think we all can agree that this song was certainly used for those very special dark moments.
And once again, many of me fellow dwarves didn't make it through the end of the song either.
You only brought 10.
Aye, but one be far too many human. Especially when I had to go back home and explain all that impossible stuff to me dear old pa.
Well, anyway, this next one is much calmer. Called Middle Earth, it was used for less dire moments. But let's not forget another fighting song used in the story called Dark Mystery. It was used several times.
Also me favorite!
I'm starting to think you don't know the meaning of that word.
Next, we have a song used for many somber moments throughout the story. And would you look at that, it's called Somber.
Aptly named, I'd say.
This next one I'm introducing, Practically Mine, and the Black Fangs theme song. It's called Atlantis.
Well, can't exactly deny that you did use them well.
Right?
Oh, I reckon the idea of this human ear, use them well, might be up for a second opinion.
Back on topic. There's one last song we have on the list.
I suspect it's another dramatic one, eh?
Well, you're right. It's actually called So Dramatic, and you'd be happy to know that no dwarves were killed during the length of that piece. It was effectively used as Uncle's and Valinor's theme song.
Someone call me.
Well, there you have it, everyone. Thank you all for listening to the end, and thank you again to all you fabulous contributors. There are still so many unmentioned sound effects artists and song providers that we don't want to leave unmentioned. But rest assured, TJ Schmidt will personally thank them all on every one of his social media accounts, where he will provide regular updates on all his upcoming works. You can find TJ Schmidt on Twitter under the username T_J_Schmidt, or you can find him under the following on Instagram as fantasy_reimagined. Goodbye.
Bye.
Until next time.
So long. I know you'll miss me.
Thank you for staying until the end. Until next time, you wonderful people, you...
Did everyone just ignore me? Yeah, I guess they did. Got it. Well, until next time, folks.